One of the most exciting events of all time.
They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
Who's better today? That is going to be the question.
Major 5, the final one.
Toronto! They ain't ready for you.
Let's get on our feet. We are wasting no time. Oh my God!
No way! There's no way, Steve!
Oh man! I do not believe what we are seeing. Could it be Priestahh to make the play?
Oh, what a win! Priestahh! Knock it out the park, yes, yo, in it.
Octane.
My God!
Octane gets the honor.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa!
There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you. I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
This is the moment that we have been waiting for. Here we go.
Good afternoon, one and all, and welcome to Toronto, Canada, host of our 5th major of the 2023 Call of Duty League season. We have just 2 tournaments left, this one with $500,000 up for grabs, and all 12 of your CDL teams playing for a piece of the pie. Welcome in, everybody. We have a jam-packed house already. We are live from a hockey rink in Toronto. Pucky getting rowdy alongside Chris Tunn, Alley Cat, and Nameless. This is the headquarters show, and we'll be breaking down all of the games on the day. The squirrels are getting rowdy, the fans are piling in, and we are just 30 minutes away from our first matchup. Tunn, I want to start with you. Welcome back to the analyst desk, and when we see you casting, what are you looking forward to most in our final major of the year?
Now, I wasn't here in Toronto last year, but I heard some things about this crowd, so I want these boys and girls in this venue to get yourself loud this week. I'm so excited to witness this Toronto crowd.
Allie, what are you pumped for this weekend?
I'm also pumped for that, especially the fact that, Ton, you are heavily favoring the London crowd side of things, so I hope you get a taste of what this Toronto crowd's all about.
Yeah, Toronto, we're going to get rowdy this weekend. Lock in right now, because Nameless, we got to talk about some of the best and what's happened so far to get us to this position. If you've been watching over the last 3 months, there's been a team that has been flawless online. OpTic Texas has been rolling the competition, and they just finished 5-0 once again.
Yeah, once again, I mean, absolutely dominant, right? And they keep on getting better. You know, initially when they made this squad, they were dominant online. They go to land, and it was a bit shaky, right? But then they end up making it to a grand final. We saw them get exposed a little bit and what they could work on. Immediately, they fixed some of those issues. Another 5-0. These guys have been unbelievable, man. And the biggest thing that stood out to me throughout this stage was, one, the consistency of all the superstars, but also Ghosty has stepped it up. So OpTic certainly look like they can make it to another final.
That's right. LA Thieves, though, coming off that Major 4 championship, they are in a hole right now, Alley Cat. What's going on with the Thieves, and can they make another elimination bracket run?
I feel like it's kind of just the woes after winning a major. I feel like we've seen that with our 4 champions so far this year. The following qualifier has been a little bit of a misstep for them, but for LA Thieves, obviously it was an unacceptable showing, online or not, but we know what they're capable of land. They've been in this elimination bracket situation many times before. They're just happening to start there this time around. So I'm expecting a big turnaround from LA Thieves and nobody to take them lightly.
And of course, Minnesota still holding the door for champs. They're in that 8th place position with all the pressure in the world to stay out in front of teams like the Vegas Legion.
Yeah, Vegas Legion are a team that they're going to have to watch out for, but Minnesota Røkkr have looked really good since the change came in. Tatch is looking good on the squad. Last 2 games looking a lot better of a squad.
Your major 5 qualifiers are in the books. Here's how it all shaped up. 9th through 12th, all starting in your elimination bracket. The other 8 will be starting today in our winners bracket round 1. And Nameless, this is a big first round because in the winners bracket, you are earning 20 points towards your COD champs.
Yeah, it is massive. I mean, if Vegas are able to come out and pull off that upset against Atlanta FaZe, it gets very stressful for teams like Seattle Surge. We were just talking to Revan and these guys, so it's very important that they get off to a hot start. If you're Vegas, if you're Seattle, you're hoping you can make a run through the loser bracket. You can see how tight this race is. It could really be any of them that are top 8 at the very end.
If you're looking at who has the easy road, though, you're looking at Minnesota and Boston. The winner of whoever takes on the opponent in the first round, they are going to be set up for success with another 20-point bonus. This bracket is stacked, though, especially in this bottom half, Allie.
Yeah, every single team in that little 4 bubble is in a precarious situation, right? Boston, Breach, Minnesota Røkkr are going to be going up against each other, where they're on the easier side of the bracket with OpTic Texas looking to probably run that top side of things, where Seattle Surge is in a precarious situation because they have to go against whoever loses Atlanta FaZe and Legion, which for Legion, this is a do-or-die situation. So there's so much we can build off this bracket.
But soak this in for an extra second.
That top side of the bracket is light. I'm going to keep it a stack. All right, I'm going to just be honest. Like, Minnesota's looking better. Breach still having their struggles. That should be a banger, but OpTic should make it to that winner's final. To me, that bottom side is insane. And the round 1 between New York and Toronto is very important. Whoever wins that is going to be full of confidence. That's the toughest round 1 matchup for sure.
That's a look at the bracket and how things are going to shape up. But if you're looking at the individual game modes here in Call of Duty, we play a best of 5. Games 1 and 4, it's always hardpoint. And I have to ask the team here, who is the best hardpoint team in the game coming into Toronto right now, Dunn?
I mean, look, online, it was Atlanta FaZe. After what we've seen, some struggles across the board.
That's crazy.
They have been looking better in terms of their ability, in terms of their stats and hardpoint. They've been looking so much better.
Yeah, but OpTic got to be the best hardpoint team right now. They got to be. But FaZe did have a good performance.
And I'm looking at the numbers here, and I don't see a single FaZe from OpTic. Do you need a stud, or do you think the team playing as a whole is the reason they're not in that top 10?
So I will say, to Chris's point, there's been leaps and strides for this Atlanta FaZe team when it comes to the HP. Yeah. Their only hardpoint loss was to OpTic at 6-1. They have been going off. Huge for Simp. He's number 2 overall KD. He was frying. He had a huge performance. But they didn't have the stiffest of competition. Let's be honest. They played London, they played Vegas, and they played LAG.
You had to pat your stats.
Yeah, they pat their stats a little bit. But I will say, I'm not going to take that much away from them, Allie, because this is a team that their goal was to improve in hardpoint for the latter half of the season. They did what was in front of them. They dominated the teams they had to dominate.
Because that's been their struggle. It's been in the respawn where Atlanta FaZe has been struggling and going to game 5 in a lot of these series. And honestly, I think it's been off the performance of Slasher during this qualifier. You saw it in that KD leaderboard. He was in the top 10 with a 1.19. Not only that, though, he's number 1 in non-traded kills in this split as well. So I feel like we're finally seeing what Slasher kind of adds to this team outside of Search and Destroy. And that's all Atlanta FaZe needed. This is a perfect situation for them to possibly take home this chip, is when they start winning those respawns.
That closest matchup against Boston to close out our qualifiers will set up Atlanta FaZe with another top 3 seed coming into this event. When you're looking at Search and Destroy, though, I used to look at Atlanta as a squad that was dangerous after adding Slasher. Overall, though, OpTic is 6-0, and the Subliners are actually now in that 2nd place with a 5-1 record, Ann.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And you think about the first matchup they had, it was against Vegas Legion, and they'd beaten people in 2-3-5s when they need to, right? So OpTic, just a tough team. When Shotzzy gets out there and lost in your base, he's very hard to find. He's also top 2 in first blood percentage, so he's been initiating a lot of kills and dominating in that regard in Search and Destroy, which has helped them tremendously.
And I will say when it comes to OpTic Texas, I think what's kind of set them apart from the rest of the teams in Search and Destroy this split has been in their offense. As you can see on your screen, they're #1 overall this split, but it's not just that. It's not just the first bloods. It's not just the conversions. They're prioritizing getting that bomb down. They're second right now on plant win percentage, and they're fourth on getting the bomb down. So that's why their offense has been so dominant during the split.
And it's such a scary thought for everybody else, right? Because we were talking about the hard point and how good they have been. If they're bringing in a perfect record in Search and Destroy over the qualifying stage, they become even more terrifying. These have got it all to do this weekend. Every other team, OpTic Texas are firmly the favorites.
You're matched up against the Mutineers, though, in that first round, and the Mutineers played you tight last week in the qualifiers. Talking with Fellow and crew, they don't hate the maps that they could be playing on today. That series could get spicier than expected. Another series to watch, though, is Boston versus Minnesota, and it could come down to that swing game 3. If you're looking at the stats right now, Ali, no one is better than Boston when it comes to these controlled numbers.
Their controls have been insane, you know, and it's been an identity problem when it comes to the Boston Breach. They were a great respawn team, made some changes, became an S&D team, and then they put Vivid back into the roster, and they're right back to being a respawn team. I think, if anything, Vivid has really enabled his ARs during the split. Beans and Giggle Wake have been unbelievable. Beans rocking a 1.58 in control, Wake with a 1.36. I mean, they have just been monsters on the map. So if they continue to play like this, Boston Breach is in a situation where they certainly could upset their side of the bracket.
Ali, it's been slaying out, man.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, if we were playing TDM, they would be the best team in the game. I mean, there might be no team better than just simply finding kills than Boston Breach as a unit, and that's what's led to a lot of control victories. Obviously, the objective is very clear-cut: hop the point or spawn kill, and they've been doing it well. It's just going to come down to the hard point. They're finding kills in the HPs as well. Can you convert that into rotations, into setups, and extend the play? That's what I'm looking for out of Boston Breach. They've always had the talent. We've never worried about that. Who will rise to the occasion?
Toronto, makes some noise for the first time today, because it's time to take a look at your schedule. 4 matches kicking off our first day of action here, the final major, and it all starts with a banger. Atlanta FaZe takes on Vegas Legion. This could be the most important matchup for Vegas all season done.
Yeah, I mean, this is coming down to it. You know, they had a huge opportunity when we were in Columbus when they win the winners bracket. They don't get the rub of the green this time, and though Atlanta FaZe is going to be a very tough matchup, they have to win this game.
That match just 20 minutes from kicking off. Before then, we'll be breaking down all 4 of your winners bracket round matches, so get your channel points ready. And of course, if you haven't done it yet, link your account on YouTube and Twitch if you want to watch and earn like the big kids. Alley Cat, we got more gear once again on the line for everyone in chat. What are you looking forward to grabbing this weekend?
All of you better grab that online or calling card, because some of you I need to catch on local area network.
Yeah, liners.
Lock in and hang out. We'll be live for the next 4 days. This is Major 5 Call of Duty League.
Hello, I'm Miles Ross, and I'm here in beautiful Toronto with this epic GMC Hummer EV. I'm here to pick up Scrapz, rookie phenom of Toronto Ultra.
Oh, put him to bed, Scrapz!
It's Scrapz the future. He talks so much trash, and he can still back it up.
In 4 months, you've already won a tournament and got MVP.
I've always saw it coming. It was coming eventually.
We're going to see if we can't get him to chill out ahead of Major 5, which he's got to host, and we've got a real fun surprise for him. Oh, let's go get him.
Even the world's greatest Call of Duty players have to get outdoors once in a while, so we're on a journey to reconnect them with nature in the revolutionary GMC Hummer EV.
Let's go touch some grass.
Yes, sir.
Island, my man. What's going on?
Doing?
Pretty good.
Bro, welcome to the Hummer EV.
This thing is sick.
Yeah. This thing is sick. I never get tired of that. Never get tired of that at all. All right, man. We're going to go for a drive. We're going to test
Pick'em is back. Put him to bed. A few more points, and then we'll be it. Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Ooh, it's getting good.
of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL. And we are back live. As you can see, the audience filing in to the arena, gearing up for the first match of the day. Toronto, though, will be featured in our second battle after that Vegas versus Atlanta fight. And I'm looking forward to seeing this Toronto squad. You are playing in front of your home crowd. You've already won a championship, and they've got a tough opponent in this first round in the Subliners. But let's start with Toronto, Ton. What have you seen from the Squirrels?
I mean, we've seen them obviously win the major. Since then, things have kind of been up and down, but we're seeing that form start to return just a little bit now. They're a threat for absolutely anybody. It will be one of the favorites. We've got the home crowd buff. They'll be feeling good.
Ali, they're going to be playing in front of the audience, but who do you think is going to be making these people get on their feet and cheer?
You know what? Honestly, I know the easy answer to that would be Scrapz. I honestly think it's going to be all of them. Toronto Ultra last year, I think they really surprised me, especially with their walkouts, because they were known as such a calm, cool, collected team. And then they add Scrapz, and then I felt like we saw a little bit more personality come out, and then we saw them get hype in front of these crowds. So I definitely think home crowd buff is going to be in play, but also Toronto Ultra has looked incredible this split. Their controls looked amazing. They've been stealing searches. Their hardpoint fundamentals have been on point. I think if they just continue to stay collected through this first match against New York, they will be set for the rest of the bracket.
I will say I'm a bit worried, though, when you talk about Toronto. The hard point has been off, right? You lost 2 of them to Minnesota. I think you're 1-4 in your last 5, so they're going to have to show up there. I do think that this is a team that sort of psychs himself out in the online format a little bit after that major win. We've seen the clips, we've seen the tweets. So for Toronto in front of the home crowd on LAN, I have full faith in them to put up a great performance. The problem is they're going up against a very, very strong New York team who has the best search and destroy player in the world at the moment.
New York, though, let Skyz sit on the bench. They tested out Wardy, and they took an L in their final qualifier. Outside of that matchup, they were looking strong. And if you're looking at their previous series against this Ultra squad, it was a 3-1 in favor of Toronto. But HyDra was having a heck of a series in that one, Ali.
Yeah, the problem there is how close those hard points were, right? And that spells disaster for Toronto because of how insane KiSMET and HyDra have looked during this split. They're top 2 in kills per 10 minutes right now, with Scrapz trailing at number 3. And we already know what HyDra added to the table, but the fact that KiSMET has been hitting the ground running as well, even in search and destroy, HyDra, like Ann said, best S&D player in the world right now, a 1.87 overall. So for Toronto Ultra, they cannot be caught slipping in this series. This is a New York Subliners team that is looking like they did at major number 1, where they're dominating their hard points and they're stealing search and destroys with a player like that on your screen.
Name was talking to these players, they like being the underdogs, but why is it that the audience never assumes that New York is the team to beat?
They're just not the fan favorite. You know, they got the guys who have been the perennial underdog story. When you talk about a guy like Priestahh, his name's been dragged left and right, but then when you look at his resume, you're like, how can you argue against them? Then you got KiSMET, who's going to go out there and do the dirty work, and HyDra's not outspoken, so they're going to end up being the underdog. But let's take a look at HyDra's stats and see how insane he's been. He's, to your point, number 1 KD, Ali. He's number 1 in first blood percentage as well. He has been absolutely killing it. And the last thing I'll say, HyDra versus Scrapz are potential season MVP candidates going up against each other. It should be special.
I love that showdown. One on AR, the other on SMG. Both MVPs of their team throughout this season, and we get that showdown coming up at 3 o'clock. That is going to be the second battle of the day, and we have plenty coming our way. Can we talk a little bit about a matchup that I think everyone is sleeping on? I have the Florida Mutineers giving OpTic a run today, and just like our picks of John Jones versus the Mountain, everyone disagrees with me, Ann.
I mean, Texas gonna win this, man. Let's keep it a stack. When you look at it, obviously there's been the historics where Florida has come in and they've upset OpTic Texas, but when have we seen an OpTic Texas team this strong in the CDL era? We have not. This team is unbelievable in terms of fundamentals. The superstars are stepping up to the plate. That is what you want to see. The superstars stepping up to the plate when you need them most. That has been the story of this stage. Shotzzy and Dashy. And with them frying, Ghosty has been improved in his individual play as well. So We saw this match, Ton. It was a 3-0 a couple days ago.
Yeah, no, they'll be feeling slight about it, but I think the one thing for me for OpTic Texas coming to this tournament, they looked, they looked a little bit better in this online qualifier stage, but they looked great in the previous one and didn't go on to win. They've got to start closing some of these big moments out. Let's see if they can do it here in Toronto.
Gotta see what they can do on land this week, and you know Ghosty is locked in, ready to lead his team as the IGL, a rookie in the running for Rookie of the Year, of course. Will he be able to get the job done, playing just a few feet from the opponents? Taking a look at these numbers here, Alley Cat.
Yeah. What
do you like from Dan Ghosty, and what do you want to see from this team overall?
Well, I think from this team for the split, honestly, when it comes statistically against Florida, they're actually a lot closer than you would think, but what separates them versus Florida is the players on the squad, right? You can argue the online versus LAN, but Ghosty has the highest average objective time during the split. I mean, that's going to transfer, obviously. And you also look at Shotzzy with a 1.63 right now in Search and Destroy. You're looking at Dashy with a 1.35 in the control. It's been the individual performances for me during the stage that has really put OpTic Texas above the rest of the league. Now, if they can get back fundamentally in their ways, this is a team that's looking to take this tournament.
Take a look at their opponent in this one. OpTic has every number statistic against them. They have the advantage, but Florida is playing with heart because they know this is basically their chance. Unless they win out at this event, you're not going to see the team in Vegas. So this is your final chance to pick up some cash. And for Florida, you're starting in the winner's bracket after a much stronger performance this time around than what we've seen in any of the previous stages.
And this isn't the first time Florida's played spoiler for OpTic Texas, right? Honestly, if you're an OpTic Texas fan, regardless how dominant they're looking right now, this is a matchup that should at least cause you a little bit of anxiety, because historically, Florida Mutineers have been that team, regardless of the players on the starting roster, regardless of the game. They have been there time and time again to possibly push OpTic Texas. So I think Florida is in a great position right now because they have nothing to lose, right? They're playing to get the best placing they possibly could. This is basically their champs at this point. So for them, this round one matchup isn't worst case scenario.
Yeah, and I honestly want to say as well, on the other side of things for Florida, they have looked better. We have definitely seen some more. This is the Florida we've seen over the season. We may not have been having this conversation about this being their last event. Vikal has looked insane. He's playing that leader role. He's also putting up some numbers, which is scary for the competition. They've looked significantly better. And there we go, exactly what you talk about. It is still an anxious match for the OpTic fans.
Going all the way back to 2022 here, Nameless. Look at all these dubs from my guys.
Great. Y'all sound great. Y'all bring up some good points. If we really dive deep into it, though, Florida, they did what they had to do. They're still, you know, fighting very hard. They beat London. They beat the worst version of LA Thieves that we've seen so far in a Game 5 against LAG. They just played OpTic. They got 3-0'd. I got OpTic by stomp 3-0. I think they take this one. But it's been exciting to watch Florida.
Yeah, Sunset in the chat says, listen, Florida can only beat Scump. Scump?
Yeah,
going to be doing a watch party this event. Dashy and Shotzzy are in instead. Let's talk about the final battle on the day, though, because this is one that can give you so much breathing room if you're the Minnesota Røkkr or the Boston Breach. Both teams on that bubble of being knocked out before we get to Vegas. Let's start here with our squads that are leading in the numbers. Boston Breach has looked pretty impressive, especially in control. We highlighted it earlier. What have you seen from a Breach squad that felt fourth wasn't good enough? They need to make consistent roster changes before they find their final form.
I mean, ever since Vivid has come in, everything seems to be stringing together just that little bit better. Honestly, we talked about it just beforehand in terms of the control. Their slaying ability was there. That's the same across every single game mode, but in terms of actually putting the pieces of the puzzle together is something they're still struggling with just a little bit, but they're still a threatening team. They beat Minnesota very, very recently, obviously in Minnesota, on LAN as well. I know there was some controversy there, here and there, and there is definitely still going to be a chip on the shoulder for Minnesota, but Boston Breach are not a team to be messed with whatsoever.
I love the sniper. We have seen one of the best when in the hands of Beans. Will you get a chance to pull it out? Hopefully this one goes all the way to a Game 5. That is, unless you are a Minnesota Røkkr fan. You're hoping to lock this one quick and dirty. Let's talk about the Røkkr, because this is a team that was as high as third place. Sorry, there's Boston's LAN results. You can see with and without Vivid. Definitely helping the team out in control. You can see his impact in hardpoint as well, from a 1-8 to a 5-4.
Yeah, obviously that does Search and Destroy. Gets a little bit worse in that situation, which, you know, granted, Nero was a very good Search and Destroy player, but now that they have Beans and Kremp on the roster, like you said, Beans with the snipes, he has 9 so far this split. As long as 2 players show up when they're needed, this is a Boston Breach squad, which again can cause some upsets if they all put it on at the same time.
Boston Breach looking clean and controlled. That is Game 3, and if Minnesota could steal that, you are looking at a potential W. You've brought back in Attach. the old man, the star on your squad. He's making the most bank, I assume. He was on the bench for a while, Ton. Since you put him back in the lineup, this team is finding success and attach huge contributions during his first and second match.
Yeah, he really did step it up specifically in the second one as well. A little bit of a slow start against Thieves, but honestly for me, the biggest thing has been seeing Fame on that coveted SMG. Not so much about it playing that AR that we knew that he hadn't been doing in challenges. It had been all SMG, but Fame has really improved since Attach came into the roster.
And to that point, when he first got plugged into the roster in Search and Destroy, he was pulling out an SMG, and like even I was confused. As like, wait, I thought you were playing R for this squad. So it's good to see him in the role that he was meant to play in the first place. But I think the biggest change for me when it comes to Minnesota Røkkr putting Attach back into this squad is their fundamentals have gotten so much better. From stage 4, they went from the worst rotation team in the league, bottom 3 and hold. All they were doing is breaking. That's all they could do is force their way through the front. Completely different now. Top 2 in when it comes to rotations, and then when it comes to hold, they've moved up as well. So Attach obviously has brought something to the comms as they are as the veteran to kind of put them back in their ways since beforehand.
Nameless looking at Attach. The man won a world championship. That was way back in AW. Can he help lead this team to COD champs this weekend? What are you looking forward to him?
100%. You know, I actually just saw Mom Attach in the venue, and she was just like, I'll never understand it. And I was like, the boys have been frying. I mean, really, to me, the heart and soul of this roster is Bance and Cammy. Those are the guys that are going to get it done, but they need role players around them, and that is what Attach and Fame have been doing. I think they've made the right decision. They look great, and they're doing good. So we'll see.
That match is coming up at 6 p.m. Lock in all day, because when we come back, we're talking the first battle. Atlanta and Vegas take the stage when we return.
Where I left off, it ain't over. Whole squad on the gravel. All I know, I'm a soldier. Stand up, add attention, shake it off. Tell us what to keep the trip. Back to mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy. Man, it's panicking. Woke up from the stretcher in the red, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they like, wait, look at them scampering. Rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges and make waves, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Little this, little that. Everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking PCs cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNAPs, they really just next. Scratch them off, power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin off. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache. When you want into my head up, I could really use the Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty. It's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Suck to infinity, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed. Frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges and make waves. Someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it. I'ma finish it. I'ma finish it. I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight. I'ma finish it. I'ma finish it.
And we are back live from Toronto, Canada. This is your 5th and final major of the 2023 Call of Duty League season. Welcome in, everybody. Chris Bucket, Chris Tunn. We've got Ali Catton was holding it down here at the headquarters desk, and we're gearing up for the most important match of Vegas's whole season. Arguably, it's happening right now against Atlanta FaZe, and Vegas are huge underdogs because this is one of the most consistent squads in the entire franchise history here with Atlanta. Talk to me about FaZe. What have you seen from this team throughout 2023?
I mean, search and He has been unbelievably consistent, excuse me. The hard point was what they set out to fix throughout Stage 5 qualifiers. They're 6-1. They have done that. They played Vegas, they beat them. It is a 12-2 map record for FaZe versus Las Vegas. So coming into this series, they are extremely confident. And by the way, remember, Chris, the 2 map wins that Vegas have on them are in hardpoint. Whereas FaZe improved, it's been the hardpoint. So coming into this series, it is a mountain to climb for Legion to beat FaZe.
And you can see FaZe's only loss came to OpTic. Out of all those wins, Ton, where have you seen the best game playing out of this FaZe clan?
Well, honestly, I mean, they did match with OpTic. It was relatively close games to a certain degree, you know, but I mean, look, you would have expected them to win those other games in there. The consistency has been there. We've seen improvements in the hard point, the slaying ability for them. Yeah, okay, we can maybe take that with a pinch of salt with who they were going up against, but for Atlanta FaZe, your Monster Energy pre-game keys to victory.
That's right, Prove, you are the hard point team now, 6-1 this stage. Your only loss is to OpTic, but Vegas has played teams very tight. That game 1 is going to be huge.
These are 2 teams that have both worked on their hard point, right? For Atlanta FaZe, it was the fundamentals that they were struggling with all season. Well, now they're top 4 in rotation. They've slowly found their way in that sense of things, but they're also going against a Vegas Legion squad who has been working on hardpoint as well and has been winning them. But the problem for Vegas Legion is that because they focus so much on their respawn, they're starting to slowly lose their way with search and destroy. They went from the best team to now middle of the pack going up against one of the best.
Yo, what's up, fans out there in the back? Shout out to our camera crew here in Toronto. We are going to have a party, and I expect a lot of this crowd to be cheering for the team that is taking on Atlanta. Always booed when they walk out stage is FaZe, but people always get behind this man. Clayster, the oldest guy in the league at 31 years old, is going to be playing for his spot at Champs once again, Ant.
Yes, listen, and this is what I was going to say. The X factor in this series, when Clay plays well, Vegas beats everyone. That is the guy that I'm looking at to step up to the plate throughout this series, especially in those respawns. Control, it's the best it's ever been for Vegas. So this is going to be a banger, and he's also going up against his sons, right? When the Tiny Terrors came into the scene, Chris, who was the leader of that squad? It was Big Jimmy. It was Clayster. So it's going to be a good one.
Now you've got this crew built around Clayster. Temp, the only remaining piece from the Legion in the past. You bring in TJ Haley, a S&D specialist. But what's the key today here, Allie? Break down our Monster Energy pregame.
Map number 1 is going to be aBeZy hardpoint in the series. Obviously, that is Vegas Legion's best hardpoint. That's going to be their biggest opportunity to steal either 1 or 4, and obviously fix the search and destroy. Their biggest, I think, like key to victory when it comes to this one is that they cannot allow Atlanta FaZe to get the bomb down. They're bottom 2 when it comes to that retake on offense. And Clayster, like Ant said, he needs to show up against Atlanta here on land, the most important match of their season so far, to try and force their way into Champs. We're going to need to see what the vet can do.
He's got to set the tone. Like, really, like, the vet really has set the tone. The superstars got to show up. Remember what Standy was doing in the last qualifier?
Yeah.
And we got to land, and he's just, like, nowhere to be found. The vet's got to set the tone, and the superstars have to play like superstars.
Just play strong all series long. That is the key against Atlanta FaZe, if you ask me. Let's take a look at the maps and modes, though, because the channel points are on the line. It's currently 8 million to 3 million, all in favor of Atlanta FaZe. Does Vegas have a chance of pulling off the upset? If they do it, Allie, where are their opportunities?
There's plenty of opportunities. I think the first 3, there's ample. There's their best hardpoint, one of their better search and destroys. Atlanta FaZe is pretty one-dimensional on LSClo. They're going to try and bully their way through A with maybe a single B push in there thrown out because they tried to do that during the split. And the LSClo control, that's Vegas Legion's best control. I'm surprised they allowed it to get through. So it's a square up in the first 3 maps.
All right, it's time to get our official predictions. The first of the weekend. Ton, you're locking in first. Give me the winner and the series score.
I think it's going to be Atlanta 3-1, to be honest with you. I think they've looked really, really solid. Unfortunately for Vegas, their opportunity to qualify for Champs was the last major. This is a tough opportunity now.
Rough words to start the day. What about you, Alley Cat?
I have to go with Atlanta FaZe, but after seeing the map set, I think Vegas Legion, if they all really show up and put everything out on the line, they could pull it through.
Nameless?
I never do this, which is pick against Atlanta. I'm changing my pick. I'm going with Vegas Legion. I think the vet shows up today. I do. I think the vet shows up today. Temp has a performance, and they get the upset of the century.
Clayster for the dub. I'm with Nameless on this one. We're split here at the Dashy. Let's figure it out in game. As we send it to our casters, we got Miles and Chance.
How we doing, Toronto? Woo! It's only Thursday, but you're all very electric so far. This should be a very, very good day of Call of Duty. We've got a fantastic week, actually. What am I saying? First and foremost, though, it's good to be back. Thank you all for the warm welcome. Are we ready to roll? Wow, smooth and buttery, much like this series will be. Up first, though, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the red team, the baddies in this one, Atlanta FaZe!
100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that rate. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown ass getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that rate. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Please welcome to the stage Atlanta FaZe, Cellium, aBeZy, Simp, and Slasher.
Is going to be the Atlanta FaZe, and I'm looking at the player aBeZy, who has been the best player in the world during this split. Their round one's going to be against Vegas Legion, but it's not going to come easy. Looking to contend for their second chip of the year, Atlanta FaZe locks in. Let's see, bring out the next team, Miles.
They've already qualified for champs. They're looking very strong indeed. The online performances has been great, but how will they fare against a team that has so much to prove? Destiny on the line, and it is in their hands. Now, ladies and gentlemen, their opponents, the Las Vegas Legion. Priestahh, Standy, Temp, and TJ Kylie.
No one wanted them on their team, so they had to make the squad and take over. They've been the underdog all season long. Can they take down a giant? The Cinderella story, it starts here. Can they get the W? Let's get this game started, Miles.
You're not wrong, Ant. We'll find out if the slipper fits. But first and foremost, it's time to get this show underway. One of the most important matchups for Vegas' entire careers. Let's do this. Merc and Maven, take it away.
Thank you, Miles. Yeah, this is interesting because as much as, you know, Miles kind of said, like, they can, you know, their fate is in their hands. Not really, because they're back in points. They need to make some heroics happen.
Yeah, no, I mean, help. Yeah, I mean, they're going to need some help, right? For Minnesota Røkkr to drop down. It's a dangerous losers bracket for them as well. If they lose this match, they're going to have to go up against Seattle. But Clay, he's had some historic winners round one matchup wins, right? You look back to that Denial World Championship, who they played in round one, OpTic. You've had a lot of time to prep now. You've had this entire week. You have an idea of what the maps are going to be. This is what it comes down to. And we've seen a team like Atlanta FaZe maybe get out prepped, counter-stratted at times before. But yeah, it's going to take a hell of an effort here for Legion to win this one.
Well, yeah, I mean, think about when they finally lost the Search and Destroy. What was it? It was a CeeLo, Search and Destroy, map 2, where Toronto kind of counterplayed them heavy. So even though they've been like lights out in a map like that, yes, the prep work could be in and you could really make a run here if you're Vegas. But like, this is going to be so hard to do, because when I look at this, I said this to you yesterday, like half joking, half serious, like, Vegas is kind of like a budget FaZe right now in the sense of like the respawns are kind of okay and you make some plays in Search and Destroy where it can be solid. Like, they don't have an edge really in any facet of this.
Well, and the worst part is that, you know, we've talked so much about their hardpoint having to get better. Their Search and Destroy actually fell off this stage, Vegas Legions. It has not been a great stage for their Search and Destroy. They're going to have to bounce back here. But before we get that CeeLo Search and Destroy, we're starting off with Embassy hardpoint, and this is kind of, you know, their two best maps. This is, you know, I think Vegas with Standy 6-1 on this map. On the other side, for Atlanta FaZe, their best hardpoint.
You got to win this if you're Legion. You got to win this. Just get the confidence rolling. Get the vibes flowing. Come out and take this map one. We're going to kick it off with Big Clay. Because you know how fired up he is for this matchup. I mean, not the spot they want to be in, but fact is, this is where you are. Got to dig your way out of it.
Yeah, it's all about that preparation, right? You kind of get ready for this moment. Just looking at the stats between these two teams, right? It's been all Atlanta FaZe, 4-0 on the year versus Legion. One player, though, that has been magnificent for Legion has been Temp. He's been the only player positive versus this Atlanta FaZe team. He needs everyone else to step on up, especially this guy, Standy. You heard Nameless talk about it. He's had great online stages. Can he bring it now to LAN?
Yeah, they just need that same force, that same difference maker. When you talk about the respawns, chance to maybe line up 2 there, not going to happen. It's 3 kills through for Atlanta FaZe, as they'll clear them out of the point. Now we focus on the rotation. You see the lock pop up on the map. In 5 seconds, our next hard point going to be there. Slasher is set up. And he's got teammates around him. They're going to have kind of like a 4-on-3 here for a moment. You see at number 7 and what they're watching on the map if you're aBeZy. Now the chance to pitch. He's going to wrap in and try to help. But you had the numbers here for a moment if you are Las Vegas Legion. So far, they're making work.
Yeah, that first push, right? You started off with that nade kill on Simp on that back fan, but now you have another pinch. Simp, he's able to find 1 kill. Now just playing his light, keeping them off of that point. Over on this side of the map near the Vans, you have Slasher setting up, trying to put that trophy down. It's a bit messy. It's been a couple of breaks on both ends. Finally, now maybe a chance for Atlanta FaZe, but then a couple of kills for Legion do come on in. They've had back truck control, though. That's really been the key for Atlanta FaZe. They've had Simp back here, now Cellium, just making sure no one can get on the hill for Legion.
Still basically tied up in the score feed. Simp looking to take the route to the back ladder. In behind 1, easy pickings there onto TJ as he gets set up on balcony side, though 1 to push outside from top, and Simp is going to snap. We saw that from like the bird's eye. It looks like he's going to get flanked, but incredible play there, and Simp has been lights out in hardpoint lately. Right now, 7-4 start.
I mean, just a huge win right there. That heady, not easy to get him off, but the Vaz connects, and now over at this P3, it is a clean setup here for Atlanta FaZe, but it starts with Simp's play. Him and Cell staying alive, able to find that, but nobody watching the ladder as Clay able to climb on up with that pistol. Just snaps on. The hip fire connects. Simp has been the hero here, but a nade will take him out.
He certainly has been. Now, how much stock do you put in? Like, the FaZe run and hardpoint, you know, they go like 5-1 over the course of the stage, but like, the competition wasn't super tough. Do you put anything into that record, or not really yet?
No, I do. I mean, listen, even for some of the worst teams, they've split some of these hardpoint maps. Right? I think just winning some of those, getting the fundamentals down, and really for Simp to get going, because I know there's so much aBeZy and Cellium talking. I think as there should be, right? MVPs and candidate players, but it feels like when Simp is on, this team is different.
Yeah, no, it really is. I mean, he can be the best player in the world at any given moment. What is he going to provide this weekend? But so far, it is all FaZe. You're up 50 or so points, and that lead is building into the hard point. We will get eyes on with aBeZy. It's Cellium getting kills in and around the cuts. Nice job just backing down, trying to play his life for a moment, waiting for the help to come. But aBeZy just kind of soaking up time right now, trying to get the swap off will be Slasher, but he will end up falling.
Yeah, but one thing has just been these Atlanta FaZe breaks. Can they get in again? Simp going to try to find the opener. Gets to that contest. There is the trade. It is the SMG duo. It is Simp. It is aBeZy almost able to find the third. But there's aBeZy able to find number 4. The rest of this time going to go their way.
Yeah, Simp kind of seems to be in that form where he is just snapping to the next fight every single time. Teammates' comms likely on point. He's getting deep into his bag, and the lead continues to build. Everybody right now positive on the side of Atlanta FaZe. You're out slaying. You're out working around the objective. Legion have got to come alive, and they've got to do it soon because they are getting just choked out here early in this hard point.
Yeah, I mean, look at this Atlanta FaZe scoreboard right now, right? I mean, just everybody's contributing. 10 kills, 11 from Simp, but that just means the trades are on point. Everyone kind of is doing their job, playing their life well. Cell, there is that opener. Is Simp going to win the next one-on-one, maybe to break on through? Let's say he's just stunning out, trying to wait for his teammates, but there's the hold we talked about from Vegas, finally able to deal with that first push.
There we go. That's a nice wave of kills that you desperately needed. Now can you get the rest of this time? Because, you know, we had Simp on the podcast, really talked with him about how much they've been working to try and fix these hard points. It's been a very frustrating year trying to get the respawns done, but the work has been put in. Same for Legion, though. You've been really trying to work on these respawns. Standy comes in, you're trying to fix him. TJ's been playing very, very well. Right now at 8-14, but kind of the TJ that we wanted to see. You've been seeing at times. Like, where has he been? He's arrived in moments.
Yeah, they needed a full 60 here, and they get it. Yeah, TJ, I think he was 3-10 to start this. Now on a 3 spree, able to lock down Laundry, win that first one, but a big hill there for Vegas to get right back in the game, now down 35 points. We'll see if they can bring it together now, this second set of hills.
That one hard point, though, how much that shifted it, right? Like, at risk of just getting blown off the map, now you get right back into it, but it will be Atlanta FaZe in the point, and you're going to have to try and get a break here if you are Legion. There's a pick now from Clay. Tip's going to get gunned out of the window. So far, so good if you are Atlanta FaZe. They've got the spots, they've got the point, they've got the lead, and they're continuing to build.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually great time. You do not see a lot of time here at this P1 on aBeZy, but I think that was the first 25 seconds of the hill going to go their way. There's going to be 3 dead. Vegas, though, they're going to spawn out FaZe all the way towards the back of P2. So FaZe will take that. Now it's going to allow them to set up vans and get ready for the next hill. So all in all, you take this if you are FaZe. That early time kind of leads to Vegas thinking, dude, we got to get them off of the hill.
Just the
lead
pressure.
them out of position. The pressure then on Vegas, and there we go. For P2, you have FaZe set up.
Now, last time you were here, right, it was pretty early kills from Legion. They got him out of the point. There was a bit of a back and forth, but some big kills to get set up this time. They're going to have the early time. Now pressure to FaZe to try and get the break. We'll see what Legion can do with this setup. Just trying to get eyes on the players if you are Clay. His buddy and Simp able to get 1. Clay there with the shots on point. 3 are going to drop for FaZe. Trophy into the point and set up. Potential lead change is looming. Legion, they needed to come alive big time, and they have.
Yeah, that was just a spot they never had last time through at P2. Was that back truck? Clay now at Bance setting up, trying to find the third, just playing his life. That's going to be 3 dead. The last player alive will be Slasher. And well, with 25 seconds left, the lead change, that should come into play as well. There we go. Rotation for FaZe has to come in at P3.
You're once down nearly 100, and now you are tied up. 138, 138, straight to elicit in with Legion.
Top orange and heal, no choke. Top orange, there is a trope, there is a trope. Work right. I shot the trope, I shot the trope. I shot the trope. I needed time. Time, 1 shot to a nade. 1 bullet. Yo, 1 slow orange. 1 bullet on hill, guys. One's low orange. He's in the door. I got a better orange. Top orange. I'm with the top cat cross. Orange weak. Orange weak. I'm cat cross. Orange cat. I'm one cat. Okay, I'm here. I'm gas. I don't have a trophy for you. Look at me in the back. I someone sign. You can push Eli if you want. I don't see him sign. I'll see if he can work this. It might be close. Big kills, guys. Big break. Top office. Top office. 1 shot dead. Top dead. That's one dead. Cellium is Simp. You back door. Yo, they're spawning on his gas, okay? They're spawning on his gas. There's only 2 new. Left corner. Back door, left corner. I'll come back door. Tell me so. I'm hitting it with you. You ready? I'll see back door. No, he ran. Help me. Where's back call? He's back call. Is that 20? Alright, work right together. Be calm. He's back right corner hill, 1 stairs. Stairs left corner. Right. One's gonna be all left. Cell's gonna be all left. I'm coming right with you, Don. We're spawning at Narnia. You guys gotta wait. Planners. Send that in for you. Planners. I'll push in the back. Planner's not backing up. Guys. Send in hill, guys. One more shot back call. Let's go. Flags dead. Let's go. Back call corner. Deep right. One shot. He's weak. Back door 2.
That's one gas. We come out of the listen-in, 30-point advantage for FaZe. Remember, Legion are playing for their champs' lives. This round 1 matchup is massive. They brought it back, but can they put it away? FaZe now eclipsing the 200-point mark.
Yeah, to start at P4, it's a little bit hairy there. You know, you had Temp at the back door, and now at P5, the rotation going the way of Atlanta FaZe. This is where Vegas got back into the game on that first set of hills. But so far, so good for Atlanta FaZe. Only 40 more seconds to go to win this map. And well, again, the slaying for FaZe, the entire team is contributing, but Clay with the badge just flies on through. Just gets them on the hill, but he needs some help from his team as well. He is the only player on this side of the map, and that's going to allow Cellium to earn this time.
I was about to say Simp up to 5 in a row, and Clay just comes flying in like an eagle, just smokes him. But yeah, it's desperation time. 25 more points needed for FaZe. Big gunfight win there from Cell as he goes to +7. Because all this time is there. And you think about the fact that you have to break, you're going to have to get in. They've got a chance to win it here, and Cell just continues to win fights. Now up to 4 in a row. 10 points needed, 15 seconds left on the hard point. You're trying to flood through if you are Legion. Are you going to get there in time? What corner are they in? Standing, able to take out 2. All right, so you're at least maybe going to survive to see another hard point. but you need 1 point if you are FaZe.
Yeah, the problem is this P1. I mean, we all know how difficult it is to hold it. I mean, it just needs, 1 second. 1 second from a FaZe player just to touch it, and this map number 1 is done with. A couple of kills come through. Who is going to be that player that just dives on out? A nice bait and switch. Everything is open. Temp was trying to lock it down with TJ. Is anybody on it? Simp is there. FaZe take map number 1.
Listen, it was an admirable comeback, I think, in some ways for the Legion side. Like, you went down like 100 points, you brought it back. I mean, you can't go down that big to a team like FaZe. But on the other side of it, like, I think those are the hard points that we get away from FaZe over the course of this year, right? Like, you get a nice lead, you're in the driver's seat, a team makes a big run, and then suddenly it's like, oh, they're throwing. Like, how many times have we said that this year? Here they're able to close it out.
Yeah, what was the big moment was really that P4, second hill, right? Or second set of rotation. I mean, that P4 was massive for them because that's when the comeback was started. You know, that's when the pressure was kind of on them to make a play. You had Temp in that back door. Just waiting to go, just waiting for his teammates on rotation, but they held on. They held on to that hill. That leads them to another big breakout P5, and well, that leads them to this. And I even think for Atlanta FaZe, the way they slayed, there was still a couple of mistakes. The P3 twice, Clay climbs the ladder both times and finds a kill. Someone has to be watching that ladder play with the pistol. You just can't allow that to happen. If Clay doesn't make those plays, this is even more so of a blowout. It's right here. He does it again on the second time through. So just still some small things that FaZe want to work on.
You know, as much as we were watching like Simp and aBeZy at moments during that for the FaZe side, like I think Slasher ended up like 27 and 17, close to leading the team in damage right there with Cell. It was really just a very balanced effort for FaZe. Like, you kind of got damage and output from everybody.
Yeah, here was that moment where, Vegas, they take the lead. And at this P3, there it was again, where Clay was able to make the play. And it's sort of like a uh-oh moment, right? With what we talked about with Atlanta FaZe's hard point. But it was this hold at this P4, Slasher with a couple of multi-kills, and then the big break right through the front door, right through Laundry, to really solidify this game.
Did it kind of feel to you like, oh, here we go again, though?
For a second.
It's like, here we go again.
Like, how are they losing this type thing?
Yeah.
But they kept it together.
And that's a painful one if you are Legion, because that's you're talking about their best hard points. We know how good FaZe have been at search and destroy on the year, and you said there's been some lapses really on the Vegas side. You really wanted to get that one done. You made a valiant run, just not quite enough. And now we head to El Asilo, and that has been like, I think Kemar Stats guy, when he sent it over, he's like, I'm pretty sure FaZe could play this in their sleep at this point. Like, they've been so good here, but I just think back to when their streak ended, and like Ultra found a gap kind of in their setup, and they were able to punish them. You got to think, now I'm not saying that Legion haven't been prepping this year, but like if you are going hard in the paint more than any other time, it is heading into this, because this is your chance to get to champs. Hopefully they found some magic. Hopefully they found some hole in the setups where they can exploit.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, while Vegas are, they've, haven't had the best search and destroy this stage, they're still a very good search and destroy team.
Certainly.
They know what that to do, but yeah, to me, it just comes down to this is FaZe's home when it comes to search and destroy. Their best map, or one of their best maps, really, besides that Mercado. And it's just sort of a question of how do you deal with this? How do you deal with this FaZe team in search and destroy? But that man on your screen, Clay, he's been in these positions before. We're going to keep talking about it. Can he pull another one through?
Yeah, you can't go down 0-2. Just purely Vegas' control.
It's been not great.
It's been abysmal. I mean, as much as I sort of, joke, they've been sort of like poor man's FaZe in some ways. I mean, if there was one big like map and mode, or mode that you'd mark, it'd be the control. Like that's where you think FaZe probably have the biggest edge, even though they haven't been, the FaZe historically that's lights out in control. I know they haven't been that, but like Vegas just have not been good. You've got to get this to 1-1 somehow, some way. You've got to.
Yeah, I mean, even with the addition of Standy, it still looked a little bit rocky, right? We've talked to Clay, it's felt like, just at times they're just not playing their kills. They're letting one moment slip away. You feel like it's a game mode they should be pretty solid at with the players on this team. But yeah, it starts with this search and destroy. We'll see what they can do.
See if they can come in and surprise them. I think with Ultra, I think it was like CleanX getting to second, right? Just like for free each time, which was what kind of like caught them off guard a little bit, because they really just kind of inside the building here on El Asilo, just sort of like let Simp and aBeZy rock, and the other two just kind of held something outside.
Yeah, we talk about Search and Destroy with Vegas. It's really this guy on your screen, right? TJ, he can be an S&D mastermind. It's what he's known for. The problem is on the other side of the stage, it's sort of a TJ 2.0, a better TJ, which is aBeZy, right? Just playing very fast, getting those first bloods. We'll see if TJ can have a map here.
TJ 2.0 is one way to put it. That is for sure. Well, TJ looking to get right into the action. Likely going to have a one-on-one here with Simp. And he just gets tucked in the corner. I thought he was going to get some audio on him kind of getting through, but, you know, on land, a little bit different.
Yeah, we all know about the audio.
It looked like Simp like hopped from like the chair, like the table to the chair.
Well, I was confused for a second. I was like, is Simp gonna let him kill Slasher?
Yeah, right.
He's behind the door, right? Yeah. I don't know if he got stunned or what, but Cellium's gonna find the second. You have Standy who's got to work his way on up, but aBeZy's able to read that. They had the info on him, knew he was in that corner, and just like that, it is Clay now in a 1 versus 4. With no daddy, just running around, just going for it, and that's a bad snap.
Good luck. That's going to be tough. Just shotgun there at close range, but yeah, I mean, it kind of starts with Simp with the first on to TJ. And then he said Cellium got the second. They traded behind that. Clay not really a chance, trying to make a play around the bomb, but yeah, a bit of an awkward kind of opening engagement. I was thinking the same thing. Like, is he just going to let Slasher die?
Yeah, I didn't know what was happening. No, if there's a new update, now doors on you, wouldn't surprise me.
Just hit him in the face, like laid him out.
Honestly, it sounds realistic. I'm in.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Throw it in there. Player knocked out by door. Stop.
I'm theory crafting. They might take something.
aBeZy starts it out 2-0. Now Clay with snipe in hand. We'll see if he can find the angle. It's Slasher outskirts he might have to deal with. Slasher is starting to get pushed by Standy, and Clay's kind of looking over him, but Slasher able to win that one-on-one. So a big win there from Slasher. Gives them numbers.
Well, and we sort of know the way FaZe play their offense is Cell and Slasher kind of on the outskirts waiting for the flanks, and well, the tiny terrors inside this A site. Bomb being planted, first blood is in, and for Vegas you're going to have to retake this with a sniper in Clay. Maybe he can find a gun on the ground where Standy died. That was probably what he was trying to do, but Clay, he's going to get taken down by Slasher.
Slasher with 2 so far in the round. TJ holding on to that Daddy for now. Only 25 seconds to work with.
Where the heck are these guys?
And everyone just playing low around the site. I mean, he's seen nothing. There's 2 inside. Nice little flick, at least.
Well, that's the ace.
And he gets dropped, and it's all 4 there for Litigoat. Cuts him down. A fantastic round there from Slasher.
He talked about his map number 1, and well, he just keeps it going. 4 in the round. Finds that first blood, and well, I think he just kind of pops Daddy, makes some plays.
Yeah, I mean, he's having a great series so far.
He's a little twisted on the map.
Listen, I know he said in an interview, he said to us in the podcast, like, he knew he was going to be the scapegoat with this team. When things are going poorly, he's going to be the guy targeted, and he was ready to own that. But, you know, when we're going to tear him up, when he's not playing well, when he's having himself some maps, we'll gas him. I mean, great map 1. Nice start here into the map 2, 4-0.
I mean, you don't have a kill on the opposite side for Legion.
Oh, God, is this bringing you back flashbacks to Warhawk Search and Destroy?
I mean, they're great flashbacks. Yeah, I love it. I don't know if that's going to happen, though, in this game.
No, probably not.
That's
never going to happen again.
Quickly at A. Clay does get taken down. Temp there quickly for the trade, but it's the tiny tears, and well, he cannot connect. Is Temp able to find the second on aBeZy?
That bar got absolutely smoked. A bullet in every corner of that thing, but Temp still snaking his way behind the bar. Cell coming in for the chow, able to win 1 and a pre-fire, nice little snap. Nearly takes him out. I thought we were going to have maybe another ace with Temp set up in behind me. Now we go to a 1 versus 1. TJ, Slasher hot off the ace. TJ, one of the more clutch players we've had.
Well, you just lied. You just lied to the people. I don't know what just happened, but you can no longer call him that anymore. Oh no, TJ.
What was that?
That was a caster curse.
What was that?
If I've ever heard it.
Did I just call him one of the most clutch players of all time and he blew himself up?
Yes.
Oh, God! Well, there's Vegas' year in a nutshell.
Well, you got to forget about that one, I think, if you can. but you kind of saw everyone's faces like, that just happened.
Yeah, I've been hit by when we're playing CS with FaZe, dude. He hit me with those all the time, bro. He dinked a little nade off something, hit me
but you didn't die. That's true.
That's true.
I think he's just trying to open the door with that, but instead he
opened his back door.
Well, he blew himself, yeah.
Woo! All right, 3-0 now to FaZe. Simp just looking for the angle. Just trying to get some tags in, see if they're set up inside of the site. Here is aBeZy. Simp able to win that first fight.
And that was kind of the area we were talking about, right? That CleanX found was up top, but TJ, he goes for the kill. Gets taken down instead, and now Standy, he is getting hunted by aBeZy, and just like that, man, did that just take the wind out of their sails? Can they bounce back from a situation? I mean, this search and destroy has been dominant by Atlanta FaZe.
Well, they're playing 5v3. Some tags in there from Simp. Cruise missile. You see it ready there for a slasher. They close out the round. Up 4-0. Cruise missile, cruise control, dominant thus far.
They're going to need this commercial break big time to regain after that.
A tactical timeout?
Yeah, that would be a perfect time to call one, but you can just kind of see everyone's fit like, I don't even know what you say there.
I mean, it was struggling before that. It's not, you can't play
it was, but definitely.
But that's a right.
2-1 would be a lot different.
The problem is there was what, like 9 seconds on the clock?
Yeah.
That's where it's tied. That's a round win.
But still, the only two players with kills on the map, Clay and Temp. As Slasher, you said, able to get that cruise missile, he's up to 7-0. Bid to dive. Well, there we go. TJ on the board finds that first blood.
One of the few times you've had advantage. Just barely able to avoid that. I thought he was going to take a little damage from it up on the railing, but
no, that's actually protect you.
Yeah, very strong railings.
It's mahogany.
And they're starting to go down and shout this. aBeZy able to take out one. Cellium gets the other. You're into a 2v2. You were down a man in a 3 versus 4. That'll be Daddy Pop now, able to pick another for the Vegas side. Will be Standy. Cellium now.
Not Daddy Pops. He's just got to go. He's got to go quickly. See what this timing is like. He's going to try and check this A bomb. This might work out great or horribly. Able to find the first. Oh, the dive! Almost able to re-kiss. Snap onto him. That was close. But Clay puts him on the board.
I tell you what, you get gun up a little bit quicker after diving. He might have pulled that off. Holy.
Oh my. Well, that was just. He did not expect him to go into the wall. That was that.
It's real awkward.
Whew, thank God he was able to find that one, or I might have just left.
That was almost nuts. And dude, he just like centers onto his forehead too as he's popping up. Like, I thought he was just gonna 2-3 bullet him, call it a day. That one gets a little bit nuts, but you get the trade.
And I mean, what, you had the first blood, but that was a 2 versus 3. I mean, FaZe almost winning that round.
Yeah, I was thinking in my head they got down to a 2 versus 2, but yeah, they went from a 3v4 to a 3v2 real quick, but then you ice up again if you are Legion. Now the streak on end.
And most times, you can see the way Clay is playing this. When you call on a cruise, you're working the outside part of the map, whether it's over towards B, whether it's over towards tower, but they kind of just stayed inside, did Atlanta FaZe. They didn't work over towards B, so maybe just trying to force players to move afterwards as Simp get to pop that Deddy. He's able to find an opening, but Deddy about to run out. Well, not ready for it is Temp. Is Simp able to find the first blood?
Hell of a win. Have the 4-on-3 now. A lot of time to go towards Deddy. They're here to stop her out, but you've got 3 players here. aBeZy just runs in like knife out. Not an easy fight. Who comes out on top? The trades more efficiently go the way of FaZe. That'll bring you into a 2 versus 1.
Get rid of this one.
There we go. Clay's able to throw the nade. Not going to connect. Knock, knock. Who's here? It's Daddy Clay. Takes out the first. Almost guns the second to bed, but Slasher continues his hot series. 5-1 FaZe.
I mean, Clay had a big 1v1 last round. If he's able to clutch on that, maybe that's the momentum that Vegas would have needed to get back into this series. But Slasher, yeah, it has been wonderful out of him throughout these first couple of maps, and
I mean, shots
able to win that one.
There.
Yeah, it looked good.
He had it.
Yeah, that nade just does enough damage. He knows he has the hit marker, just needed a couple bullets on that bomb plan and was ready for the next fight.
I mean, the nade didn't hit him, so that was successful round.
Baby steps.
Well, one more round now for FaZe to go up 2-0. Things are looking bleak right now for Legion. Their chances at a champs run out wouldn't be over. You still have a losers run and possibly to make some noise, but it's another first blood now for Simp, several within this game too. Deddy out for aBeZy. Looking to put this map 2 to bed.
Yeah, Slasher working all the way around. I mean, they have all of Vegas Legion inside of bar, able to find another one, and now it's just the players in kegs and inside the site.
Simp takes out another. It's all on Standy now. 1 versus 4, 30 to go. Good luck. Cellium wins the fight 6-1 to Atlanta FaZe. They continue to be so good at a CeeLo search and destroy. And I mean, you don't get a kill through the first 2 rounds. TJ nades himself in a round he already had in the back pocket. It was a frustrating one there for Legion, but FaZe looking good so far.
Yeah, that's a search and destroy we expect from them, right? But really, it's Slasher, what, 10-1 in that game, frying in map number 1, playing at a very high level here. Hello.
Hey.
But Atlanta FaZe up 2-0, and yeah, Vegas, I think you just need a bit of a breather. I mean, you have to try and reset. We've talked about their control, how weak it has been, but maybe you can start some magic here. I mean, have to.
Yeah, not where I thought the magic would start in the control, considering how the year has been, but it's the fact that it's going to have to. You know, you talked about some of the amazing round 1 wins that Clay has had. It would be so impressive if somehow they got it done now. What do you see?
I mean, we talked about aBeZy, his first bloods, but really this map, it's his duo and Simp with 5 on the map. And we've seen him, you know, take some more risks in search and destroy, play with a little bit more confidence. What he's feeling on the map, you're seeing it here again.
Now, at one point, I think that when he got his 5th kill, I thought they had like 4 first bloods out of his first 5 kills. Like, he was really finding those picks early on with Slasher. I mean, this has been absolutely terrific series out of him, handling business, looking to continue on. Maybe the hard point's starting to turn around a little bit. We'll see if things are finally starting to click. The controller, I mean, you favor FaZe, but like, they haven't exactly been lights out of control. It's not like you've seen from them the past couple of years, that's for sure.
No, I mean, they've won 2 out of, I believe, their last 9. So, but one of those, though, was versus Vegas, but it was on a CeeLo. It was around 5. We saw it a couple of weeks ago during the online qualifiers for this. So I think Vegas, you're watching that VOD, you're trying to fix what you can.
Yeah, see what they're able to do to get this started, get the crowd into it a little bit. I mean, you know how much people want to root for the underdog, root for Clay in this position. You just haven't really given them much to get pumped about. Outside of that, like, kind of 100-point comeback of the hard point, that was just about it. But Legion right now are in trouble. They need every ounce of the fans at home to get them rolling in this best of 5. We're heading to a quick break. When we get back, time for the control. Don't go anywhere.
The 2023 CDL Championship Weekend will be live and in person June 15th to 18th in Las Vegas at the Thomas & Mack Center, UNLV. You don't want to miss this bigger-than-life weekend, and we're almost sold out, so don't wait. Scan the QR code and get your tickets today. Look like the pros, play like the pros with the new CDL Team Packs. We've got it all, home and away. Male and female versions, weapon camos, emblems, and calling cards for your favorite squads. And stay in the loop by signing up for the Call of Duty League newsletter. Keep up with breaking news, event discounts, and more. Scan the QR code on screen for more information. The CDL is brought to you by your favorite Orange Bandicoot. Pre-order Crash Team Rumble today. Available June 20th.
Hello and welcome back. So far, Atlanta FaZe dominating here in Toronto. They're up 2-0. Legion are in trouble. They're going to have to pull off the reverse sweep, and they've got to get hot, and they've got to get hot quickly. So much pressure on them to try and make this run into the top 8 for champs, and they're close, but they are not in the driver's seat.
No, that's Minnesota Røkkr, who are absolutely are. Both teams, starting in the winners bracket. And I think for Legion, it's like finally you get to that winners bracket again, but it's similar to Major 4, where it's looking very difficult for them. Is going up against Atlanta FaZe, down in an 0-2 hole, but we're going to CeeLo control. It was a round 5 the last time these two played on it.
We'll see if maybe it goes the distance again. You mentioned Temp was the one guy that really sort of, played to the competition, really showed up against this FaZe matchup. Taking a look at what the stats look like through the Major 5 qualifiers, how good Tip has been within the control, but the control dubs have not been flowing.
No, 100%. I mean, you can see Temp, what he's been doing, especially on attack for them. We'll see if he can do it here. On the other side, it's been Cell, has just been so consistent for Atlanta FaZe. Been a consistent rock, and I mean, you will see what he can do on this map with that attack.
FaZe looking to close it out. Legion looking for the Cinderella run. Slasher has had a terrific series thus far. We'll see if he's got more to bring to it, but that stun going to land right in his pocket. Good luck with that one. TJ through for the kill. Simp through for the trade. Little numbers edge for Legion off the break, but we'll see what Simp can do from this position.
Yeah, very slow start here for Atlanta FaZe on offense, but Simp with attack, going to get on A, going to pause the clock. Well, on the other side of the map, looks like Cell and Slash are going to try to work something over towards B, but it's TJ just trying to do what he can with that FaZe. He's able to win both of those gunfights, so B control goes the way of Vegas, and well, that is all due to TJ. So that A fake going to be taken care of. One tick does come into play.
Big plays from TJ. Yeah, a little bit of progress, like you said, but nothing to stress about yet. This time the pressure starting to build on over towards B. Temp lining him up. Some big kills through for him. Still yet to drop. Tough gunfight there at close range for Slasher. That'll be attack in the hand of Sandy now as well. It's up both weapons to work with. Nice shots from Simp to pick up one, but
I mean, he
still
gets the trade.
No real momentum.
Yeah, he gets that trade, and yeah, for Slasher, I mean, we all know shooting through that fence, you just get no aim assist. It could just be difficult. The Bad's going to have the advantage, but so far so good here for Vegas. They have dealt with the B pressure very well. Only had one player over towards A. That was Simp. Besides that, it has been nothing for Atlanta FaZe on this offense.
Yeah, you're up. What? 7 lives as well. You have dominated. 10 seconds left to go. Desperation time. Now for FaZe, and I know most of the desperation for Legion within this series, but at least talking about the round 1, FaZe looking to get something done. There's going to be a wave of kills.
That should be something
Maybe you can get A done, get a minute tacked onto this, and God, that'd be painful to lose this round after the incredible start from Legion, but still a lot of work to do if you were FaZe.
Well, that's been kind of sort of the Vegas problem, though, is allowing these opportunities to happen. You're hoping just to close that round out. Only give them one tip, but it's an A push successful for Atlanta FaZe. It's now 5 kills in a row for the team. The good thing for Vegas, only 50 seconds left in the round. The spawn on the left side, you see what he's trying to do. Clay, he's getting ready for it. He knows something is up, so he's going to deal with that. Standy inside a tool, able to find one. Clay finds that kill, so far so good here for Vegas.
30 now to go. See who can get the openers. It's Cellium really lurking towards kind of their base side of CeeLo, but it's Standy that's cutting through them off a spawn. Now Slasher's got to worry about that. Down to 20 to go. Flank is going to come on through. Hello, that's easy pickings. TJ drops one as well. It's still just Cell. It's been lurking for so long, but finally he's going to drop, and that should more than likely be it. You've got 10 seconds to go, maybe one crack at this, but...
Oh, he didn't see him? Didn't see him. Yeah, Cell, he just spawns right behind him, but TJ is here now. This is where you want to be with the sub on this map, but sometimes it's just one chance. Is that going to be it? Slasher trying to get to the point, not able to get there. A strong defense there for Vegas Legion.
There we go. One round. You just get some momentum to build behind this. You win this map. Listen, I have no doubt they can beat FaZe in a hard point. I know FaZe have been good this qualifier, but like, still, FaZe have not been good on the year. You talk about their historical effort in hard point. They've been piss poor as this team goes. You get to a map 5. Okay, take the gloves off, whatever. Like, anything can happen. It's like, you win this, you've got a shot to push this to distance. You just got to win this map. There's the start.
Got to get to 3 here. Again, I think online, they were up 2-1 on this map, but then FaZe able to win 2 rounds in a row to close a 3-0 out. So, see if Vegas can do something here. But so far, the defenses have been strong. That is going to be 4 dead for Vegas off the spawn, and now you got to deal with the sub players from Atlanta FaZe in your face.
Yeah, it's like you saw what Standy was able to do once he kind of got to this 4 position just to be annoying, and now you let aBeZy. He's like, okay, my turn now to try and get into these spots and be a thorn in the side. He's going to drop, though, to Standy, who's coming off spawn, playing it deep. Slasher's trying to get shots in. He's like, how am I alive? Finally, a will fall, but an early 4-life edge here for FaZe. And Simp is just shooting nukes out of his Vaz at range.
I mean, this is, like you said, right? I mean, you talk about Standy now, aBeZy, this time it's Simp. You can just cause so much mayhem around this area when you are a defender with the Vaznev. There's so much room to finesse. Where did he go, right? You're looking for him. There's so many corners to
playing hide and go seek, bro. It doesn't look fun to deal with.
No, it is not fun to deal with, especially when you're coming off a spawn with attack. Standy, though, not able to find that kill. And in response, it's looking like Atlanta FaZe gonna have a better defensive round here.
Maybe. They're on to B now. You stop the clock at 7.8. They should be good, but you still got Clayster on this point. You got Timp with a trophy out. Now, can they play their lives? Clay is trying to jump across, but he's gonna get cut down by the quality beams there out of Cellium. Now Timp is just like, dance, stay up, bud. I'm trying to get to you. 5 seconds now left to go. Standing now able to get to position. They've just had one guy left on this. But it's like you're going to expend so many resources just trying to get this point. Even if they did, you're likely in trouble. Not going to happen, but we were down to, what, 11 lives or so?
Yeah, so only 1 tick of progress done there at B. I thought with Clay finding that kill on the cell, maybe a chance to get that point of progress done. But aBeZy closes out that round. He's able to find the final 2 players working towards this zone. A nice response there from Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, what do you got to do differently? Just try not to get choke slammed, just kind of in the early going. Like, don't allow them to get to those spots so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, don't go down for her.
Yeah, you're just
right
playing off your back foot for so long. I think you can get away with it against some teams. Just these players on FaZe, letting them get to that spot early on, it's going to be tough. I feel like there was always somebody. You were just trying to locate their position in your spawn.
This time it's Standy. Standy's worked all the way through towards B field. Maybe he can make the plays early. Clay's going to find that first blood. And this might be another strong sort of opening for the defensive team. As they deal with the players on the point, now just trying to hunt the rest. Off a spawn, though, Slasher going to head right to B and just try to find some info. As well, Clay's just trying to find him. He's not going to touch the point, so they're not going to know his spot. And there we go. With that kill, he's going to work up that top hill.
Great play potentially here from Slasher. You guys are rallying across the map. Zone to zone if you are Legion. Looking to get aggressive. It's going to be TJ. Seeing if he can get any shots in behind, maybe any damage in. Centering there once he realizes where he is, but it's too little too late. So aBeZy is able to take him down. Slasher still set up all the way in the back, just needs to play his life, let his teammates do their thing, down to 13 HP. He knows how valuable his life is. Playing it for now, getting back to full HP. Back die! Just tried to back down, not able to get down in time.
The best thing for Vegas is really you haven't had a lot of progress done at B. Even with those kills coming in, with the position that Slasher has had, It looks like now Simp now trying to get pushed up. You're finally going to have multiple players on it, but a couple of chances here for Vegas to defend B. But maybe with those kills, never mind. TJ's going to hold on. So another big play at B from TJ. Here we go. Here we go. And I mean, I'm surprised that this B zone is even still available for Atlanta FaZe.
You know, I was so focused on Slasher and kind of playing his life. I didn't really watch them.
Yeah, they found the kills. There was just nobody on the point. They were all playing for map positioning.
It felt like he was alive long enough for them to get the point done, right? Like, it just felt like there was enough damage. Not even if he wasn't finding kills, his teammates were, and he was in a very high threat position. But now we get down to 20 seconds. Can you finish B? You finish A. If you can get that done here, you'll have over a minute to work with just to get one tick on the other side of it. Slasher's going to find 2 openers, being big again in this series. You've got everybody stacked here. Chance to get this done. Now, can you hold if you are Legion?
Now you have Standy pushed up. You're hoping he finds a kill or two.
And they never got a chance to clear off. I know it's just a little bit on that third tick, but in these kind of scenarios, that little bit might be enough.
Yeah, but they're hanging on to map control. Standy does get taken out. You still kind of have one player in TJ lurking towards bottom lockers. But he's going to get taken out. Just the kills right now. The slaying feels one-sided throughout this round. You have a 6 life advantage. Clay at the wall. Him and Standy with attacks trying to defend this position, but it's really just one player left in a spot. That's going to be Standy. The nade will connect. There's no trophy here right now, and Simp's going to have to back down. So Standy buys enough time for reinforcements to come in off spawn.
I mean, just due to the fact there's a little progress on that final tick already. He only gets on there for a couple of seconds, but it's just getting closer and closer. About halfway there on the final tick. FaZe now onto it. It is cruising. The Chow at the back line's going to come in. Simp able to win that. Clay going big. aBeZy and Slasher, though, take down all 4 round to Atlanta FaZe on offense.
Well, it's that duo again. I mean, aBeZy able to find a double. I think he was like 20 and 11 at some point. We'll see where he's sitting right now, but having himself a map, the potential MVP, but then Slasher with another double to find those final couple of players as they close this round out.
I don't know if it would have mattered at all, but it always bothers me when like that little bit of progress doesn't get cleared.
I could tell you kept talking.
Well, I know, like, I don't know. It's just like those little moments where it's one bar. It's just get that cleared, get that down to the base at least.
Well, I just think because they had no map position, it's difficult to just have someone sit on that spot, right? I mean, you're just hoping to push up
I know it's tough.
side.
It's just, I think they had some opportunities there to do it, but that's all right.
Wouldn't have mattered anyways.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't have. It wouldn't have. And Simp, who's you know, had a really solid effort in the first 2 maps, struggled here, but the teammates have picked it up. And as I say, he struggled. He starts out 2-0 very quickly, and they can lock down this series here on defense. And it's pretty similar to last time, right? Like, you got a 5 life advantage already. Like, they are just walloping them off the opening break.
Yeah, and when you have Simp here, when you have Slasher in that position, you're blocking really the spawns, right? So you're forcing Vegas to have to find a way to try to get towards A, or you have to run through the field with the windows, with all the angles on that spot. It can just be so difficult to deal with. And then you pounce on the rest of the players. There's aBeZy, Cell, and Simp to find 3. Clay, the last one off a spawn alive. Trying to just play his life, but the pressure a little bit too much right now. It's Simp now on a 5 in a row. They've only died twice in this round.
Yeah, we're sub 30 seconds. I don't know if they've crossed like their 20-yard line. They have not gotten anywhere. FaZe just dominating here on defense. We'll see how many Simp is able to rally together. That's now 7 in a row, up to 17 and 18. When we started, I said he was having a tough map. He was 10 and 18. He goes up to 18 and 18 off an incredible streak.
Yeah, he's just playing so well right now. 28 and 14. Couple of seconds left. Now you have the cruise missile coming in. You're gonna at least have one player pause the clock for now. The trophy's gonna eat that up. And now you have players for Vegas Legion with 10 lives remaining. It's gotta be perfect for them, but all Atlanta FaZe right now. aBeZy going to try to deal with this. 1 player remaining, 1 second remaining. FaZe with a solid 3-0 to send Vegas into the losers bracket.
They handle business. I mean, I was hoping for more of a series, maybe a threat here from Vegas to really push this a distance, maybe get you to a map 5, but that's just not what the case ends up being. It is just all Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, we're hoping for a little bit more, but I mean, listen, as you said, it's not done yet for Vegas. They got to go to the losers bracket. But now they have a really tough losers matchup with Seattle Surge. But FaZe, yeah, kind of, I know they have that loss to OpTic, but they go 4-1. Their hard points looking better. Yeah. Surge still very strong. Now they're starting to get into form.
I mean, for these two teams, I just want to see if Vegas are able to pull together the miracle. And for FaZe, yeah, I guess I didn't think their competition in the qualifier was all that crazy. But I want to see if the respawns have improved, because I know how hard. We've talked to the players, talked to the coaching staff, like how hard they're pushing to improve. This is the time of the year you want to do it. Final major, champs around the corner. How much have the improvements actually been there versus maybe a soft schedule?
I mean, it's a strong start here, but I think we'll start to see, you know, up next they're going to have a very tough matchup versus either Toronto or New York. Then that potential winners final. But yeah, I think if you're a FaZe fan, this is what you wanted to see from them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good start. The rip of this tournament. Handle business. You get a great series out of Slasher. Really all four players. I mean, all around, it's a pretty well-rounded effort here from the FaZe team. What more could you ask for here in the early going? How far of a run can they get? I mean, we're excited to be back in Toronto. We had a hell of a weekend. I don't know. I guess I was really hoping that one goes 4 or 5. Just
that's what we're hoping for.
Test them, pushing the distance. Great storyline here with Vegas, but FaZe do what kind of FaZe do.
We always know when you cast FaZe, it's probably going to be like a Game 5 banger, or it's usually pretty quick 3-0. This time was that 3-0. We were just hoping for a little bit more. Yep. As you said, that map number 1 was really the key, I think, for Legion.
I thought that was one FaZe would let slip. They've done it so many times. You see the 100-point comeback from Vegas, but not going to be it. But we do have Miles, I believe, on the main stage. We've got aBeZy to talk through that matchup.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I am here with aBeZy after a very, very swift 3-0. No mercy out there, man.
No, yeah, it was a solid dub out of us. Solid 3-0, looking really good in all modes, so yeah.
I mean, you guys coming into this hardpoint changed so much. You were struggling throughout the start of the season. Now things are looking great. What has changed for you guys?
We've just really been putting our head down and like grinding and making sure that we're like up to par, playing 8s and stuff like that, and it's really been helping. So I mean, even Crowder's like been honest about it. So yeah, it's looking good though.
Good, right, and it's been a very, very strong performance indeed. Search and Destroy as well, just unbelievable Slasher. What is it like having the 10-1, you know, the all-time, you know, demon on your team?
Oh, he's been doing his thing in S&D all year. He's gross. He's the S&D mastermind. So.
I just helped transform the squad. Last question. Obviously, next up, you're in winners round 2. You're going to be playing either Toronto or the New York Subliners. Who would you rather face?
I mean, it'd be cool to play the home team, you know, in front of the crowd. It'd be cool. It'd be cool. So yeah, I mean, I think Toronto would be a good match.
Yeah, I liked it. I cannot wait. Take care. Good luck in the next one. GG's. Well, back to the desk.
Ton, Alley Cat, and Nameless here at the desk, and I want to start with you, Ton. Vegas, you knew it in your heart. Even though Ant and I were leaning towards Vegas, you saw Atlanta coming the whole way. You thought this might go to a Game 4. They didn't allow that to happen.
Yeah, honestly, I think I kind of had the same sentiment as everybody else. I thought we would maybe see a little bit more, though. That was a very subpar performance by their standards. I want to give all the credit over towards FaZe, though. They looked fantastic. But for the most part, you know, there were situations that Vegas had themselves in. Honestly, I really want to, everyone will point towards the TGS&D moment, of course. But I think I'm going to look towards the hard point. P2, 3, a couple of rotations toward the end, allowing Atlanta FaZe to get in such a lead. Just fighting off the back foot all the way through.
Ali, as we take a look at some of the highlights, let's talk about what you saw strong from both squads. Was there anything from Vegas that you think they can build on in that losers bracket?
I think it was just kind of being themselves in a couple of situations. I agree with Ton that in that first hard point, I mean, Vegas, they started winning hard points during this stage. I feel like we all got our hopes a little too high, and the fact that they lost almost every single rotation in the map number 1, which is, you can't be letting that happen. When you obviously get aBeZy, one of your best hard points in a situation where it was do or die, and then the search and destroy, a lot of hiccups. I mean, Atlanta FaZe play LC look pretty one-dimensional. They're just gonna throw all their bodies inside of the A site, and it didn't seem like Vegas really tried to counter that at all, and obviously allowed situations like TJ's unfortunate nade and Slasher getting a couple kills in some of these clutch situations that just shouldn't normally happen. I think this is more a testament to how good Atlanta FaZe looks right now. I think they look disgusting. I think they look much better than they did during the qualifier, and I think this win solidifies that for me.
They've been top 3 all year long. They're currently number 2 when it comes to our seed standings, and Slasher, he drops a casual 10.0. Is he the MVP if FaZe is going going to take home this tournament. Who do you think takes this squad to another trophy?
I mean, I think he's the MVP of that series 100%, Chris. I mean, he had a 1.88 throughout at plus 30 in the series. The guy was absolutely taking over both the respawns and the search and destroy. To Chris and Ali's point, in the hard point, Vegas did have opportunity, but I was really impressed by Atlanta FaZe and their ability to regain control of that map, secure the 3 rotations following that P2. It was wonderfully played. So if they can keep up that level of play against some of the better teams that we have in our league, they have a shot at taking this tournament.
All right, a rough finish for Vegas, but don't worry, they're not done. Tomorrow they play Seattle Surge, but this man, aBeZy, has a day off tomorrow. He gets your scuff play of the game for performances like this in Control. Ali, walk me through this 7 streak. aBeZy just always causing problems if you let this guy get by.
It's aBeZy doing aBeZy things. You want to really hear an insane stat when it comes to Control and aBeZy? He has an, okay, ready? 133% non-traded kill percentage. That, the next closest is 80, meaning he is constantly getting kills and out with his life. He has an over positive KD, and we saw what we could do here on LSCLO. This is a Vazna player on LSCLO, just getting lost in it. Vegas Legion could not keep track of where he is. Allows him to go on that 7th spree.
Yeah, let's call a spade a spade. I mean, Vegas coming into this on the Control, that was like a guaranteed loss. They're 2-12, I think, on that map on the season, so very, very tough. And after that TJ round loss and the 1v1, boom, with Clay against Slasher as well, it was over, man. Like, that was heart-wrenching.
Mental boom, but you got to wipe that one off and have a short memory like a goldfish. We'll see FaZe on Saturday. You'll see Legion tomorrow. And we have 3 more matches still to go here on Thursday as we kick off Major 5. While we're waiting on the next match to kick off, quick reminder, pick up your gear ton. Shop.callofdutyleague.com has all of your wardrobe. But if you want some cards, where do you go? How do I do it?
I'm trying to get the Scump actual signed card. I've had so many of these packs opened up and I haven't managed to get a single one, of course. But if you head, of course, to the QR code on the right-hand side of your screen, you can pick up the Call of Duty League trading cards. They're very cool, very cool. And I haven't seen one from you.
We got a bunch of them. Remember first event? Are you saying I'm not on a card?
Yeah,
I was never in the CDL.
I thought they were going to make me do some.
And of course, pick up your gear as mentioned. We've got jerseys, hoodies, and more. Shop.callofdutyleague.com. Let us know, what are you fired up for here on the opening day of action? When we return, it's time for the hometown squad. Toronto Ultra takes on the New York Subliners when we come back.
How do you like them whoopers?
We are back live from Toronto, Canada. This is the host of Major 5, the final tournament before we head to COD Champs, and this is the final opportunity not only to grab a piece of the $500,000, but to lock in your seed going into the biggest tournament of the year. Joey D joins the desk after that excellent 3-0 from Atlanta FaZe, and can we just start there real quick, Joey? What did you see?
A lot of Atlanta FaZe bodying Vegas. I mean, that was really it. I mean, there really wasn't much else. I mean, we thought maybe Vegas could take that map #1 win and then maybe find that momentum there, but they just didn't have it. I mean, even just that TJ play is little. I mean, that was a round win that they could have had locked up, and it just felt like that just sucked the win out of the team.
So Vegas takes a big blow to start early, a 3-0 from Atlanta, but I don't think we see a 3-0 in this series because you have two of our top 5 seeds. Let's start with the hometown crowd, Toronto Ultra. We've got this squad that has been performing both at Major 3. They won the trophy there, but now again in the qualifiers. Nameless, tell me about this squad. What have you seen from them so far?
I've seen Scrapz get to a level I did not think he would get in year 1 of the CDL. Obviously, he wins MVP and they get the trophy there, but individually he has gotten better. The guy is a 1.25 throughout this stage, and the team has been winning their controls and their search and destroys. They've been losing a few hard points here and there, but something tells me that this is a team that likes to play on LAN. The last couple of stages in the online qualifier, they've thrown some maps here and there, but on LAN they always turn up. So for Toronto Ultra, I have full faith in this team. The last performance we saw from them, Hicksy was taken off on the Mercado hard point, so this is a team that can absolutely win it all.
Al, are you worried about them coming off of that loss to Røkkr? That was their last qualifier matchup. It went 1-3 in Røkkr's favor.
I don't think I'm necessarily worried about Toronto Ultra. I think they've had a very strong split, but when it comes to the Monster Energy pregame, obviously the respawns in the series are going to be detrimental. There's just two really heavy hitters when it comes to those game modes going at it. I'm seriously going to be looking at those hard points just because during the split, Toronto struggled just a little bit. And show everyone why you're the best hotel control team. That is going to be map #3, 15-4 on this season. So continue that dominance heading into the series.
15-4, #1 in offense, #2 in defense. They are going to be the team to beat on control for Hotel. But when we're taking a look at their opposition, this is a squad with all kinds of star talent mixed in with some teamwork. Let's start with you, Joey D. What have you seen from the New York Subliners here in 2023?
Well, I mean, obviously, you know, you get that Major 1 victory, right? But then since then, you're trying to find that magic once again. It just feels like something's been a little bit off, right? Whether it's been their respawns, and then you're trying to work on your search and destroy. Finally, their search and destroy is at a very high level. They have a great stage here in search and destroy. But for me, it's just been HyDra. It just feels like that guy is in excellent form right now, and he has an opportunity going up against CleanX. This should be a very fun battle.
Let's take a look at this Subliner lineup. You, of course, have HyDra leading the team in the SMG role. He's going to be joined, though, by KiSMET, a guy who says when we're playing our best, they are both flying at their opposition. Allie, is it the ARs or the SMGs, though, that has you more excited for the Subliners?
It's been the SMGs for sure. HyDra's continued to do HyDra things, but it's been KiSMET the split that's really, I think, stepped up to another level. Not only in the fact of the KD category, but in his pace as well. He started to kind of pace with HyDra. They're the top 2 in kills per minute right now, meaning they are just setting the pace in some of these respawns. But obviously, the biggest surprise has been in their search and destroy. They have completely reworked their offense. They went from bottom 3 in the league to now top 3 when it comes to offense and search and destroy. And why? They're prioritizing planting that bomb. They're prioritizing getting that control early and playing for the retake. Their defense was already solid, and that's what Toronto Ultra is going to have to be worried about in this series, because New York Subliners, when they win series, it's by stealing a search and destroy.
Taking a look at this lineup, HyDra, KiSMET, Priestahh, and Skyz round out the 4, but this was not the team in the starting lineup in their last qualifier. Nameless, good move, bad move? Does it throw them off today? Because they're coming off a 1-3 loss to Boston now.
I'll tell you what, well, it definitely can't be good, I'll tell you that much, right? And it just gives us something to talk about if they come out here and get bopped round 1 by Toronto. For New York, to Allie's point, they've been excellent in search and destroy. HyDra's been incredible, but CleanX has been destroying them all year long. 3-1 series count, and he's had had some crazy stats up against them, so it's going to be tough. Monster Energy pregame for New York. Strong
Minimize CleanX.
Exactly. That should be number one. But then also, strong S&D this stage. HyDra's been absolutely performing. You can see number 2 round win percentage, 1.8. And then also disrupt Toronto, strong rotations and Mercado hardpoint. Toronto is number 1 in rotation win percentage, so that is going to be very important, as that is map number 1 in this series. But we have some maps that are square ups in this one, man.
Let's take a look at those maps and modes.
Yeah,
this is going to be a 5-game series throughout the winners bracket, of course. Joey D, walk me through this one. Who do you give the edge to as we see Mercado, Hotel, Hotel, Embassy, Embassy?
Oh, man. I think I'm going to give the edge to Ultra here. I really like the Mercado hardpoint for them, but it's the control for me. I mean, Hotel Control has been their home all year long. They were undefeated in this stage. And I mean, for New York, 2-3 in control this stage. So for me, I'm liking the response here for Ultra.
It's time to get this party started as we send it down to the stage for our walkouts. We got Lando.
Yes, indeed we do. How's it going, Toronto? How we feeling? You love to hear it, especially on day number 1. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a fantastic, fantastic game getting ready to be underway. It's our top 2 teams, I guess you could say, coming into the tournament. There's a few of them, but these 2 are definitely on our radar. 2 prior champions, and now it is time to meet our first squad, the New York Subliners. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the New York Subliners! HyDra, Skyz, KiSMET, and Priestahh, the New York Subliners.
A team that is used to playing the underdog, but I don't think they're used to the home crowd giving them the boo. They're going to be the first ones having to go up against the Toronto Ultra, and there's no better time. 2 big dogs going at it, but I'm seeing one dog on this team, and that's going to be the Bulldog and KiSMET. But they got to go up against the Squirrels. Let's bring them out, Lando.
That's exactly right, Allie. The Squirrels indeed. Toronto, they are ready. They're ready to watch their boys fry. Last time around here at their major, they went on a run. Can they do it again? Ladies and gentlemen, the Toronto Ultra.
25 sitting on 25 racks. Just got started, no, we ain't done yet. But a new crib, that's a goddamn flex. Sign that check. Told them last year that I've been up next. Can't take calls, but it's send that text. From way downtown, but it's still wet. Yeah, that's a guarantee. King of the city, man, they knowing that it's me. Hey, damn, you're still doing it with ease, cause it ain't that hard when I'm talking about me. Me and my funds. Told them I get what I want. I need my money up front. I do not do this for fun. So I've been here my whole life, I ain't seen them here once.
Ladies and gentlemen, get loud! It's your Toronto Ultra! Scrappy, Hicksy, Insight, and CleanX, Toronto Ultra.
A disappointing 6th place finish at the last major. They're looking to bounce back in front of their home crowd. Honestly, we're in Toronto right now, crowd. Make some noise, because these guys are coming out here and trying to beat New York in round number 1. And I'm looking at the MVP. Going up against HyDra is no easy feat. Will Scrapz rise to the occasion and take over? Let's find out as they take the stage. Let's get it kicked off, Lando.
It's about to get crazy! It's about to get crazy! Toronto Ultra taking on the New York Subliners. Miles and Chance, have a great one, guys. Take it away.
Thank you very much, my friend. Yeah, we will have a great one for sure. This is going to be an absolute delight. Two teams in top form, both of them with wonderful records on all of the maps we're going to play chance. Home crowd advantage is going to be one thing, but we will see how things play out in game.
And I'm already having fun. Insight just looks like a dad on the main stage. I don't know if you noticed, but HyDra just staring them down when they're taking the warm embrace from the crowd. So it's going to be an incredibly entertaining match. I mean, we have like former Rookies of the Year going against Rookies of the Year. HyDra versus Scrapz on the main stage with a home crowd. You know it's going to be a good time.
Oh my God, well, just see what was the April Fool's jersey in person. Oh my God, that thing is gorgeous. Scrapz, though, what a year he is having. The debut here in the CDL and everything has been looking strong as hell so far. This is the stats just between he and HyDra, and Chance HyDra has put on some of the most unbelievable S&D performances we have ever seen in the last month.
Yeah, not in the last month, like of all time. Breaking the record in the CDL, dropping to 18. So when 1.87 is bonkers, utterly ridiculous. You have to pay attention to it. But for Scrapz, Mr. Consistent down the line every single game mode. So it's an SMG on one side and AR of the other. Two very young players. Got to see if they have the hot hands.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's many people talking about the run towards that Rookie of the Year. Is it Scrapz? Is it Ghosty of OpTic? We'll find out who, though. I think this event will certainly seal the fate of one of those two players. We roll, though, slowly into this game, and it is going to be an absolute delight. Mikado to start the series off.
And look, I know we're gassing a lot of the rookies too, but I know when I'm thinking HyDra on the flip side, I'm thinking CleanX before I'm thinking Scrapz. And Mikado for map 1 is a map that CleanX has made his home. So that to me is that battle. The ferocious SMGs on either side. Who can get off to that hot start? Who can set the tone? Because we saw what happened in the first series. Momentum goes a long way.
Yeah, of course, the winner of this one will be playing Atlanta FaZe, waiting in the winner's bracket. Here we go, though. Map number 1, Mercado Las Almas. Hard point. As one of the players that we are giving a lot of props to, CleanX, the Great Dane. Keep an eye out for him. He loves himself some Mikado.
I mean, yeah, New York and Toronto have squared up 4 times on the year. CleanX has been feasting, so he's ready for the matchup. He's got the front man, Hicksy, leading the charge, but he gets cut down straight away. Maybe a nice start for the Subliners, but desperate to retain those bottom side spawns. You can see guys like Insight already applying that pressure.
Looking towards Barbershop. We're already trying to play for P2. Priestahh moves forward. Does not check both sides of the street as we battle towards the hard point. The Subliners with the early time, but it's not going to be long-lived. It's that bottom side of the map. That's what we're playing for now. That's Insight's job.
And as soon as his teammates say that they spawned out over towards 10, he pumps the brakes. He knows he's going to have a couple players nearby. So all of these are entry kills that are important for him. And keep in mind, his teammates were getting a little bit of that time. Looks like Toronto all fall down. Subliners get the wipe, but they do not get the spawns.
Or Scrapz. That stun connects and gives his position away. The Subliners will know he's here. The kills are complete, though. That is going to be the bottom side of the minimap. All Toronto Ultra for now. They're going to be able to net the first 10 to 15 of P2 when it pops.
And that is beautifully played already. The setup was there. The timing was on point, knowing even when you want to die to make sure you get those spawns. So Ultra ahead of the rotation for the moment. You want to stop HyDra as well, Scrapz. That's a good chow. That's the man you don't want close. And I mean, some others might get the close spawn, but they got a long way to go.
Well, they managed to get into the top side of the cantina. Priestahh, once again, doesn't check the right side. Hicksy, can he get himself a second here? Skyz down low. Oh, manages to land it somehow.
I mean, this is perfect. Force free for Hicksy as well, so maybe pick your poison on which SMG is going to start popping off, but it is CleanX 7-3 as well. These guys have set the tone already, and I mean, this is 25 seconds left. A 2-piece for CleanX, a clean 4-man wipe, and look at the rotation. Scrapz is already on top of it.
15 seconds remaining on the second hard point here of the map already. Scrapz looking towards the third. Priestahh up next, wins the fight. Scrapz, guns are still hot. Can't get a second though. KiSMET's in. That's the Subliners now with some presence, but it's CleanX. The trades are done. The Subliners have got control.
Yeah, no pop-off play there for Ultra in a nice moment for the Subliners to stabilize. All 4 players, guns up, ready to go. Someone needs to actually collect that time, so maybe a few seconds traded away, but Subliners still clean on the rotation. All their bases are covered.
Everyone just making their way forward now. Slowly but surely, check those corners on the approach to the hard point. Subliners with a lovely chance to hold on to this one. Trophies in play. That's going to eat anything thrown other than bullets towards that hard point. HyDra got himself a corner. Skyz from upstairs. Lovely trades. Ultra, they've got a man on the point though. Hicksy and Insight now. The 2-man play. Will Skyz read this? Trying to stay alive upstairs as Hicksy sets himself up for this, but they don't know he's there, Chance.
I mean, even if they know he's there, I think they've been waiting for him, but by the time he makes his move, it just turns into like a 1v2 gunfight. He picks up one, but he just gets nice trap. Ultra play it perfectly. They were coordinated so well to block those spawns. And just an overwhelming force. This is a dominant first 3 hills in this game. If Subliners don't turn it around immediately, they're going to be down by just too much.
Good news for Subliners fans, though. It's very easy to chain points together here on Mercado. We've seen it all year long. And although it's the end of the year, we're bound to see it plenty more times. New hard points up, it's the barbershop. It's a very small one, so look for those submachine guns to have a good time. But Priestahh trying to keep at bay. The suppressing fire here from that back corner. It's over to HyDra now on the inside of the point. Ultra, one step closer. Here's Hicksy on the outside. Here comes the break. Trying to fly on through. Can't get either of them done. It's a good hit, but it's not done yet. Skyz is in. Can't get any more. That's the break. Ultra are in.
Teamwork on point there for Toronto, but still have to hold off the next push. And Priestahh, I mean, the damage is good, but you got to find the kills. He is tagging up everybody, but cannot finish them. And now for Ultra, I mean, guns up, ready to go on the front side of the hill. You got Jamie Craven shooting like that. Good luck on Mercado.
I don't know how we got the second. Wow, and CleanX get that! Wow, what a set of kills as Ultra starting to heat up in front of the home crowd. Can the Subliners make their way to the point? It's KiSMET, the man of the moment, finally brought down, but numbers for the Subliners on new.
And look, they need this as well, because keep in mind, you're talking about Rookie of the Year MVP performances. HyDra versus CleanX, 15 kills for one, now 6 and 12 for the others. The Subliners need to start getting hot, but there's a nice kill feed for them. Get a nice little wipe, collect some time, but obviously, it's a 100-point deficit. They got a long way to go.
Ultra's breaks have been good. Breaks getting into the hard point, killing those players, getting time. HyDra from behind, unable to get anything going. Priestahh with eyes on the middle of the map. There's lots of time still to play for here on the courtyard of Tin. 35 seconds to go. Here comes the next hit.
Look at the trades. Look at the trades not to be found. KiSMET for 2. And just like that, a nice push is going to be staved off. But you have Ultra. I mean, CleanX might get killed for a scrap, but Insight, maybe looking for a late play. Him and Hicksy are going to fight this whole time for 20 seconds. They're going to take it. That is a good chunk of scrap to get, especially when you have guys like Scrap down low working on the rotation. Ultra, they are all over the place right now.
It's a very delicate balance. They managed to get it both done. Final 10 will go their way. Over towards the new one, though, in Skyz. He can sniff danger. May not be one of the dogs on the team, but he is dangerous just as much. CleanX 2 are down low. Cleans up. It's KiSMET now doing what he can to take care of all these players on the point, and chance it is all Ultra downstairs.
Skyz hasn't even taken a gunfight. He's waiting for the hill to pop.
Oh, no!
Everyone on Subliners just get picked apart. You gave up 20 seconds of scrap time just to get obliterated on the rotation. Ultra right now seemingly can do no wrong. I mean, maybe HyDra trying to get back in the mix. A free kill for him there, and Subliners do break back through and get that top canteen control. Finally, they're getting some kills.
Yeah, Skyz in the feed helping out HyDra. He's been a little slow so far. We are expecting him to pick up the pace indeed. Subliners with a good 30 seconds to be had here on the bottom side, or top side rather, of that canteen. Lots of time still to go. Let's see if they can hold it.
I mean, look, it's a good setup right now. Ultra are going to be going for that swarm, and this is the perfect time before this rotation to go into a listen-in with Toronto Ultra.
One more, maybe. Right for you, he's one shot. HyDra. Missing Skyz. Absolutely. Mid Priestahh, right down mid. I spawn all the way out middle, boys. Put on AR. I see mid.
What's going on?
Two mid. You have the cup. One cubby. Still there. Still cubby. Scrap. I'm going house.
Cubby?
Go choke cubby. I spawned 10, bro. Watch your ladder, Jimmy. Watch your ladder. I'm looking cubby.
Still there.
I'm going, Jimmy. Stay ladder.
Still ladder.
Yeah, I'm going, Jimmy.
Yo, one behind me mid, spawning on mid. Yeah, sprinting on mid.
I'm mid. Just hold that, Jimmy.
I spawned, they could be behind you.
Mid, one shot, Jimmy. One shot, mid. People drop grenade. One shot.
Still ladder.
Time weak.
Yeah, quick.
Yeah, behind me back alley now.
Okay.
Go on.
Well, back alley as well. HyDra.
Yeah, on the trip cars.
We can have it. Tin's once.
Okay, I've ulted.
Turn around.
I've ulted. I've ulted.
Anyone house me?
Nothing 10. I'll go get this time.
Got it. One shot. One shot. He's going hedge. There's 2 hedge.
It's top house, right? It's top in the house now. HyDra.
I spawned 10. I'm going deep. Actually, I'm gonna go sick here.
I spawned 10. I'm gonna come go.
He's in copy new. On the fucking corner new. In hill. KiSMET.
I'm going deep right.
Yeah. They got time, boys.
Fantastic comms. Oh my god, as always from Toronto Ultra. It's now a 100-point game chance.
Yeah, I mean, calm, cool, collected, and crushing. Ultra can do everything. CleanX, I mean, we saw the shots he just had. Might not have gotten a kill, but that is a dangerous man on the map. Easy reads there from inside. Ultra, they've literally just been comfortable from start to finish, and I know it's not done yet, but we are knocking on the devil's door.
Never over until it is truly over. Map control a little squirrely right now, and I mean that in the best possible way for Ultra. They've got a lot of players all over the place. They haven't accounted for Priestahh. He's now been spotted, his presence is known, and Insight on the prowl, trying to hunt him down. And he's doing the best he can to keep everyone here at FaZe. The Subliners on the approach. There's wow! Smooth moves out of Jamie Craven, not able to get the kill.
Never knew he could be a pole dancer, but Insight, a man of many talents. Even the Hill Kitten as well, minute and 53 in time. Subliners though, desperation hours. You need a full 60 to think about turning things around. Of course though, Hicksy, well played. He's blocking the Barberside spawns. He's waiting for his teammates to reposition. A calm team like this can always make the high IQ plays.
They've got to break themselves in towards that new point. Suppressing fire from the Subliners. Priestahh has been pushed back. KiSMET in the feed. Nice work from Hicksy on the slide. Was he playing Black Ops 4? How did he do that? Over to HyDra, gets a second. Now we're inside. That's a close range fight. It's 3 for Hicksy. That's the break. Ultra are in.
And the high IQ again. This entire play started on him waiting for his teammates. And yes, the Subliners do hold on, but they still lose a decent chunk of time. And this is time that Scrapz looking to fight for. Flying up top, but he's going to get cut down. Maybe now Toronto need to cut their losses and focus on that rotation. A couple extra players fall, but they should have to set up around 10. But for Subliners, changing near full 60, starting to crawl back into this game. A good break here, and they can pull it off.
We test their ability to break. It's going to be a very, very close call with death there from KiSMET. It's now towards the back alley we fly. 4 seconds, the hard point will open up. Toronto Ultra is certainly looking at the map. One victory. Here we go, Subliners. You need the break right here and now. CleanX cuts him downstairs. Skyz through the front door, able to get only one before the life ends. Here's the pinch. It's HyDra on the flank. Gets himself one, dips out, but he's taken care of as well. It's the next one from CleanX. They're on the inside. Final 5 seconds. Ultra nearly got it. Priestahh late break, but it's Jamie Craven. Once again, Insight's in, and that is map number 1.
Welcome to Mercado, Toronto's map pick for a reason. Operating like butter on the map. Everything looks so clean. Good rotations when they need them. Coordinating on the fights for the scrap time. At the same time, they're winning rotations. Breaking the Subliners down hill by hill. And of course, in the slang, wasn't just CleanX. Like my expectation, Hicksy was right there with them the entire time. Oh, Toronto, how they love Merc.
What a fantastic start to the tournament for them. That's map number 1 in the books. As we look across the stats, Hicksy man, absolutely brilliant. 26 and 20 there. CleanX, big man on Mercado though. We called it coming into this one. He's very happy on the map and mode, and I think his teammates know that as well.
Yeah, and of course, like Insight just gets to hang out on that map as well. 2 minutes collected in the hill. We saw moments from him when he's in the hill, like on Barbershop, where the guy's picking up pieces as well, but he's almost like on patrol mode. He'll go stand on a section of the map. He'll get bullets into all the different players all over the place, and again, just incredibly well coordinated. The SMGs for Toronto popping off the entire time, and well, New York just had nothing to offer them.
Not a whole lot, no. We'll take a look at the highlights now. A lot of love there from Toronto Ultra. Have certainly pleased this hometown crowd. Start things off. CleanX had a brilliant show. Again, Insight. Some of those close-range gunfights were outstanding there with attack. The defender of the hard point indeed. Subliners got going a little bit too late chance. Some solid holds, but nothing tremendous. We'll see though if they can bounce back in that search and destroy, because again, both teams, especially on Hotel, we should be in for a treat.
Yeah, had so many tough moments as well. That was when Priestahh was getting tags into everybody, but couldn't quite finish the kill. This is where Insight, did exactly that, but the trade's always on point. The gunny always on point as well, and I know we saw at least in the kill feed, a slow start from HyDra. I know his S&D is where he has really been shining though, so you expect a good bounce back for the map too.
You would absolutely expect it, and again, everyone knows we're playing on LAN here. It's the most sort of fair playground we can possibly create for these players. As Subliners, they've already won a major one. They started the season so brilliantly. You're still seeing them as a contender. Again, 2 teams have already won tournaments, 2 teams in great form. This one is going the distance.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, you know, one of the things about LAN environment too is like it is more difficult even just to calm. Slightly different. You got a massive crowd behind you. Teams like Toronto who can keep it calm the entire time and make everything clean and precise. There's never a moment in that Mercado go that we're not making heads-up plays, so the guys completely on point. That being said, it's Toronto's map pick. They were expected to win the map 1. Map 2 is where things will get a little bit more dangerous.
26 and 20 there from Hicksy. CleanX 31 and 26. A lovely start from everyone there on Toronto Ultra. Hardpoint goes their way. Mercado, though, we say goodbye for now. We will now say hello to a Hotel search and destroy for map number 2. For Chance, not a bad look whatsoever. Your expectations coming in this one, obviously we thought this was going to be a game 5, a very solid showing. We talked about it on the Spaces yesterday. What do we think about this one, mate?
Well, one, I just think Squirrel, I mean, Tilt's getting in the mix, but he is not going to be tilted after that one. But Hotel, absolutely going to be an interesting map pick. I know for New York Subliners, through like almost the first like 75% of the year, they'd play Hotel S&D occasionally. Since stage 4, they've played it like 9 times. These guys have basically been grinding all up on the lead up to champs.
All upon that lead up to champs. Well, the Blue Bird has been talking about champs. We go from one, animal to another, but the Blue Bird, we're talking about a big deal. Champs is going to be the biggest Call of Duty event ever. We have just made history. 2.3 million on the line, and there are still some tickets available. June 15th to the 18th at the Thomas and Mack Center in Las Vegas. We will see by the end of possibly today who makes it as we add more and more teams to that list of those who have qualified.
And a very interesting dynamic about this run up to champs for some of these teams is things that like the Subliners are doing. Their final match they had on the online portion of the league, thrown in a sub player. And obviously that means they played Toronto Ultra instead of, I believe it would have been Vegas Legion in round 1. Had a moment to talk to some of the coaches on New York, and they're basically like, look, we're here to win tournaments. We don't care who we play. In fact, we want the better teams early on to get the ball rolling, to get the hot hand, because they're coming for it all. Not just this trophy, but the champs one as well. So a tough map 1, looking for the bounce back on Hotel. New York Subliners, they have made this their home.
Well, Ultra qualified for champs. I wonder, can we get Tilt to come to Vegas as well? Surely.
Fingers crossed.
How come we don't have more mascots in the league? I mean, come on.
Squirrels don't need Vegas.
Subliners could have a huge rap. Here we go into the search and destroy. Skyz with that bomb in his hand. He's going to go towards A. For a moment. For the rest of Ultra, though, they're looking towards both bomb sites right now. Oh dear, looking to try to make a decision, and HyDra interrupts their thinking with that first blood.
Hey, you love the aggression as well, right? Have a tough map 1 and you bounce back with just a ferocious middle map pit, and now for Ultra, have to pump the brakes and reposition. And Ultra don't know this, but some good news. I mean, it's Skyz that's the bomb carrier. He's on the other side of the map, away from his teammates. So if Ultra don't fall for this bait and they don't give it the bomb plant, Subliners will be forced to make a move.
They haven't quite taken the full bait. The cheese is in the trap, but the spring has yet to be sprung. As Priestahh still patrolling mid. Insight probably can't hear him at this point in time. That's an online COD thing, but now it's certainly very tense. Insight might have spotted him on the jump there, but 35 seconds to go. KiSMET gets dropped. That's now a 2v3.
Well, the patience pays off on one side, but Hicksy just made noise in kitchen, and now you're getting played by Scrapz as well. That's bombed down. You have 25 seconds.
25 seconds to make something happen real quick. Hicksy gets cut down through the middle of the map. HyDra's kill is going to make kitchen the safest place to plant, and you've got time to get it done. Can Scrapz move fast enough? Dead silence about halfway through. He could get in the kitchen and cause some serious damage. Here we go. Final 10, done. Bomb planted. HyDra gets the round.
And that is a dicey round to get as well. I mean, New York Subliners on a strategic front. They put themselves in a tricky spot, not easy to deal with, especially once Hicksy gets kills over in the kitchen. Once Scrapz works the flank, things can be a problem. The solution, HyDra, 3 kills in round 1.
He set a record-breaking performances as of recent. HyDra in the mode, a terrifying opponent, one of the best players in the world, without doubt.
Here's a look at some of the kills he was able to pick up as well. Oh yeah, almost forcing the old windmill. I think unfortunate for Hicksy. Little aim assist just launches him in the opposite direction.
Round 2, here we go. Toronto Ultra will be attacking this time round. That bomb in hand. Stun check from HyDra. He might go for this. But CleanX, certainly his opponent on the other side of the stat sheet. We'll see how they fare against each other throughout the series.
I mean, untradeable as well. Not even a thought to go and look to try to hunt CleanX down. And interesting angles being elected and clean shots out of CleanX. Got the trade for his teammate. Still the man advantage. And bomb collected as well. And looks like they're going to be wrapping it back to Insight. He has been staring at top bedroom this entire round. They know the A, maybe not completely out in the open, but it is mostly clear.
Mostly clear. Skyz has pumped the brakes. Oh, bad timing. That's bad timing, but great work out of Ultra. All down to KiSMET, and his dead silence is finished. He will be loud, and he will be dead. Ultra find the equalizer.
Yeah, so heads up as well. You know, HyDra had the strong round number 1, 3-0 start. CleanX the instantaneous bounce back. And we talked about the aggression for Subliners. Hit through like a carpet haul, chow the middle of the map. CleanX says, anything you could do, I can do better. Does the exact same thing. Makes sure to trades out his teammate on Hicksy after he fell as well. Perfectly coordinated rounds, 2 for 2 on the attacks.
Again, both teams in great form right now.
This is going to be a real good contest. The crowd here in Toronto are thoroughly enjoying things so far. Here we go, though. Another round. Ultra on defense.
It's great, too. You got trophies out already. There's no time to waste. No bullets being exchanged. Playing as quickly as possible. KiSMET doing his job. Number 3, Insight, the only player that can think about the chow, but the bomb is going to go down before he can make a move. This is perfect for New York.
Oh, HyDra with a jump check. Scrap gets the first blood. Pick clean out the middle. There's the frag grenade out. No damage dealt. And Insight now going to have to reposition. CleanX from down low. Ooh, he managed to slip the net. Trophy's going to slow the approach. Here we go. Hicksy making moves from the back line. That's going to be the bomb site wide open now. Possibility to dive on this one indeed, and that's going to be HyDra from upstairs. Takes care of the defuse. KiSMET cuts down bar. Things are getting going, 2v2.
And it's 2 players you got to hunt down, and they are just making too many plays. HyDra was there. The nade's going to connect. Can anyone get the kill in time? Yes, they can. Subliners get it done in a 2v4 fashion. Those SMGs were flying around that bomb site.
HyDra's wonderful string of kills on that map. That was a 4 spree right now. He's on 7-1 overall. HyDra in search and destroy. Woo, we've seen it all.
You see what the game plan is, too, from Toronto. Cut the head off a snake, find HyDra, and kill him immediately. 2 players swarming on bottom bedroom, but he had disappeared, and if you miss HyDra for a moment, he's going to make plays like that. 7 kills. This is only round number 4. I mean, he is on pace to, you know, live up to his own.
He might just do it. Problem with cutting the head off a snake is it kills it. You cut the head off a HyDra and 2 more spring up in its place. And that's the kills right now. Priest on the inside of kitchen. 2-2 split here for the Subliners on defense. As they managed to trade out early on, so 3v3, things are getting a little more dicey around kitchen. Priest has dead silence, tells you the plays here.
He wants to be quiet, just to move to the back door. That bomb has been collected and repositioned. Skyz 20 HP. Has to be careful about the timing. Looks like the nade's not going to be able to connect, so a slight mishap there. Skyz still alive, still a 3v3.
Ultra get a couple of tags in and scurry away, no problem. The Priestahh, though, does win the kitchen battles. The flank's now a little more open. HyDra, that's the 4th kill now in a row. 8-1. Scrap in the 1v3. Let's see what he's got.
I mean, just picking him apart. HyDra with the old TAC 56, and if they didn't know where it was before, they took him down there. 9-1 start from HyDra. Again, these guys have played Hotel Search and Destroy 9 times since the start of Stage 4. They have been on the Hotel grind. And right now, HyDra, I mean, there is nothing else to say. He is taking over on this map.
He's doing it again. He's just doing exactly what we saw previously. He didn't do it on Hotel. He did it on El Asilo. But you know the Subliners are loving it so far. 3-1 is the current score. Here in Search and Destroy, we play to 6. Lots of time for Ultra to get back into this one, but they've got to get through him first.
Yeah, as many kills as all of Toronto Ultra combined. So far, truly almost a one-man show. Has the dead silence as well. Maybe wants to get aggressive through the restaurant. Now, CleanX has also been on point for the first blood. So again, that battle is still commencing on the map. HyDra needs to respond. That dead silence about to run out.
Yeah, if he gets 1 kill, though, he gets a cruise missile. Hicksy, unfortunately, was it. That's a cruise now secured. HyDra doing everything for the squad right now. Skyz joins him in the feed. Suppressing fire, but not a single bullet touches him. He is a ghost on Hotel.
Now they're going back to help out Skyz as well. Similar to round 1, Skyz has just been holding the bomb over towards this A site. He doesn't want to overcommit until his teammates are nearby and Insight. That door is wide open, and well, that is going to slow you down just a little bit. Gets out with 1 HP. Maybe CleanX trying to get made the play, but just gets gone down. Subliners picking him apart. Every play right now is perfect.
Subliners so strong inside. Can you bring him down? He does get HyDra. Final 30 seconds to go here, and the bomb will be being planted, but Insight, he is the king of clutch here for Toronto Ultra. Right place, right time. Spot Skyz. Here comes the fight. 1v2.
Surely, New York Subliners don't give up a clutch. Player flying out of bedroom. It's never happened before. They cannot let it happen now.
Trying to isolate the fight here. Can Insight take care of at least 1? Good tags, not enough. Subliners 4-1 in the search.
And a good try out of Insight, but a better round out of New York. Again, they collected or did not get the first blood. CleanX first blooded them that round, but in the 3v4, still making plays. HyDra literally dancing with them. 10 kills now in 5 rounds. So he is still on point on the strategic front. No overcommitments, no one getting caught while planting the bomb. They know CleanX is going to be making a play. They always have it set up around the map. York Subliners on cruise control.
2 to go for the Subliners. For Ultra, it's the beginning of a very serious climb. Snipes up from Skyz. Takes Scrap way out of the equation. Here comes number 2, nearly. His teammates there to back him up. HyDra helping things out. Hicksy, though, dead silence at the ready, and he is running, checking every possible corner chance. He's found nothing, sadly.
He has to make the play. He's probably going to have to get 2 as well. You have inside around the bomb, so he's in a delicate spot. And look at the corners they have chosen. They are ready for the flank. But if he kills HyDra first, Skyz only has a pistol.
Well, this could be very interesting indeed. There's one. The second! Hicksy gets them both! The patient play pays off. Now it's a 2v2.
Yeah, and you still have to take your time, though. You do not have intel on the other 2 Subliners players. Toronto were not playing this with information.
40 seconds to get that bomb down somewhere. The Subliners for KiSMET and Priestahh. Eyes on everything.
And look at how good this setup is. You got number 8 across the A-bomb site, number 7 across the B, so whatever direction they go, and the sooner they do it, the better. They are going to get spotted. So the advantage on this round should go to the Subliners. And you see the shots coming through. As soon as the cross happens, there you go. You know what the play is going to be. KiSMET's flanking.
Here comes the move. KiSMET right into the play. Quick check. Hicksy, though, guns at the ready. Here comes the play. Straight into it. Inset finds it, and that's going to be out 2v1. Priestahh has got to back on up. 10 seconds to go. The bomb may be planted. If you get an eye on it, maybe. But here comes the rotation.
Get him off bomb.
If you get off the bomb, there's not a lot of time to get it done. Priestahh, he doesn't get a kill, but it's now a 1v1. What are we witnessing? The trophy's down, there's no dead silence chance, but now there is over 30 seconds to go.
He has to know. Oh, the timing is perfect. Priestahh's got the advantage. They spot each other. The 1v1 to keep Ultra in the game.
Here comes Priestahh. 20 seconds. That's the check! And insight. The man you count on in a tough situation keeps him alive.
Ice cold is insight. Priestahh had that in the bag in the 2v2. The shot calling was on perfect.
Oh my God.
But Priestahh panics, thought he had the kill, tries to get away, but just a bullet off of that round win. Oh, the difference a bullet can make.
Dude, one bullet for Priestahh. He knows that was within reach. And he gave Insight the chance and he ran with it. What a round. 4-2. Ultra on defense.
Yeah, that's just a round you have to take advantage of. You have to strike back, and Hicksy going for the chow. The stun connects, but stun connects on him as well. HyDra can't win the gunfight, though. At least he get the trades. Hicksy desperate to stay alive. Has a little bit of help. Skyz is challenged, but that's just to leave us in a 2 versus 2. Both teams backing down.
What a ridiculous round so far. Ultra's defense now, they know to shift fast towards A. That's where the bomb's going for the New York Subliners. Here comes the plant. Priestahh's going to get it down. It's going to be a classic 2v2. The trophies are in position as well, but Scrap, he is moving. That's a deady play also. Priestahh now on the other side, silently moving.
And you feel like this is a guarantee. You get the Subliner split like this, too many things you have to clear out, and they have no intel on Priestahh. You're waiting on CleanX with the Daddy to go make the play on the flank, but Skyz has a perfect angle. This is beautiful from the Subliners.
They're flying blind. CleanX has been tagged. Skyz is going to be there for the trade. Here comes the next one. 20 seconds to go. Scrap in the 2v1. Can he make it a 1v1? No, that is it. The Subliners take the round. Map point.
Yeah, and that is to bounce back, kill the momentum. Do not let the Insight clutch run away with things. And they are just on point as well. There is not any time wasted. You have Skyz sprinting into the cat room just to make sure to go for those chows, clean up the players that are one shot, and all those fast rotations back over to the A-bomb site. If they're a little bit later, Scrap might be there in time, but Johnny on the spot. Subliners taking care of business.
And again, don't forget the Subliners. HyDra still has that cruise missile to play with. 11-4. Let's see if Ultra can find a couple more of these sweet rounds. Strong work here on Hotel from New York. One more, and they take the map.
Ultra going for a bully strat again. You got Hicksy behind enemy lines, but he's made this play before. Skyz, I don't think is intent on letting him do it again. So it's a double chow in the bottom hall. Or at least they thought about it. They got the crews coming through for the intel, so you know the player's bottom hall. You know everyone else is around the A site, so at least you have the intel.
Oh, here goes KiSMET. Yeah, watch out, mate. You know they're upstairs. You know they can hear that at the very least. Less than a minute to play. Ultra have yet to really make a move. There we go. Onto the A-bomb site. Now getting the plant.
Yeah, they don't want to deal with Hicksy down low. trying to storm through the middle of the map. But honestly, for Ultra, maybe not too upset about this. So much pressure on the kills, though. CleanX can't finish. Everybody's weak.
A lot of damage, though. You managed to get one out of it, so now it's a 3v3. One man down either side. Scrapz still holding that lobby side. KiSMET through the smoke might have just made the play. Dives. Tedeschi gets in. Here comes the teamwork, though, trying desperately not to let this play go through. Just over 20 seconds, and that bomb goes boom.
I can't believe he got out. These players just have to go and hunt him down. You got to sprint into death. Scrapz out here making plays, but still around the bomb. It's one player left for the 1v1. But honestly, for Skyz, no time to work with. Just has to gun Scrapz and already on the cross. Fancy footwork for Scrapz and doesn't need the kill. He took the round.
Now, you may lose the round for the New York Subliners, but you gain another cruise missile. So that is I mean, at this point in time, a very worthy trade.
And his footwork is on point as well. His aggression actually bailed him out. He was on the back step. Subliners sent a player through, hole in the wall, all the way on the full flank. Scrapz says that I'm challenging. KiSMET's flying across. I'm moving towards him, and I mean, he gets away 1 HP, and as soon as he lives his life over towards Spa, well, that routine looks great. Got him to the next round.
Oof. 3 to go here for Toronto Ultra. Simply 1 for the New York Subliners. Attacking round for New York. Snipes up. Good stun is going to put Scrapz at trouble for a moment here. Another stun lands. Another player close. Teamwork should be there for it. CleanX, great coverage. Another from CleanX. I don't know how he pulled that one off. Can Skyz stay alive here? 2v2. Closer to the bomb we go.
Ready for the cross. That is a tough angle. Lampshade, not kind to the snipe.
There it is. Scrapz connects. Priestahh now in the 2v1. Once again, 25 on the clock.
And Priestahh is going to be forced to overextend at a certain point. Got to double up for this Chow. Got to get the timing right. Fool him one, shame on you. This time Priestahh gets the kill. He is gone.
Classic saying they have here in New York. The Scrapz is making a move. Priestahh with a deadie. He is in such a sweet spot. He's going to be able to hear this. He's got it. That's it. That's the map. The Subliners level the series up 6-3 there on Hotel.
And don't you just love learning? Priestahh finds himself in the exact same 1v2 situation. Gets it that time. Making amends in a very nice bounce back map from New York. Again, Hotel S&D, that is the 10th time they have played it since stage 4. They've been grinding it for a reason.
One bullet made the difference in the previous round. This time, no mistake made from Priestahh. What a great search from the New York Subliners. 1-1 chance. I mean, this is what we expected. We wanted this series to be back and forth. It's going to be a real slugfest. And now we will see that control all evened up. We'll see how the hard points go, and of course that final search, game 5. Puckett talked about it earlier on the desk. There's a look at the series. After this Hotel finishes a double dose of aBeZy, we'll see who gets the win there. But Chance Hotel Control coming up next. Quick thoughts before we go to a break?
I mean, it's the big question. This is the square up map. You have New York Subliners, who are wonderful on it, but you also have Toronto Ultra, who are the best controlled team in the game. They've always set themselves apart on the map 3.
Ultra, the best at map 3 here in the CDL. We'll see if they keep their run going. But first and foremost, a quick commercial break, ladies and gents. When we come back, more CDL action here live from Toronto after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty League. We're all tied up 1-1 here. The New York Subliners against Toronto Ultra here in our Winners Bracket 1 matchup. But first and foremost, the man on your screen, HyDra, he is the recipient of our Scuff Play of the Game in that Search and Destroy for his absolutely ridiculous run there, chancing S&D.
Yeah, this is the round where you had, Toronto Ultra trying to hunt him down in like that bottom hallway, but as soon as he gets behind you, just impossible to find. So it's number 5 on the minimap, just ends up going up top. So he is in between every single purple arrow. So when all these kills are getting tracked down, it's a 2v4 where him and KiSMET just end up making the big play. Cheeky little angle for the bomb plant, gets out of dodge, repositions, and for CleanX, too much to do, ends up meeting that early demise.
Yeah, 6-1. He finishes the map with 11 kills. Absolutely brilliant work out of HyDra. The Subliners, they level up the series 1-1 going into this hotel control. Map number 3 here in this one. And chances, as far as both teams are concerned, pretty solid at it.
Absolutely. I mean, fantastic game and map out of both HyDra and the Subliners for the map 3, but the bread and butter game mode for Ultras. So it's been 2 heavyweight contenders. Both of these teams have won a tournament on this year. Looking to strike here on the map 3, and honestly, for whichever team wins it, I mean, your odds of winning the series goes up to like 90%. This is the swing game mode for a reason. You need the advantage. We'll see who can set the tone.
Find out. Here we go. Map number 3, we stay on hotel, our last time here in this series. After this, we go to Embassy for a hard point. Embassy for game 5 as well. Before we get there, let's find out who walks away with this dub. It's going to be a very, very important one. We'll see if Ultra can nail this. New York Subliners push the series a little further for them. Here we go.
Worth pointing out, you have Toronto Ultra, best defensive team in the game on this map. They can defend either zone, and they made the right call. It is a square up in the middle of the map and towards A. HyDra, though, is going to strike, and that is the man you got to make sure you trade. Almost impossible to take down. It takes 2 before he falls, but anything HyDra can do, CleanX wants to do better. Also, that 2-0 start.
2 teams that have really done their homework coming into this one. Let's face it, Subliners still holding it down, trying to get themselves in on towards A. The restaurant is popping. CleanX can't get any more. Skyz and Priestahh now flying forward. Hicksy, though, on defense can only bring down so many of the players. Insight can't get one. Subliners save it.
I mean, that was so much damage done by Ultra, but only for an extra kill in the pocket. So defense has been on point. Talk about Ultra's ability. Well, look at this coming out of New York as well, running the show. And honestly, they just got a complete lockdown on the map. Everywhere is covered. Ultra need to find some kills.
40 seconds. They've got a little bit of time to find them, but they've got to get themselves onto one of these zones to stop the clock. If they capture a point, they add an additional minute to the round. And so far, inside, whoa, nice bit of a snap there, but KiSMET a little too strong.
And have a reposition over towards B, and this is interesting. Ultra looks like they want to make the commitment and swing over to help Scrapz. So Scrapz is the only man that sort of gave you this opening. And CleanX looking to convert, finds the next kill, leading the charge, and they're trying to stack that zone.
It's a 2-man stack for now. Trophies are in place. Here comes man number 3. KiSMET throws a sweet one that somehow manages to thread the needle, but they're in there. This one is done. 30 seconds on the clock is about to become 1:30, and Toronto Ultra, they buy a lifeline, 16 lives apiece.
Yeah, what an opening for Strap on that play. Starts 0-3 and then just goes and secures the B zone. And you've also evened up the life count as well. An SMG standoff in the corner. Got to make sure you get the trades. No trades needed. Hicksy just wins it. And for New York, this is a delicate moment. You cannot lose bed or kitchen control. If you ever do, the round is going to spiral. And CleanX knows that he's looking for it. He just got it.
That it could be the play. Now close spawns for the New York Subliners. They're flying forward. CleanX from the kitchen now straight into the restaurant. And he's serving up a little bit more than just a meal. The tags are there. Might be hitting the play forward though. Here comes the hit. Oh, HyDra turns! No way! How did he do that? CleanX gets 2, and that could be the round.
Simply built different. It is KiSMET now, the dog that has to make the play. 2-man stack in the middle, nowhere to go. CleanX and Scrapz just won you that round.
What the hell was that? We're going to need to see a replay, and we might need a piss test. What a play!
Man's over here doing full 360s just to pick up the 2 pieces. CleanX. I mean, we know the tissue is an issue.
No, son, look at that. Priestahh caught in the crossfire. Well, that's the first round done.
Good reaction to the player cam as well. Look at like the heavyweight like SMGs too, right? HyDra struggles a little bit on the map one, instantly bounces back with a dominant couple rounds to kick off the map two. Well, look at CleanX trying to raise the stakes. 10 kills in round number 1. Toby can do no wrong, and now you have Subliners as well. Hicksy's even getting the kills. Looks like A, though, has been completely left out in the open. Ultra wanted to keep things cool. They were expecting to be hit. Nothing to be found.
A little bit of progress towards A now. Skyz loses the fight on mid. Inside Hicksy, the rest now of the Toronto Ultra members flying over towards A. One-man capture, though, from the Subliners. The first segment done. They keep that progress. A couple more players added to the pile, and it's going to get captured a lot quicker. HyDra, though, brought down. CleanX. Trades are done. Skyz right back on respawn. Right back into the fray. Hicksy, though, wins another big one.
Cloud timing at its finest. Hicksy gets away with one, but does get traded out. But New Yorker really having to work for the A zone capture. It's been a slow one. They've only ever left really one body on point. So definitely playing for the kills. Got guys like HyDra pushed up very aggressive. Priestahh the exact same, but they're not finding the kills now. Ultra can swarm the A zone and really make New York work for this round.
Here comes the hit. CleanX cut down, dead before the feet even touched it. Hicksy can't get any more. It's KiSMET. He has basically done it all over here on the A zone himself. A 2-spree, 11-7, and that's an additional minute to go. 22 lives either side. This round has just begun.
Yeah, Ultra have been playing this safe, and Hicksy can't get away with one that time. You do have Priestahh behind enemy lines, and yep, he's going to start forcing that spawn out. So Ultra, this is an important moment. Guys like Scrapz have to stay alive. You're getting flanked during a pinch, but he's picking up 2 pieces before Priestahh can even get there. So he has just bought his team so much time to get in position.
This is tough. Scrapz wins this fight against Priestahh. A very happy looking squad. Nades are out. The battle will be closed in a moment. But this is an important situation to be in. Subliners are on the point. You're now forcing Ultra to make a move. Priestahh still alive in the back line. You're spinning plates right now, Toronto.
He's got to go. You got to kill Scrapz. He can't even do it. He waited so long to make the play, but it's the rookie in Insight, the AR showing up for Ultra. That is a tense moment where Toronto's so calm, they deliver.
They're cleaning house now, making sure that side of the map is all safe. You want to make sure the Subliners, those yellow arrows on the minimap, are as far away from that little B as possible. KiSMET wins a weird one.
Awkward indeed, and well, right back up the ladder. Hicksy, though, we've seen him from spots like these behind enemy lines. An opportunity maybe to pick up a 2-piece, but it's the flank again from New York. Kills are getting exchanged because Scrapz has been just a defensive juggernaut. Him and Insight consistently in the kill feed, making HyDra's life for Hicksy's rather that much easier. You keep flanking, you keep running into a blender. Now you try to go through a bedroom. You got to deal with the SMGs. Subliners, not a kill to be found.
Finally, Skyz managed to break the curse. Will it be Pringles, or are they done? Have they had their fill here in this round as Ultra on defense in 20 seconds? They go up 2-0.
And there's just nowhere you can go. Even Hicksy has attack 56 if you try to rewrap through your spawn. So Subliners last-ditch effort on the play. They've swarmed the B zone. So many corners to check, but they're getting all the kills.
They have it accounted for Scrapz, who wins this big fight. That's huge. Final 10 seconds. A clean up there. Onto the point we fly, but it's Insight. Oh my, Priestahh wins his. He's alive and kicking only for a moment. CleanX. Oh my. Job not done yet, but we are damn close here on Control. It is 2-0.
And you had 10 kills from CleanX in round number 1, and then the bounce back on defense from both Insight and Scrapz, locking it down. Those are incredibly difficult moments when Priestahh is in your spawn, when he is spawning your teammates out, when he is buying so much time. Scrapz was on point with it. Anytime he needed to turn and get the kills towards the middle of the map to help his teammates, he was there. Anytime Priestahh actually went to push him, stuns are landing in his face, nades are landing in his face, and then Scrapz wins the gunfight towards the end. Intense moments, but Ultra deliver. And that is a picturesque example is why they're so good at Control.
And don't forget that insane 2-piece there on the early point. That first round would have gone the other way for the Subliners, but now a lovely opening from them on defense. Can they keep Ultra at bay? This time the 2-2 split towards A and B, all good so far.
This is just going to be a little square up over towards the B zone as well. Trying to force it through. These are impossible gunfights to win, and Skyz shows you exactly why. Locks it down, 2 kills in a row, but also Skyz has been left by himself. You still have Ultra toying with the idea of going to B, but a brick wall is Skyz, giving them nothing in this round.
He's out there checking IDs at the bar, and no matter what age they are, he is not letting anyone through whatsoever. That side of the map is all Subliners for now. Hicksy's found a few kills towards Restaurant, able to get in now for the time being. 38 seconds, the clock has been stopped. It's a 2-man capture.
It's a nice one as well, but I don't know if Subliners are going to be quite in position to stop A. Toying with the idea, maybe a flank here from Skyz. The bouncer's made his way into the Restaurant. See if the powers commence.
There we go. Yeah, it sure does. He somehow gets another one. Scrap now on the chow, cuts him down. Can he find another? His Scrap is turned that boy flying, but again, you've managed to lose the battle. You got 2 segments. The Subliners are in firm control.
And Ultra want to force this too. Players like number 4, CleanX off spawn, going all the way back over towards Restaurant. So there's no openings on the map just yet. They are getting picked apart. Nice little moment for KiSMET as well. And Priestahh, maybe the final man in line, has to fight the entire team, and obviously the overwhelming force. Ultra eventually should be able to capture A, but it's not going to be easy. HyDra flanking again.
Another life count as well. 12 to 22. This is huge. KiSMET, oh, nearly. Insight stays alive. HyDra now with eyes on mid. Tags are there. No kill, though. That's going to help out, but a minute to play. Ultra really got to get going. Whoa, Gary.
Good movement, better shots though out of HyDra, but there is pressure on the B zone. I mean, you have straight up gunfights for Ultra. They're at least trading him out, but the problem is, even if you win the gunfights on the zone, here comes the flank from HyDra. Easy. Clean and house taking care of business. Right back in firm control.
Wow. Well, final 50 seconds now, ticking away. Toronto Ultra have got to get through HyDra. Easier said than done. Currently on a 3 spree. Clock's still ticking, and they've fanned out across the map chance. They're waiting for that opportunity, trying to make a moment happen.
That's a perfect corner as well. Has the intel, but maybe baiting for the shot. Doesn't matter. He's challenged. That's a 4 spree, and maybe this would be a nice moment for Subliners. Obviously, if they win the round, get some momentum, a cruise missile would be even sweeter.
Best corners in the game. HyDra 4 spree now, playing it real slow. Here comes number 5, Hicksy, taken care of. 15 seconds to go as the New York Subliners stay alive, but it's not over yet. There's another one, the best corners in the game. HyDra still afloat, running the show. It's a 7 spree. The final 5 seconds. Surely there's no way. Surely not. The Subliners, they finally get it done.
I mean, those kills were quite literally falling into his lap. Talk about those heavy hitter battles, man. It was CleanX in the round 1 stepping up for the team, but if you look at the scoreboard now, I know Subliners are down, but they just slayed the hell out of Toronto in that round 3. HyDra up to 24, KiSMET up to 22. Those 2 players have taken over the lobby, but objective-based game mode, Ultra only need 1 more round.
Yeah, kills only really come into it if we have a tiebreaker scenario and who captured the most segments, but we'll see. The Subliners start to catch fire. This game of control far from over.
And another just straight up A hit as well. Not playing with too much funny business over towards the B zone. It's the same thing from Ultra. Just a stack over towards B. Don't want to give anything away. And well, there's HyDra starting this round off right as well. Poor insight. Just in a bad spot. Now HyDra just in your spawn looking for the kills.
Oh, he's got dead silence as well. There's a 2-piece on a plate for him. There's the first, the second. Tags are there. HyDra's causing problems. His teammates, they left A. They've all come to B. They better win these fights, otherwise that run was for nothing.
I mean, still, they're at least able to get a take, so already this is success. Unfortunately, no trophy. They are getting pelted with stuns, pelted with nades, and now the bullets coming through as well. Ultra cleaning house. Got to take care of the SMGs, though. The trade's on point. And Ultra stabilized. That is still a very nice play out of the Subliners, who are still putting the pressure on B. Fortunate for them, it was CleanX that was nearby. They are working for every single kill.
Priestahh versus Hicksy. This is an absolutely unchecked 1v1 so far. Hicksy, they trade. Oh my. Well, the foot race is on towards both points. 1 man, KiSMET towards B. The remaining members of the Subliners over on A.
Scrapz going to get cleaned up over towards A, but I mean, long term, again, these plays, HyDra gets in your base, the quick reposition out of the Subliners, and 2 ticks of B might be the thing that makes the difference to win this round. Still a little ways to go. You got Ultra setting up around the map for the kill, but you still have pressure near B. HyDra, not that silence. He's got nearby. There's his first free kill.
HyDra's causing problems. The second not to be had, though, that's CleanX. That is truly his nemesis here on Hotel. A is done. An additional minute will be added to the clock here in this very tense round.
Good trades as well. That's like the benefit of Subliners, by the way, constantly leaving like one player on that A zone. They have so much time to work with to try and create those special moments, and well, they just need one more moment like that. Hicksy, though, doesn't want to let it happen. 4 kills being exchanged in Toronto's favor. Overall, though, still down 3 lives.
Still down 3, but they are slowly but surely clawing their way back into this one. Oh, Hicksy, what a snap. Skyz is in real trouble. Cruz, though, from HyDra. Here it comes. Bit of information gained. Maybe to clean these players out. No, trophy's going to be there. That might have actually been the roof.
Still, though, if you're working on the flank, they were trying to create these moments before. Last time it was Priestahh behind enemy lines. This time it's HyDra, but HyDra can find the first. It's him and KiSMET working together. It's just the ARs that are on the flip side. You have Scrapz and Insight that have been a defensive brick wall, but they're not going to have the reinforcements just yet. They are getting picked apart.
Oh, KiSMET didn't see that last player. It's a 3-man down. That's going to be huge. Final segment is going to absolutely evaporate. 2 players on it. Here comes Insight. Here comes Insight. Gets 2. Oh my God. The point was clean for a moment, but Skyz is still on it. What a set of kills, but it matters not. Final round.
Too little, too late. The pressure from the early plays on the round are enough for Subliners to get it done. They clean house and have that early connection. Down 0-2 on the map. They are right back to map point. And this game 3, it is the difference maker in this series. If you can take Ultra down in the bread and butter game mode, your odds go up dramatically, and a smile on the face of that SMG duo, as they are frying. HyDra, 33 kills, 3,800 damage in the lobby. No one's even close.
Final round, here we go. Heavy hit towards A for Toronto Ultra. It was 3, now it is 1. Can CleanX somehow win this battle? He's the last man alive for his team. Everyone else is going to be on respawn, and oh my good God, the Subliners on defense here. It is a stranglehold so far.
I mean, this is brutal. I mean, KiSMET even spawns in with the tactic.
Oh my God.
KiSMET spawns in with it and gets 3 kills already on the round. They are pushed up everywhere in and around your base. 2 players in restaurant. You got number 5 HyDra roaming mid, and even a player top bedroom. Ultra, they can't even get out.
They're trying through the connector to cross. That KiSMET will not let go of that iron sight. 45 seconds. Ultra are still swarming around the restaurant, and it may be their time. Here we go. One more shot at this. You have to start thinking about the other point. Scrapz there with a win. No, can he get it? No, KiSMET still going. That's another 4 down. Subliners looking so strong.
I mean, they just have everything covered. This is a team that has done their homework. This is brutal, and now you're just going to be like lambs to slaughter, lined up on the cross. Ultra might just fly into death. At least you get a trade. Hicksy, the only player able to make it across for now, but KiSMET's going hunting.
Is this the one opportunity that Ultra needed to get a point? Oh my God, KiSMET is frying. 1 more kill against the Cruz. Priestahh is there in the feed. Covering fire from Scrapz. It's not going to last for too much longer. Here we go. Desperately trying to get them off the point. 1 segment down. Priestahh there once again. CleanX now doing what he can to get them out. And you still got numbers if you are Ultra, but you're in so much trouble. Skyz with the 3.
You just got absolutely blendered in this round. Desperate to stop the clock on A. 7 seconds left, and I think that's a Cruz coming through that might be forcing him off. I mean, Ultra, it's 2 bodies on the point. You have to win these gunfights if you want any hope. And even if you win them, you are down by 13 lives.
There are 4.4 seconds left, but if you capture this point, you get a minute. Here comes the hit. Snake boys, snake as hard as you can. Skyz taken care of. The pinch is now 1. KiSMET taken care of. It all comes down to Priestahh, and Priestahh's gone as well. The round is still going. We've got another minute to play.
It's still just 9 lives to work with, though. 9 lives to capture 1 point. Ultra need to be objective masterminds.
It's 1 wave of kills is all you need. The Subliners hold on for a minute. They'll take care of 8 and then make it 7.
Big win.
The play is not over yet. Hicksy from bedroom side. Wait for reinforcements. Go again.
Well, that's 2. No one's going to be flanking down from New York. You can just stack straight to the point. Ultra can pull this off.
They're pulling the kill. Scrapz there with a gun. The stack is in. This is far from over. Skyz has to make a move. Priestahh getting involved in the play as well. This is it. It's flying. Anyone there for the contest? It's done! Toronto! Absolutely rip it away. They were 4 seconds from a loss. What a game of control that was.
And that is why they are the best control team in the game. Down 10-23 on lives, 4.4 on the clock. It does not matter. They got the dub.
This place shook for a couple couple of seconds there. Wow. Well, there we go. Ultra take the lead here in the series, 2-1. Match point going into aBeZy.
And then Ultra so calm. Yeah, can I get some water? That'd be great. Just hook me up. Like, again, so calm for the bounce back. But, man, again, the heavy hitters. The SMG duo for the Subliners, HyDra and KiSMET. 41, 4,200 damage apiece. 36 kills from HyDra. And CleanX, though, right there with them. I mean, that man was challenging everything on the map. But the importance, it was the teamwork in the final moments. Ultra had the close spawns. They had the swarm. They had the timing. They got it done.
I mean, it always does come down to one wave of kills and everything just falls apart. We saw it all here, man. I mean, Subliners did exactly the same thing. Their defense was so strong, but there's almost a problem when you win the defensive rounds and you get it for the round 5. There's always a worry that the other team has managed to work out the setup. They know the strats, they know what to do. It takes one set of kills, and that's exactly what we saw. Highlights from the start of this one. What a banger of a control.
And that is such a painful one for Subliners as well, because when I say that, like, the start of that round was perfect, they had, like, 2 separate clean 4 downs, knew exactly where they're spawning, knew exactly what setups that they wanted to have. And I think even for the Subliners, there was every single moment in that game until the final 10 seconds, they were like, we got this in the bag. This is a free win. We are doing everything perfectly. And then the breakdown happened. So not easy to bounce back from. We have a double aBeZy potentially to finish off the series. Ultra, they want to get it done in 4.
That was the final moments there. 4.4 seconds in the restaurant. A gets captured. It took him barely any time to get across the map. And Skyz, from those desk positions, there's so many outstanding plays, so many great 3 pieces. That last one, though, couldn't get it done. Ultra on their feet. Rightfully so. What a map that was.
And that is so stressful for the Subliners and electric for Toronto Ultra. The vibes are flowing, back with the hot hand, and you have a game where you drop a .86 as a team and get the dub. Who needs kills in control? You just need that map win. Ultra, boy, do they love that map 3.
Hey, man, win's a win. We say goodbye now to Hotel in this series. It's been a lot of fun, but we will say adieu. And we'll go over towards aBeZy now. We've got a hard point coming up next. And if New York Subliners can close this out, we do go to another search and destroy. Also on aBeZy chance. How are we feeling going into the aBeZy, though? What's the sort of big difference between these two teams?
Well, to make it distant for the aBeZy map 5, that's a toss-up. Like, this is not a team that not a map that either team plays incredibly consistently. It's not like the Hotel where Subliners have played it now 10 times in stage 4. That's just a square up. Who knows what the hell is going to happen? For the map 4, I would say the only map where Subliners have a clear-cut advantage, and it is a small advantage at that.
Take any advantage we can possibly get. This is a look at the major placements throughout the entire year so far. Subliners obviously start things off very, very strong. First place. And then, of course, Ultra, 3rd place there. Well, 1st place at Major 3. That was a real shocker for us all, Chance, but at the same time, an incredibly exciting run between 2 teams who, a little bit up and down between the pair of them.
Absolutely. I mean, the top 12 is definitely the biggest stinger on the list, but as a whole, 2 of the top teams in the game, both of which have already secured their champ spot. Now, the seeding maybe could get slightly adjusted, but it's just a heavy hitter battle, man. 2 teams already won in tournaments. Obviously, for guys like Scrapz, it's his first year. Same thing for Hicksy. They got a tournament win in their first tournament together at the pro level. So feeling good. They got the home crowd. How sweet it would be to win it here in their home.
Yeah, it's not many teams have managed to pull off the hometown victory. Of course, OpTic back in Vanguard, they managed to lift the trophy in front of their own crowd back at Major 1. I don't think there are too many others that have done it. Actually, Atlanta FaZe back in 2020 at their own home series, very exciting there. Not a lot of players get the opportunity to do it in front of a home packed crowd. So we'll see if Ultra can go the distance. But for now, we load into aBeZy. Hardpoint, map number 4. It is match point for Toronto Ultra. For the Subliners trying to stay alive here in the winners bracket.
And I'll just run back to the same analysis we had on Mercado. I'm looking at CleanX on one side. I'm looking at HyDra on the other to be those main slayers pop off potential. And I know Scrapz did have a bit of a difficult game for the map 3. Uncharacteristic down there in the KD. He might be looking to strike back with a vengeance as well.
Well, here we go. aBeZy is a fun one, friends. Very fast-paced. Hardpoints feel a lot closer together than they are. Some machine gun players. Oh, they're going to have a good time at HyDra. A short-lived good time, but a good one at that.
I mean, you always enjoy. Nice little gunfight to kick things off. And, I mean, Ultra's still taking advantage. 15 seconds on P1 is not too shabby at all. And, frankly, they're getting even more. 20 seconds on a P1 to start the game. Already, this is one of the stronger P1s that you'll really be able to see this year. And Ultra, still plenty of time to try to make it even better. Bunch of kills, though, getting exchanged, and I think New York maybe just want to stabilize, focus on that rotation of P2. Toronto are playing with some options.
Oh, my lord. Well, P2, low right-hand side of the minimap, where CleanX is right now, or at least where he was until HyDra gunned him down. And Scrapz has found himself a few kills, so he's keeping Toronto's presence alive on that side of the map. Hicksy with a pinch, that's huge. This is going to change the shape of the map for a moment, unless KiSMET, can he get both? No, he can't. Last man here for the Subliners, HyDra, and with his death, that is it. Map control ultra.
This is as good as it gets. I mean, that should have been a rotation. That should have been free and clear for the Subliners, but now off the back foot again. And it's a long way away before they can even get to the point. Couple entry kills going their way, but Priestahh just going to dance with too many players. Ultra, they're sitting on the gas side of the map as well. They're happy to give up this back spawn. They're trying to play the long game.
Can HyDra find any out? This KiSMET finds two. That's all 4 down. That's a 30-second hard point there that the New York Subliners have got to now suckle upon and see if they can't get themselves back into this.
Man, that's an interesting moment because I think Ultra had more opportunities to really put pressure on P2, but they were focused on the rotation. They better get it, and that is a nice start. He's flying it with the TAC 56, winning gunfights like that, but they also get chopped down. Inside now, the last man standing, no trophy on the hill. Unfortunately, the Priestahh falls down, but the trades are there anyway. This is a slugfest to get to AC.
Scrapz up, guns at the ready. Oh no, that is such bad timing.
That's the curse.
Must have been a fly in his eye, and Skyz manages to get 2 of them. That's unreal. Insight holding it down. Here comes the next hit. Trophies at work though, as Insight can't hold on forever. Good work out of the Subliners. They're right back in this.
That was like an eventuality that they're able to get the break on AC. I mean, that was a true slugfest by both of these teams, but you can see KiSMET on the 6th spree to get his team back in the game and collecting a good chunk of time. You do have to be partially worried about a flank from Hicksy, but right now, Subliners, this is just comfortable. You don't have to move. You let the gunfights come to you.
Yep. Post up. Enjoy the sounds so far of aBeZy, Skyz, and KiSMET. Yep. Falls right into their lap. Hard point still ticking away. We will see a lead change. The next hard point, though, on the inside of the aBeZy. This is where things are going to get real mixy, and Priestahh's trying to get in there for the squad.
Looking to break the chain as well. Desperate right now just to win a rotation because Subliners in a fantastic position to make plays down low. Priestahh pops open the door and pops Hicksy as well. They got the hill time. Get one extra trade and Subliners will just straight up win the rotation battle. They were down 60-20. They have the lead and now they can let it run.
Subliners will be spawning very close to the hard point should they fall here, but kills are up. HyDra looking across the tennis court, gets himself his first. The back door now covered. Scrapz will be the man to enter it. But HyDra moving completely silently finds himself his 3rd in a row. Into the hard point, can't get any more. Ultra are in. CleanX and Insight, they get the break. That's their time now.
Yeah, nice bounce back, but still a little bit mixy. This is 30 seconds worth fighting for, and that might be Hicksy and Insight just closing those doors. Last ditch effort out of KiSMET. You can throw away that life and set up on rotation, but that is wonderful scrap time for Toronto to get. They'll be able to retake that lead as we have a very stable rotation coming through. Subliners all over P5.
Well, if you thought the aBeZy was close and personal, get ready to enter the kitchen. This tiny little room is about to become very fun indeed. Lead change. The Subliners are in position for the new hard point. Let's go for a listen in.
I got this. Keep switching, I have an air. Yeah, I have all P2, right? I have a trophy in red. Wait, P1's open, guys. P1's kind of open. P1's kind of open. Yeah, he's not play tight. Make sure we block his spawns.
Here's 3rd van.
I'm blocking. 3rd van, help.
Yeah, 2 on me right, 2 on me
right. They're going back up.
I'm just sitting down. I'm sitting down. I cannot push.
Yo, kids, play tight.
Alright, 2 right.
Team shot and hold my P1. Somebody team shot me.
Yeah, 2 gas.
1 shot, hill dead.
Nice.
I'm pushing blue.
My spawn orange.
Lane down, blue. 2 nice. 1 shot. He's right on me.
I'm on him.
One shot. That's one more. They can gas right now. One of them.
I have it. 2 more.
I'm touching. You're fucking
Go top AC.
Top AC. Alright, I'm 12 a streak. I'm watching my laundry.
Stop AC.
You want on me?
Top AC.
I'm one off a streak.
Spawn PC right now.
You get off time.
I'm getting top. I have top.
I'm gonna go orange and
go wrong. I have a streak.
I'm going top AC. You have my PD or no?
I have office, yes.
Listen, I'm not pinching gas. I'm staying in P5.
Office 1 bullet. CleanX with the side.
I have a streak. There's 2 here. Other guys got shit on.
Nice. Top
Yo, I'm staying on B2. Somebody get time. I'm watching my gas bench. Yo, low gas, low alley. Nice, good shit. That's all four. That's all four. He's on me. Got it. Nice, good shit, good shit. I spot PD there. Sign. Yo, stay alive.
Orange, weak guys. CleanX. This is
Sign.
He's going right. Done.
I'm gonna get top. Yo, I'm getting laundry on me, laundry. He's front side, challenging out. Laying down. Calm me down, guys.
Yeah, he's top PD.
Time. Nice, I'm going through mid. You guys get time.
Yeah,
Every minute.
Well, those are some of the best comms we have heard out of the Subliners all year. On point, nice and calm, and their setups have been on point. You got HyDra calling out there in orange, flanking around. They are on top of everything. Nice little 60-point lead as we rotate towards P2.
It's only getting bigger for the Subliners right now as the gunfight from Priestahh seemingly never ends, but the time ticking very much in their favor. Crew's called in now, trying to soften up the members of Toronto Ultra. No connect. Hicksy's going to still be alive here, but he's going to contest this hard point. Lots of numbers here from New York as they are still in control.
And HyDra is challenged too. I mean, wide swings around that hill to get that extra damage in. And Subliners on P2 have been on point, looking clean, got gas pushed out. KiSMET seemingly always has the right gun for the job. Ultra though, bully out just a little bit, pick up a couple kills and look for a little bit of that time. Still 30 seconds worth fighting for.
We've seen this hard point get broken, the same sort of situation. Even with AC on the horizon, this place is not safe. We've still got a cruise to play with as well from Skyz. His 6th spree earlier paid off. Hicksy doesn't let Priestahh hit the top ladder. And with that, HyDra's foot was not spotted. So Hicksy now in a bit of a battle towards this new hard point.
This is one of those rare moments. We had a few on Mercado where you have Ultra doing a good job of picking up a lot of the old time while being perfect on the rotation and new. So they're down by, again, about 50 points going into this one. But a very tight setup around AC. Scrap might be the airman and he gets picked apart, but it's a cruise missile to help take these players down. And he's going for the spawners. That's a nice call out of Skyz. Pick him apart just a little bit. Get some damage in. Skyz is up PD making plays.
He set himself up for the trade there. KiSMET's already in the point. Shuts the door on Hicksy. Hicksy cut down by HyDra. It is poetry in motion for the New York Subliners. About 40 seconds remaining on this point, and they're looking to grab it.
Oh, these guys are just everywhere on the map right now. Get a couple trades, get on the snake box, and beam them down. Just trade out Hicksy, HyDra. You know he wins these gunfights. Cheeky little angle, and actually Hicksy using it. Cheeky needs to get it done. Ultra fighting tooth and nail for top AC. They're gonna get it, but they had to work for it. That's a hill where Subliners still come out on top.
Subliners come out on top of the hill. 10 seconds may go the way of Ultra, but man, that was a war. And now you have to go back over to Embassy where Priestahh is just whizzing. That's a 4th spree from him. Territory mark.
I mean, these guys have just been ridiculously heads up, ahead of the game, waiting for the rotations, and Priestahh not scared of a child. He'll jump out of a window, and if it's not the front, he'll jump out the back. Trying to help out your boys because Ultra, it is a full swarm now around this hill. And everybody might have been tagged up, but Ultra still desperate to hold on.
Damage dealt. KiSMET in. HyDra with 3. That's the break. We're over 200 points now for the Subliners. As through the back door, Scrap, can he get any more out of this? HyDra tagged up. No problem. Priestahh on the outside. 2 more as P-Dog guns them down. Subliners in control.
3 in the feed from HyDra. Priestahh says, I can do it too. Subliners slaying all 4 players positive. That kill column is utterly ridiculous. How happy New York was to see Embassy.
Oh my word. A 5 spree from HyDra, looking at another streak. 227 and climbing. They're going to get the scrap. They've got kitchen set up, and this starts to smell a little bit like a game 5.
I mean, they have just completely silenced this crowd as well. 2 players looking for a cruise missile. Victory lap on the P5. This is some of the best hardpoint we have seen Subliners play all year.
Oh, we're in. Priestahh there with another set of kills. Can his sight stay alive? No, there's another one. Scrap, the trades are there. Has he ended it though? No, Skyz is on it. Wow, the trade's done. 10 seconds for the win. CleanX trying to cut him off. Gets at least 1. Fly forward. There's a pinch. The opportunity to stop it here and stay alive, but CleanX checks it. No, the time was right. The Subliners have done it. We've got a game 5.
Nothing to do, nowhere to go. That map was theirs. Forcing the game 5 and doing so in dominant fashion. All 4 players positive. They just outslayed by, I don't even know, 25, 30 kills, making high IQ plays as well. That cruise missile from Skyz was singing sweet to make that call. Go for the spawners, make your teammates' job that much easier. And shout out to Priestahh as well. 26 kills, but just got 4K damage. Priestahh's out there shooting.
He did pretty much all of that on the rotation as well. He's playing for spawns for the new hard point. He's in the right place at the right time, and he is gunning. Priestahh, what a performance. Nearly breaks the 4K there as Ultra have been stunned on that Embassy hardpoint. But our chance to final map coming up, Embassy Search and Destroy. We'll get to that in a moment, but Subliners started to catch fire. As back and forth we go in this fantastic series. Winners round 1. It's only Thursday.
Only Thursday, and this is a great way to start. I might have said the Embassy hardpoint was only a small advantage for New York. Turned out to be a large one. Now we get to find out if Control truly is the difference maker, because if not for that, series would have been over.
Series could have well been over. For now, though, this moment is over. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, Game 5 to determine who plays FaZe in Winners round 2. Don't go too far, COD fans. This one's going to be a banger.
like them weapons.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Major 5 here live from Toronto. And we are going to a Game 5 chance. And I tell you what, brother, this is where things get real dicey indeed. It's a gorgeous day here. Fantastic to stay indoors and buy some sweet merch. All things happening here at the Toronto Ultra Major 5. We've got everyone. Oh yeah, FaZe having a good time. And the front row has been popping. They're going to need at least one more good map of energy chance, because that search against New York is going to be a tough one.
And Search wins championships as well, but not just championships. Winners round 1 matches also go down to the Game 5, and I know especially on the Ultra side of things, like back in Stage 3, won the entire tournament. Their S&D was on point. The next stage, it collapsed. They folded with 3-9 record in the game mode. Well, it's the final stage. It is the run at the end of the year. Your Search and Destroy has to be on point if you want to win a tournament. We get to test Toronto and Subliners butter right now.
We found out yesterday, it was Lando talking about in our spaces we did prior to, getting the tournament underway. Search and Destroy, absolutely the #1 game mode that teams win in a run towards a major victory. We'll see, though, if Toronto can get another here in the series. Of course, that previous one, an absolute bang. Oh, no, New York won that. What am I saying?
By a lot.
By a lot. Like 6-3. What am I talking about? Hey, it's been a good series. It's been a long one as well. Very, very excited to see how this one goes down. ABeZy, though, a totally different looking map to Hotel Chance.
Absolutely. It's going to be a fun one, too, because I think almost every single map these two teams have played in Search and Destroy has ended 6-3, except for one that ended in a 6-2 fashion. So it's never super close. No round 11s on the board just yet. Maybe this aBeZy will do the trick.
Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be just fantastic for all the heartbeats here in Toronto? Everyone losing their mind. Oh, we do think we have some stats about the upcoming Search and Destroy. We have a little bit of time to kill before we get into this one, making sure that everything is spick and span, ready for that game ahead of us. But Chance, as far as two teams go, they're in very, very good spots, both of them, in terms of the mode.
I mean, the Team KD is obviously going to be the thing that stands out, because Subliners, when they're on point and a 6-1 record, is exactly that. They have been dominant. Obviously on defense, a small edge against Ultra, but offense especially has been buck wild. And of course, HyDra, main reason why. He is breaking records every single game. It seems like this guy is completely on point. Honestly, has an argument for best S&D player in the game, especially if he's bringing that into LAN. Well, he did exactly that in the map 2. Ultra did not enjoy having to try to contain that man. Well, you got to do it now for the Game 5.
Good luck on aBeZy as well. Well, again, the S&D metrics very, very tight between both teams. We did say coming into this one, 2 squads at the top of their game right now, and they are swinging for the fences. Coach Sender there for the New York Subliners on stage, imparting his final bit of gameplay. The rest of the team in the firing range warming things up. Ultra now returning to their seats, returning to the stage, ready to take one more stab at this. All bets are off, friends. This one should be an absolute sweetie as we play this Game 5 out. Again, Chance, big surprise for, I think, no one. This was going to be a great series. It certainly has been a real delight so far. We do have a very slight tech issue on stage. We've got some top 5 plays from last week to keep you entertained, titillated, while we get everything sorted on stage.
I mean, it's the last ditch effort. Someone's got to make the move. They win an intro gunfight, but Sim's in a corner. That's 40 bomb.
Very best not to let him cross it.
And honestly, Florida to start to make moves. The Shotzzy.
Vickle has a knife.
Water.
Vickle run! Slash! The second! No way!
Get close. They have to go through him first.
Vickle not able to get the kill.
The only player that treats a pro match like it's a ranked game. Shotzzy literally does whatever he wants. I mean, it's the last ditch effort. Someone's got to make the move. They win an intro gunfight, but Sim's in a corner. That's 40 bomb, and he is going to run it through you. 41 in a 5 spree. Simp just called game.
They can't find him. Wardy, that's it. Big kill. Wait a minute. Kremp lines up 2. I don't believe it. The third. Can Kremp get the whole team? He does. That is unbelievable. Hard point, Boston.
Right on your next match versus Breach, but everything comes to a halt. As you defuse, however, HyDra is keeping him on it. Numbers that he's been able to put up so far in Major 5 and having another massive performance. But here comes the Cruise. Skyz finds the first blood, and Priestahh finds another. It's all on to Simp. Oh, and HyDra is able to take it. Finishes with 18 kills. Well, now a 1v3. Simp was somewhat able to do it. Now, Fred, can you do it yourself? Well, he's letting the load that much more.
He's trying to find the timing on checking these sites. He's going to play over towards B, go for the 50-50. But it's not going to play into his hand. It's looking like Subline's going to go towards A. No, they're actually going towards B, and Pred might have just played this beautifully.
Oh, and he can absolutely get the perfect timing as well. As he finds Skyz, he can just stay alive. He can just stay alive. HyDra from afar. Can he get here in time? Paco, did he spot him over the top rope? No, he is not going to. And it is back-to-back breakdowns.
Oh boy, what an incredible stage it's been, Chance. I mean, we're really seeing the pinnacle of CDL action at the moment. Everything has been going very well. We're almost ready to see even more, ladies and gentlemen, in this Game 5.
I just feel like a hater, honestly, seeing Pred with #1 play in the same game where HyDra, the play behind him, ends up making the comeback to get the dub on for breaking the record. But we're all haters here in the Call of Duty world. It's something we love to do.
We just love to hate, even if things is going great. Hey, well, that's what's going to happen here. We're almost ready to rock and roll into map number 5. Again, we're staying on Embassy. All the players are in the lobby. Everyone is here, ready to rock and roll. Ultra back on stage. The rest will clear house soon, and we'll load into this map. And this chance is an important one. We're going up against FaZe after this.
And it's also very interesting for the Subliners as well, because again, we brought it up before the series started of the idea that Subliners in their final online series played with a sub. They used an SMG substitute to pull in for their main AR in Skyz. They lose the series. You drop down a little bit further in the seeding, and that means you draw a very difficult round 1 matchup in Toronto Ultra. Coaching staff did not care. They're like, we're here to win tournaments. We want the tough matchups round 1. So if you can beat a team like this, start your tournament off right. Oh my God, Subliners will be riding the all-time high.
Oh, indeed, they really did want to get everyone out of the way, and why not start with the hosts for Toronto Ultra. Test game is being run at the moment just to make sure that this server is all good to go, and then we will be diving into our final map of this series. HyDra. Search and Destroy has been his wheelhouse, the bread and butter, his absolute mode du jour, or mode of the month, let's say, because damn, son, he has been outstanding.
He was absolutely really
outstanding. I mean, Jay and Lando called that one, and it really was a historic moment, a historic set of plays. Oh, what a tournament we have ahead of us, though, ladies and gents. Scrap, a moment of calm before we get back into this Game 5. A look at the bracket so far here at Major 5. The drama getting to this point was one thing, and now that we're here, FaZe start things off with a 3-0, making Vegas Legion's run towards champ all the harder. We still have 2 brilliant series coming up so far. So Boston Breach and Minnesota Røkkr, we'll see that play a little bit later on today. And Chance, we have news. Boston Breach have qualified for champs.
Hi, congrats. I mean, the 190 points is good enough. Vegas is the only team that are going to be able to leapfrog anybody. That early loss apparently was enough to set themselves apart. So Zach Denier, good old Zed, knows more than the rest of us.
Oh, indeed. Well, congratulations to the Boston Breach. They've made it. We will be seeing them in Vegas a little bit later on this month. Ultra, of course, will be there as well. But for the rest of the tournament, man, what an unbelievable week of COD we have ahead of us. We've still got Florida Mutineers, OpTic coming up later today, Breach, Røkkr. Very exciting to see how that one goes. With Chance S&D being the final map that we're going to be playing today on Embassy. HyDra, what else is there to say about the man?
Absolutely nothing. We have covered it all, breaking records like throughout this stage. HyDra has been a menace. I think he had, what, a 1.86, I think is what he threw up from the stage. So HyDra is certainly that main man to look at. He has built highlight reel play on highlight reel play. So HyDra always going to be clean with it, and obviously player to watch.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, here's the highlights from some of his unbelievable plays. Just keep an eye on that KD on the bottom right-hand side of the screen. 10-6, 11-6 for Spree. Here comes Mack taking care of that. 12. That number is only going to rise, as well as this series. This was the 11 Spree we saw. He's on a 7 in a row right now. This is a 2v1. Pred taken care of. It really was some of the best COD we've seen, Chance.
Yeah, and even talking to him about it a little bit yesterday for some player interviews, he was basically saying, I've been paying a great deal of attention to the best S&D players in the world. He's always been clean and respawn. He wants to level up. He's been doing exactly that, and he's also like, I'm just challenged. If I'm feeling something, I'm just go flying at him. If I need to pump the brakes, that's fine, but he can simply do it all. A 1.87 in S&D. And I had to do the gymnastics in my head of how Boston qualified. Vegas got eliminated, knocked down. They play against Seattle. One of those teams has to get eliminated, so Boston cleared to go. So it does make sense.
It does make sense. No, it does. It does. Or HyDra. We'll see what he can do in this Search and Destroy. Mechanically incredibly gifted Call of Duty player. Ever since he joined the league back in Cold War, his very first series chance for the New York Subliners, he played Atlanta FaZe. He defeated Atlanta FaZe. Few teams have been able to do that, let alone in their first match.
And if he wins this series, that is the reward. You get to play Atlanta FaZe again. So both of these teams very storied against Atlanta, because it's not just HyDra and the Subliners. Toronto, I mean, they have made Atlanta FaZe and the finals their home the entire Cold War season as well. So heavy hitting round 2 we are certainly going to have, just vying to be the team that gets to fight FaZe there.
What a treat.
And on a vibe front, by the way, Subliners are just enjoying all the downtime that they've had. Very friendly.
A friendly, fun team indeed here at the Major. Their opponents, and I'd imagine this entire crowd, though, don't want to see this Game 5 go any other way. We will be playing the Embassy in a moment. So the New York Subliners, what a shock it would be, again, after the sort of strange drama coming into this one about the substitute player Wardy getting his time on the stage. For them to come in and bring down Ultra would be a big moment for Ultra. I mean, it's not sort of predicted, you're not seeing this coming, but these are two brilliant teams. These teams could arguably, you know, you could see them go up again in this grand final. And there is a whole lot of KiSMET on your screen. Oh, he's locked.
He's not moving enough for it to be a GIF, but that'll be screenshotted for sure.
How we doing, Toronto? We good? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. One more map is all you need. You want to see that big win? You can't let Tilt down. You'd make him cry. If they lose the Game 5, he'd cry his eyes out. See? He'd be so upset. No! We're not losing. That's right, Tilt. You bring it. Tilt's been absolutely brilliant all day long. Looking to see him go all week. Let's have a look how the first search and destroy went. Oh no, Toronto fans, avert your eyes. It was a 6-3.
And obviously, if you paid attention to the stats we showed earlier about how good New York Subliners have been on offense throughout this stage, 5 bomb plants. Every single round on the attack, able to get the bomb down. They were bouncing back and forth between both sites, and obviously the First Bloods help as well, winning both of those battles. I mean, HyDra, he had 11 kills, I think, in the first like 4 or 5 rounds. Then his teammates started to put in some serious work. Yeah. Skyz pulling out the sniper on occasion. Both him and Priestahh dropping the 2.0s. And KiSMET 3 and 8. Guess who had most of those bomb plants?
That's your boy KiSMET, the bomb planter. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got good news. It's time to play us some Embassy Search and Destroy. We are loading in. Game 5. Here we go.
Icing each other, but finally, fist bumps out in a bounds. First map 5 we have of this tournament. I certainly hope it will not be the last. Get that last drink of water before this round kicks off. This is a map that neither team has played a great deal. 10 times apiece for either. 5 and 5 for Ultra, 4 and 6 for the Subliners. The difference maker in that one, well, they went head-to-head in stage 3. Toronto took them down in a 6-3 fashion. The Subliners we have seen in this series, their setups in the hard points have been clean, in control. When they had it on the map, it was perfect. You know, they have done their homework. Both teams ready for the Game 5.
Here we go. One more map to decide the series. Ultra start this one off on offense.
That's no dead silence, and HyDra already flying up the middle of the map as well. So forward position. HyDra in bottom bathroom, shots getting exchanged, and Priestahh just dancing. But if HyDra's already here, too high, and Hicksy gets the first blood. Nice little surprise of the first 2 kills.
Wow, what shots from Skyz. 13 hit points remaining. 2v2 as this round has exploded. What an opener. Now towards B we fly with that bomb.
This is an interesting decision as well. Neither player on the Subliners actually wanted to contest this site. So the bomb gets planted for free. And Hicksy should be able to get out. This entire round almost certainly get it decided by Insight versus Priestahh on the flank.
Hicksy's going to chill. Skyz upstairs. A little bit of noise been made. Less than 30 seconds to go. Oh dear. And we are in an awkward stalemate. Time ticking. Here comes Priestahh. Insight. Wins it. That could be the round. Skyz now. A nearly impossible situation to be in. He has to destroy 2 players and leap on the bomb. And there is no way in hell Insight lets that happen.
Not too much noise, and Hicksy there to take him down. Could have been an instant 2v4 out of the Subliners, but after the bomb plant commences, Ultra good to go. honestly pretty shocked New York just gave that one up for free because, I mean, quite literally that entire round hinges on Priestahh winning the gunfight on top when he has to check 37 corners to find Insight, and Insight, we know how clutch he can be. Him and Hicksy, 2 kills apiece.
Ultra draw first blood here in our game 5. Subliners now an attacking round for them. Let's see how they go.
KiSMET with the bomb on hand, certainly leaning more towards that A site. Looks like double ARs or HyDra as well towards P2. They were looking for the chow. That is a hell of a grenade kill. That's on point from CleanX to get the first blood.
It was the 1-2 hit there from Hicksy and CleanX there with the Semtex and the frag. 1 bullet is all it took there to pass off the information. The Insight has somehow dodged the stun. Pressure now towards the A bomb site as the Subliners go for the quick plant. Scrap has been sniffed out that push. Offered no protection. CleanX on the flank. Right into it. 3v2.
I mean, you had HyDra absolutely blowing Scrap away in that moment, but again, he killed the head of the snake. You're feeling a little bit better. And CleanX dancing with the players. Him and Hicksy on point with the teamwork. 3-0 start from the rookie. 2 rounds in a row. And let that dead silence reaccrue at the end of the round. Buy yourself a little bit of the time off the plant.
Masterful backstep from CleanX there to win that 1v1 engagement. His teammates find theirs as well, but slight advantage there from Subliners. Chance blown away.
And even just the dive across. When he knows HyDra's over by gas, the dive across to get behind Xbox just to know I'm going to get a couple tags in me. That's fine. As long as I don't get traded, we're cooling it. So impressive stuff. High level understanding of the map. And again, even that first blood just to set the tone. Those are the plays Ultra need.
2-0 so far to start things off here for Toronto Ultra. We'll see what New York Subliners can do on defense. A fast hit, a lot of bodies over here by the tennis court. HyDra in there. Priestahh finds his as well. Oh, there's a lightning strike from the New York Subliners as CleanX heavy tags. Priestahh, what an opener. The last man up is going to be Insight. He is heavily beat. The man is pinned down and in a world of hurt.
You remember that time I said HyDra was paying attention to the best S&D players in the world? Took that one out of Shotzzy's book. The dive across, there's like a little bit of cover you get in open tennis court, but use the full effect. And for Insight, I mean, seemingly no way to clutch a 1v4. He's on the list of players that could do it, but this situation, it just looks impossible.
He's on a 3 spree as well right now for Insight. Any kills he can get are great. He's actually got the bomb and dead silence, a frag and a concussion. Why not?
See if he can do it. You gotta isolate the players. The thing is, he'll end up taking a gunfight against Priestahh over towards gas, and then he's gonna get flanked by KiSMET. So Insight has to kick this off with making the reason that after the fact, it's gonna be Skyz up top for the double chow as well.
Uh-oh.
And the nade doesn't connect. No time on the clock. No windows of opportunity for Insight.
No, not at all. Stay alive, though. That'd be ideal. What a snap on a KiSMET. Ooh, 8 seconds to go on the round.
And that's perfect from Subliners. At least towards the end, you shut down the spree. You make sure you get the kill. So that's a good chow out of KiSMET. The added coordination on point. And I've maintained, I don't think Shotzzy's always a good player to watch to learn anything, because like most people just can't do it. Like he's just too good. You watch it, it doesn't matter. HyDra though, learning from one of the best, and again, a cheeky play to get around.
I was going to say, with 8 seconds on the round, if
he still loses.
No, he still loses, but like if he gets away around the corner, inside PD or inside the embassy, he could have still kept that spree going, but not bad from the Subliners there to get themselves on the board. 2-1. Here we go. They're on offense.
Once again, almost the exact same setup as the previous offensive round for New York. Slight adjustment, KiSMET a touch more aggressive.
Uh-oh.
And a nice angle from Scrapz, and what a shot as well. Another first blood for Toronto.
Threads 2 tiny little needles there to catch that one out. Priestahh, he's making moves, and he might make moves into the SPX of Scrap. KiSMET now on the rotate towards that bomb. Hicksy manages to catch one as well. So Toronto Ultra, pump the brakes, let the kills come to you.
Yeah, Priestahh has a trophy, so he didn't feel he could be aggressive for that trade. Scrap wants to be aggressive though. Priestahh gonna be jumping.
No, wait. Has he seen it?
Oh no.
This is weird. Wait a minute. This ain't over yet. Priestahh's taking hits. Whoa! Finally takes care of business there. 3 spree from Priestahh. Inside. Doesn't let him snake that one away. Ultra, 3-1.
And that might be the last time we see that setup from the Subliners. It has gotten shut down twice when they're trying to work the A site slow. So Subliners got to readjust for their offensive game plan and need something on defense too. 3-1 is not a fun lead to be behind by. Subliners very much want this round.
KiSMET yet to get on the board here in the search. And Scrapz snipe helped that team win the round. See if he can't do it again. Might be seeing the snipe on the cross here. Yeah, sadly looking the wrong way. None of the members of the Subliners are going to be in position. Here comes Priestahh though. Oh wow, that timing stinks.
This is a double stack as well. Not an easy shot to hit on these players snaking. You get a small window of opportunity and Subliners already getting the kills, and that is the window gone. I don't think Skyz is ever going to get caught.
So close. 53 HP. Scrapz has to back on down. Oh, now it's a 1v4. That window shut. And the third time might have been the charm, but the Subliners, one round at a time, clawing it back.
That is a dominant round on defense as well. Just peppering Tennis Court with all the stuns, all the nades. Even with the trophy, it's enough to slow him down, and nice chows coming through. Not too sure if Scrapz will keep the snipe out. Certainly on the attack, nothing to work with, but speaking of offense, New York Subliners, we'll see if they make an adjustment. Twice they've gone through the P2 side of the map over towards A. Twice they've been shut down.
It's that far left from when they spawn up. They're going to grab that bomb and make their moves. They're going through the inside of the map this time. Slightly different looks through the bathroom. We may fly out. Nades, concussions, everything there landing. Not a lot of information passed either way, Chance.
Well, same direction, still looking for the early intel. The good news for the SMGs, you at least know the middle of the map is clean because there goes CleanX. So the adjustment is in, you get the first blood, and look how quickly that bomb is going back towards B. Utilize that man advantage.
They're flying. Insight from that top AC position, or rather the backside of it, is going to be a very important piece of the Toronto Ultra puzzle right now. 50 seconds to go, Subliners. Oh, that's a big win. KiSMET, dead silence. The trays are going to keep going down, but that is a huge opportunity.
Oh, that might be the gunfight to win the round too. Hicksy gets the 2 and gets out with his life. And just like that, an opportunity for Ultra to clutch up. And it's Insight in Hicksy again.
Skyz, that sniper's just given his teammate enough space to make his way forward. Priestahh's going to be able to scurry now and get that plant. Oh my word, Insight so close to falling to the SPX of Skyz. Bomb planted. Here we go. And it's fast moves from the Subliners. Priestahh, I do think, no, Skyz with a deadie. Priestahh down low. You've got to make something happen sooner rather than later, and I do believe Priestahh may be in a sweet spot to get the pitch here. Hicksy now making his way forward. It's a 2v1. Can Hicksy keep this play going? This is for the ace and for the round.
I mean, he's loud, but it's a 1v1, and guess who has the sniper up top? You're worried about the instant challenge. Hicksy, he's got the dead silence. He is running. He actually, the timing is going to be close. He might be able to pull this off.
Well, he might be able to get the ace at the very least, but he still has to get the bomb defused faster. No time. He might get all 4. But he's not going to be able to get the defuse. Takes 7.5 seconds for it. And Hicksy, nice try, but not close enough.
And I'm baffled. Insight was backing Skyz down in the top window for how long, and Hicksy's just worried about the A plant. I feel like it's easier to retake A. It's not fun for either site, but we saw Subliners do the same thing earlier. Give up the bomb plant for free, and you know the situation. You have to clear out top PD. It's the clutch spot. It takes so long to do. So an interesting play call to allow the bomb to get planted. And I know Hicksy 9-2 on a 4 spree, maybe thinking about a cruise. So Ultra have good things working for them. But that was a big round for New York.
That was their 3rd round in a row for New York as well. Hicksy hyper aggressive here on the attacking round. Bomb down at B, ASAP. Skyz and Priestahh from upstairs, they're going to be an issue. HyDra has the middle of the map.
Yeah, he's looking for the play. Him versus CleanX, and yeah, HyDra just catches him. Perfect angle for the first blood.
Hicksy still holding this back alley position. He's going to be the closest man to the bomb for now. 30 seconds to go. No one here just yet. Skyz, the top of his head, spotted out. That's kill number 5 in a row. Priestahh down low. That's going to be the comms. The flurry now of information. Pushed through. Insight cut down. It is a 2v3. Scrapz has a big job on the cross.
They're still looking for him too. They are trying to swarm around PD, but you checked all the spots. Scrapz with the gunfight, but guess who had the bomb? Priestahh, but he gets caught. Hicksy 2 heads up in Toronto. Win the round.
Oh, brilliant work. Ultra. And kudos to that crowd for not giving anything away either. What a sensational round of Search and Destroy.
And think about those moments for Scrapz when he's on like the hotel control, where he's dealing with the pressure on the flank, where he's dealing with the pressure through the middle of the map. Similar situation, 3 Subliners players swarming PD. He just finds the route, he gets out, he stays alive, he wastes time, and gunning KiSMET doesn't hurt.
That was a really hard gunfight to win as well. We've seen KiSMET win that fight all season long. A 1-round advantage for Toronto Ultra in this game 5. Here we go. New York on offense.
Playing for picks again. Similar situation, trying to catch these SMG players before they get past them, but CleanX has done exactly that.
Cruz invested.
Nice.
Enough to get Priestahh. 3 members of the Subliners forced to the inside. Now they're going to burst out of that bathroom window. Not enough from CleanX to keep him at bay. They're going to be able to get the bomb back from the body of Priestahh and still trying to make a move.
And CleanX is just a distraction in this moment. He can spot out CleanX or whoever, because Scrapz is just behind him. They're going to fly out of P2 and just line up for Scrapz. There's number 1.
There's 2.
For the trades. 3rd man in line.
KiSMET in trouble, making the run, and Ultra now don't have to do a thing. He has that bomb. They know he's on the inside of the embassy. Angles covered. What a snap from KiSMET! Hicksy having one hell of a search and destroy so far. 13-3.
Making plays as well. One of the best uses of the cruise missile we have seen all year. Not only do they get the kill on Priestahh in the back, but they get so much map control. And Hicksy, this is just lucky 13 for the pile. But as soon as the cruise missile comes through, Scrapz gets to the back truck. CleanX covers up towards Xbox. Too difficult of a play to read in 1 round away. And Ultra win just this only. It's a winner's round 1 matchup.
Yeah, match point. Toronto Ultra. And it's an opening kill from Scrapz. Skyz looking for the rebuttal. It's Hicksy with one of the most brilliant performances he's had on an individual, and here we go. CleanX cut down immediately. KiSMET makes it a 3v3. Trades are bound again, and it's Hicksy again at the trade point. He's got himself 14.
And let's see who plays the better rotation game. Subliners, yeah, maybe make the right call in this moment. You don't want to give up the B bomb plant. That is worst case scenario, so they're working together through mid. See if they can find those trades together.
They're quite loud as well. Skyz running a trophy. Eyes on mid-mat, waiting for the B-bomb cross, Skyz. He's going to run into trouble in a moment. That door's going to burst open. Scrapz going to see it. Wait, trades might be there. Scrapz, no, he stays alive. He stays alive. It's a 3v1. This is surely it. Ultra, it's their round to lose. There he goes. I believe Hicksy just said, that's my map. And with damn good reason at 14-3. And Charles, what do you know? It's another 6-3 between these teams.
Tried and true. That is the way the S&D goes, but that is a victory lap performance there from Hicksy. Not just the 14 kills. He's the guy when they're in 2v4s, picking up the 2 pieces to even the odds. He did that, I think, literally 3 times on that map. Perfect use out of the cruise missile. Ultra out there making plays.
What a start to the tournament for Toronto Ultra, a nail-biter. Insight. A lot of love here for the crowd. Last time they were here in the Vanguard season, it was an incredible lower bracket run. This time round, things are looking a little different. They will play Atlanta FaZe in round 2 after that banger. The New York Subliners will go down. We'll see them a little bit later on. They will play tomorrow in their lower bracket matchup. And there are the stats.
Hey, I'll tell you, man, if Hicky's making plays like that, playing S&D like that, the battle against Atlanta could be timeless. Impressive stuff, even with the bomb plants as well. I mean, that's a situation where the first blood battle completely even, clutch factor all the way towards Ultra.
And that we love a lovely sort of predictable series, I suppose, but the 6-3 trades, either way, they're on the search and destroy. What a difference maker that was. Chance, you said the hotel control was going to be a very important point in the series for either team. Absolutely, when you look at the finish like that, it's not how you finish, it's also how you end, especially if you're Ultra.
Yeah, and I think that hotel control is really sort of like the tail of the game, right? New York had the edge the whole way through. Final 10 seconds, Ultra find the break. It's moments like that win you series, win you tournaments.
Indeed. Wow, what a brilliant start to the tournament. I do believe we've got Scrap on stage with Lando.
That's right, yes we do. Scrappy here in front of the Toronto Ultra crowd, but that's gotta feel really nice to hear these guys rooting you on.
Yeah, it does. You know, crowd's been amazing. We hear you guys the whole time. And yo, let's keep it up all weekend. Let's win this shit.
I gotta talk to you, man, about specifically, I feel like if there's a footnote that we take away from this series, it's probably the control. Yeah. You guys clutch up a 10v23. Walk me through how you guys were somehow able to do that.
Yeah, so we know that team likes to like trap us in a kitchen and you know, like kind of have us in a spawn trap. We kind of got rinsed on the lives. Like, as you see, 10 versus 23 isn't too good. But, you know, we know that, you know, we just have to cap the point. That's how you win the game. So, got a 4 dead, quick 4 dead, stack the point, and there it is.
You guys were able to come away with a huge victory in that control. But I want to talk to you about one of the primary points of emphasis coming into this series, right? There was a lot of discussion about how New York, they decided to play with a substitute. They said they don't really care who they're going to face off against in their opening matchup here in the Toronto Major. Did they make a mistake deciding to play with the sub, which then lined them up versus you?
You know, I don't really know if it's a mistake. They should have, like, actually, yeah, it's a mistake, bro. Like, why aren't they playing with them? They're getting smoked, so that's what it is.
You got to keep it honest. You got to keep it honest, especially in front of your crowd. But I got to talk to you about the next match that you guys are going to have facing off against the Atlanta FaZe. You guys have had plenty of battles with that team throughout really COD history, even this year. How do you feel about squaring up against them now?
Good. You know, they probably had our number probably this whole year. But, you know, the one tournament we won, we beat them. And, you know, you only have to beat them once to win a tournament. So we're going to come back, and we're going to come hard and win this thing.
Love to hear it, man. I want to ask you one last thing. Yeah. Last time around, when you were in this venue, you were in a different part of it, right? You were playing in challengers. You were trying to grind your way through for the Academy roster. Now you're here on this stage. How does that feel to come full circle?
You know, dream come true. You know, I couldn't ask for more. Last year, there was probably maybe 30 fans. I see a few that were here last year. But, you know, now compared to this, it doesn't feel better.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations to you. Congrats on the team. We got MVP chants going down here on the main stage. Desk, take it away, guys.
MVP! If you're looking at the season numbers, without a doubt, Scrap is in the running for that honor. But you got to give credit to everyone else in this competition. That's right, Joe. Hicksy gets my MVP award. The guy that you drop Standy for comes in after being on the bench, helps them win Major 3, and it looks like they're setting off with the same tone here in Major 5.
I mean, he had an abysmal stage 4, right? I mean, that was really it. People were questioning, should he get dropped? Did they make the right move? But obviously they win Major 3, and I don't know, maybe just see we've talked about sort of the winner's curse and going back to online, but they really struggled throughout stage 4. And then, but we knew that the sort of fundamentals of this team were there, and just feels it. They had to regroup, they reset, but especially for him to play at this high of a level individually, it's got to feel great for him.
Dropping 14 in a game 5 always feels pretty solid. Alley Cat, let's take a look back at some of the highlights here. A lot of people saying it shouldn't have gone to a game 5. Toronto clutching up though in the control allowed this series to continue, and it was back and forth at the very end.
Yeah, no, it should not have gone to a game 5. I think New York obviously had ample opportunity in that hotel control to close it out after they forced their round 5, but it really came down to those hard points as well. The fact that Toronto was able to take that early 1-0 lead in Mercado, and then running into that hotel search and destroy, I figured New York was going to have the edge, but it's Toronto clutching up time and time again on their best game mode control. I mean, what they're capable of doing, the fact that there was 4.4 seconds left on the clock, they're able to spawn close kitchen to A, get on the time, get the stack through, and then find every single kill in their bedroom. And unfortunately, the stack was just too quick. You saw KiSMET tried to make a play over through the A side of things, maybe catch a player or two in the back, but the timing just didn't work out. And then we go to game number 5, where Hicksy has just proven to me now that he is diff on land. 14-3. This is a player that isn't even in the conversation of Rookie of the Year right now. Well, he won his first rookie land and then just put up numbers like that to solidify them going into Saturday. So I think that's going to be our player to watch for the rest of the weekend.
And Nameless, this will now set up a FaZe versus Toronto battle in the winners bracket round 2 on Saturday. We've seen both squads. This match a little closer in round 2. Who's the stronger team here on day 1?
I mean, it's tough to say. I mean, Ultra had way stiffer competition, right? You look at this series, it came down to your map picks. You had to win your hardpoint, you had to win your S&D. It's a tall task to beat Toronto Ultra in 2 search and destroy. So it comes down to that control where, if you really look at it, New York had the advantage. They were the team that probably should have won that. They committed over towards A. So I think Toronto Ultra still not looking unbeatable by any means. That was a very close series. So it's going to be a banger, as always, up against Atlanta FaZe.
Looking forward to the final 2 matches of tonight as well. Remember, we still have OpTic taking on the Mutineers, and we close it out with the run for champs, Boston taking on Minnesota Røkkr. But right now, we want to remind you all, pick up your gear right now, including the brand new Champs Pack. If you haven't already scooped it up, this is a bundle fit for a king, complete with a new operator skin, weapon, blueprints, and more. Rule the battlefield. Get your 2023 Call of Duty League Champs Pack, available now with COD points. When we come back, it is match number 3, live from Toronto. Don't go anywhere. OpTic takes on Mutineers when we return. Let's go, Florida. That's right. I will be the one voice in a very noisy Toronto audience that is all cheering for the green wall. We've got a bunch of fans coming over from all across the country, all over North America, filing in for our third match of the day. OpTic Texas has been our only perfect team throughout the Major 5 qualifiers. They're taking on a surging Florida Mutineers squad, though nameless, and today we were talking about it. They didn't have the cleanest run against OpTic last time around, but there's a chance today.
Yeah, I mean, there's some convincing positives when you look at this series, especially in some of the maps. But for Florida, they have looked way better throughout this stage. I mean, a 3-2 record, landing yourself in a winner's bracket. They have a different player that has a 1.2 in all 3 game modes, so they're excelling, and it looks like they have not given up. So I'm actually excited for this.
We're looking forward to seeing what the Mutineers bring out because they are taking on the best team in the game right now. Allie, tell me about OpTic Texas. How did they go from middle of the pack now to back-to-back grand finals appearances?
I mean, for OpTic Texas, for me right now, it's just the individual play I think that we've seen throughout this entire stage. I think we've gotten to see what Ghosty is really capable of throughout this entire stage, not only being an objective player, but even in search and destroy, some of the clutches he had and some of the kills, I feel like we've kind of seen his individual talent and what he can really add to this roster. And then on top of that, obviously, Shotzzy has been lights out, 1.63 in search and destroy, so that locks them up games 2 and 5. Even their control as well, they're number 1 overall, so they had this is their road to major number 5, and it was kind of middle of the pack, right? Vegas Legion, that's a 3-2 win game 5. That had us worried in the beginning, and then it's just a smoke show then on out.
Let's take a look at our Monster Energy pregame chance. If you're going to see another OpTic Texas 3 over the Mutineers, how do you get it done?
I mean, just right from the jump, we're starting off with an aBeZy. So if you want guys like Dashy to hit form, that is exactly the map to do it on. But it's not just the hard point where they've been completely absurd. It's also the S&D. Perfect in that game mode. Perfect on aBeZy, 8-0 with Ghosty. And even for the maps that they have, it's not just perfect and squeaking by on these. Utterly dominant performances, main slayers. This team seemingly can do no wrong.
And I love that third point. They gave you Fortress? Florida must feel confident in their ability to spawn trap today, nameless.
I mean, well, Florida, they've played Fortress 2 times throughout this stage. They won it by 120 plus points. That was against London and against the LA Thieves. And I remember you were talking to me, Chris, fellow Toji, said, don't let them play us on Fortress. So they feel comfortable playing OpTic there. In the last series they had some really close maps. Game 4 was that Fortress. They unfortunately didn't make it there.
Right.
So now it's in that game 1. So we'll see if they have some.
Don't let them take Fortress. That's all I'm saying, OpTic fans. Don't let them start against you. Alley Cat, let's talk real predictions. So when you're looking at this Florida lineup, what has been their strength? What do they need to fix if you're going to get the rematch win over OpTic today?
Their strength has been Vehicle, right? What he's done for this team throughout this entire stage, he gets that plug-in over Havoc and has some shoes to fill, and a lot of question marks were raised, but he's kind of proved himself throughout this stage, being that superstar slayer that maybe they needed, which also brought Capsule to another level as well, right? So for Florida, I think things are finally meshing for them. The biggest problem, though, is obviously going up against OpTic Texas that just recently 3-0'd you, but it was one of those closer 3-0s, okay? We made it to round 5 on Expo Control. It was a 20-point hard plane and only a 2-round search and destroy. So for Florida Mutineers, maybe they just need the land buff, but again, they're going up against the green wall that likes to get loud.
I think you're just looking at that third matchup. Can they repeat what they did against the LA Thieves? Chance if Florida gets this. I don't expect a 3-0. Let's take a look at what they need to do.
Well, obviously, Capsule has to be an absolute menace on the map. He can be a bit inconsistent, but when he is on point, he is utterly godlike. And honestly, that aBeZy map 1 is the perfect place for him to start. Mercado S&D is going to be interesting as well because that opening duel battle is fun. But I know on the year, Røkkr has been one of the better first blood machines we have in the league. So they have the tools, they have the puzzle pieces. They just need that perfect series to culminate.
Our series is just moments away, and we know the maps and modes that are locking in. As we just showed you, Fortress Hardpoint will be played, a map that OpTic has not dropped all season, 8-0 across the board. They will play Mercado Search and Destroy, then Expo, where Florida is hoping to steal that game 3. Let's break down the numbers here, Allie. Does Florida have the edge in any of these 5 maps?
I think maybe not the edge, but again, opportunity, right? I said it went round 5 Expo Control last time, 20 points on HyDra, and obviously, like Ann said, they're very comfortable to play aBeZy Fortress map number 1.
Yeah, it's also interesting because when you think about Florida, you're like, they should be a lockdown search and destroy team. They have not been. They've been losing a lot of their S&Ds, and it's because they have to veto a hotel search and destroy. So now it puts them in a weird situation where if you do go to game 5, you now have aBeZy where you have not been winning that map. So Florida has to close it out before Game 5, which is something wild to say. So, crowd, you're going to need to bring some energy.
Yeah, and I don't know if you can hear the crowd, but they are yelling, Shotzzy, Shotzzy. The crowd fired up to see their team, OpTic Texas, take the stage here in Toronto. We showed you the maps, and of course, we got to talk about what is going to be coming up here in this series. Real quick chance, we got to get our predictions. I'm going to kick things off here. As you all know, I believe in Tyler Fellow against OpTic. He couldn't do it back in Black Ops 3, but this is Modern Warfare 2. It's been about a decade. It's time for Florida to come out with a dub tonight, Chance.
All right, good luck with that. Look, I think if you look at the maps in a vacuum, there is a lot of potential for Florida in this series. OpTic's just been the better team. I have to pick Texas.
Going with Texas.
Listen, the curse is broken. I think I'm safe to say this. I think OpTic Texas win this game.
Nameless?
Yeah. Can I check what's in your monster bottle? I'm going with OpTic Texas 3-0. I think they take this series, but honestly, might be a little bit closer unless this crowd makes some noise for OpTic Texas. That's what I'm trying to hear.
There we go. Our players are ready, so let's send it down to the stage. We got the big man, Mr. Maven. What do you got for us?
Hello, you sexy Canadians. How are we? It is beautiful here, and we are ready to get rocking. We've got Florida. We've got Texas. Let's introduce our first squad, Florida Mutineers.
Which one do you want me to do?
OpTic, I think.
Give me the smoke. I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love that hate. I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the goat. It's no joke. Give me the smoke. I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love that hate. I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the goat. It's no joke. Give me the smoke. I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love that hate. Give me the smoke. Better keep it light when you talking to the goat. It's no joke. Give me the smoke.
Let's meet Florida. We've got Capsidal, Vickle, Brack, and Fellow.
How dare you boo this squad? The 10th seed coming in with a 3-1 record in our Major 5 qualifiers. Capsidal, Vickle with this fresh haircut, Brack and Fellow are ready to take down the Titans. Can they do it? They gotta start with a hot game 1 and finish strong and control. Let's see if they can get it done, Clint.
And next up, their competition, maybe the favorites for the event this weekend. Let's meet your OpTic Texas. Ghosty, Shotzzy, Huke, and Dashy.
The green wall cannot get caught slipping here. Historically, Florida Mutineers has the edge, but not against this squad. Looking to form another dynasty. OpTic Texas hasn't looked this good in quite a while. Top 5 in seeding, but the only team without a chip yet this year. And they're going to have to start it here. Let's get this game started.
Let's go, Cup.
It's time to get rocking. Don't worry, Shotzzy, nobody saw that, buddy. Let's get it going to our casters, Lando and Study.
Thank you, Baldy. Yes, indeedy. It is about to be a very interesting match. Jay, I saw a pretty familiar face on the stage. Was that 3 Rings Karma?
That's
Coach
3-time.
OpTic?
That's the 3-time coaching
Okay.
OpTic. You got to be feeling good with that guy standing behind you.
I know, right? I saw it on the docuseries a little earlier. You and I were like, are we about to see Damon potentially coaching this roster? It looks like that's the case, but into the matchup we go. OpTic Texas versus Florida. Historically, man, this has been a matchup that if you're Florida, you have liked on land, but if recency tells us anything, this has been a pretty easy matchup for the Texas boys.
Yeah, they just recently matched up in Stage 5. It was a clean 3-0 for OpTic Texas, and they did it on beating Florida at some of their best maps. So if you're Florida, you gotta be on point today.
Without a doubt, you can see a few of the fans here. Maybe a few thumbs down, quite a few thumbs up. But let's talk about the matchup when it comes down to this series. Coaching staff ready, but the matchup coming into this game, Jay, it feels like it's going to be Shotzzy versus Vickle, right? For the Florida Mutineers side, it feels like he has been the all-star. At the
same time for Texas, I mean, Shotzzy has been lights out, especially as of late.
Oh yeah, Shotzi's been in another planet. Like you see his S&D stats, that's the stuff that really sticks out because that's where these two really matched up. 1.63 for Shotzzy, 0.89 for Vico. But last time they matched up head-to-head on an S&D map, it was 5 first bloods for Shotzzy, 5 first deaths for Vico. So these playmaker matchup is going to be an impact all throughout this series.
Yeah, without question. I know we're talking about these two, and they are definitely going to be at the tip of our tongue, especially in this opening hardpoint where SMGs reign true. We're talking about Fortress hardpoint. Many very confused as to why Florida would decide to play OpTic Texas, especially in game number 1, given OpTic's prowess on this hardpoint. Can you dive into the details? Why would Florida decide to play a map like this, given how strong Texas has been on it?
Oh, the reason why you play this if you're Florida, because you're 2-0 in the stage. You beat LA Thieves 250 to 130. You also take care of London. London is not the best competition, but the LA Thieves one, you got to take it. So you want to play to your strengths. I know it's also OpTic Texas strength. Ever since Ghosty has entered the lineup, they have never lost Fortress AP. They are 8-0. But if you are Florida, it has to start on your side. You're not worried about the other team. Confidence has to be within.
Yeah, and I feel like when we talk about this matchup, it's no surprise, right? OpTic Texas are huge favorites, not just in this series, but to win the entire tournament. Does it feel like, Jay, as crazy as it sounds, does this have to be a game 1 victory for Florida?
This has to be a W, because this has been the mode all throughout the stage where they actually, for the first time ever, have had a positive record in HP. But in the matchup versus OpTic Texas, you have yet to beat them, so this is where they got to answer.
Yeah, you absolutely have to. This has been one of the better stages for the Florida Mutineers when it comes down to hardpoint, but now you're facing off against the best team in the mode on arguably their best hardpoint, walking away with W's by over 130 points. We'll see if Florida can come away with some magic today. It's into P1 we go, and really, no one yet hop on that objective, Jay.
Yeah, and that's kind of not the best case scenario if you are Florida. You start off on the preferred side, you usually are going to be able to get a little bit of that P1 time. But OpTic Texas, they kept it scrappy. They kept the mix going, and they were able to keep them off of P1, and now with only 15 seconds left, they're the team that's on it. But Florida maintain those spawns for the P2. They're trying to chop OpTic in.
And this is a big moment already into this game. Huke, first line of defense, cuts away Brack, and that's massive given how important the P2 spawns will be. What, just 15 seconds end up going either team's way over at P1. It's about to be a totally different situation as we head over to stage now.
Yeah, the spawns were able to flip. Shotzzy with the route through bottom art just gets behind enemy lines. So now OpTic Texas have the opportunity to take the lead. You still get a couple of close spawns though if you are Florida Mutineers. Vico and Brack, they combine for 3. Huke, the last one, he gets cut down. And now all of OpTic Texas are scattered.
And that is a very welcome sight if you're a Florida fan. It feels like, Jay, lately, and so far throughout Major 5, it has been Vico and Brack, the superstars here for Florida, leading in pretty much every single mode for them. Fresh fade. Vico tried to jump one forward, not able to win that fight versus Shotzzy. 25 seconds still to fight for. And right now, if you're the Mutineers, you're kind of playing with house money, right? You've got that rotation on lock, and now they win the fight for the final 20.
Yeah, you would take this if you are the Mutineers. You're fighting for this final 20. You keep it scrappy. You still have players contesting it, but the big picture moment is when they rotate early over towards P3. But it's usually not that easy, especially versus a team like OpTic who find success break after break. They're never worried about the rotation. It's all about the holds and the break percentage to win these hills, and they start off with the initial fight.
It feels like this hardpoint's going to tell us a lot. Florida lock it down. This could be a very tightly contested hardpoint. If we see an early Texas break, well, that could be a sign of things to come. But up to this point, first 45 seconds out of the way, it has been one wave cleared here for the Florida Mutineers. Capsule, he decides to rush on forward. He gets a guaranteed kill. Texas finds 2 in return as they begin yet another attack into the point.
Oh, OpTic Texas, they did find those initial 2 kills, but they did not block that close spawn. So you still have bodies here if you are the Florida Mutineers, and Brack is not missing any shots. He finds another 2. Now it's the team that's here to assist them, and the Florida Mutineers with a flawless 60 hold at P3 to give themselves a nice little comfortable lead.
I don't want to get too ahead of myself, Jay, but is this already the best performance that we've seen a team have this early in the game versus Texas on Fortress?
Yeah, it is, because usually Texas, they're on the opposite side of this scoreboard.
Right, yeah.
Right now, Florida Mutineers, they're not making mistakes. Their setups have been great. They're not losing that initial gunfight, and they're trading efficient. But now it's all about getting out of this back spawn. OpTic Texas win a rotation over towards Cannon. They're slowly trying to climb their way back into this game. But look at Brack. He already finds himself behind enemy lines.
This is great work already from Florida. That's going to be 3 straight in the feed. Last one alive is Huke, who basically has to hit the retreat, wait for a few teammates to come off the spawn. I mean, this is picture perfect work from Florida. And I think it was Nameless who was talking about how Fellow was saying, hey, nobody wants to see us on Fortress right now. We were even hearing in the lounge, like in the player comms, right? There's been a lot of people talking about how great this Mutineers team has looked, especially as of lately. And right now, we are seeing that on full display, nearly up 100 already.
Yeah, OpTic just got to find a way to stop the bleeding. Florida just roaming around, being nuisances, finding the openings to flip these spawns, and now find themselves up by 100 points. And Vehicle already on a 6-3, make it 7. He doesn't plan on slowing down. The haircut is giving him power.
Oh, it absolutely is, Jay. He looks fantastic. Now at 15 and 8, has a cruise missile, dodging shots, eventually falls, and now we take a look toward Blacksmith, the final hard point on the first set of rotations, and it is a massive lead currently accrued from the Mutineers. However, you cannot take your foot off the gas, especially versus this Texas lineup, as we'll see what the mini-map will look to be in our next 30 seconds. Obviously, we'll play for P1. Nobody really walked away with time last time around. And we'll see who can hold on to the left side of your screen, as that will be the P2 spawns later on in the game. But still some time to fight for. And again, it is Florida walking away with the seconds and walking away, Jay, with another 3 down.
That's 3 down. And now you have the ability to push out towards P1, potentially try to flip these spawns. But they're more focused on soaking this time. That's still an 100-point lead. OpTic Texas haven't been able to get a break on towards the Blacksmith, but them finding 3 kills might be the opportunity that they were looking for. You just got to take down Fellow. He's already off the rotation, and Dashy cuts him down. So even though OpTic Texas are currently down by 90 points, they're getting all the kills in the feed. Back to the P1 we go.
We talk historically, right? Florida, they have been OpTic's boogeyman at times when it comes down to LAN matches, especially back in Vanguard. All of those wins, Jay, that they were able to accrue for 3 straight events were off of opening hardpoint victories. Some of them were stunners. Some of them were dominant hardpoint wins. Right now, Florida is in possession of it, but as we said, Texas still with some fight in them. Not the greatest opening hardpoint here for Ghosty, as he's at 8 and 19, trying to get some objective time. But currently with 25 seconds left, it is Florida preparing for next and getting ready for one of our money hills on this map.
Yeah, this is some much needed time though if you're OpTic Texas. Gonna be able to breach that 100-point mark. But you see Florida Mutineers, they slow down their game. They know that they have to control the spawns for the next hill. Shotzzy does win the initial fight. You just have to come out on top of these trades, but Capsule still being a nuisance on the opposite side of the map.
Trying to be a nuisance, a huge hard point that's about to be inbound. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding right now with the Florida Mutineers.
Listen, he wants bench. Dashy
I have mount open. You should have close.
Dashy could be dubs. Dashy could be dubs.
I go your dubs. I go your dubs. Nice. Open. One shot. Open. Nice. Good shit.
Get up.
Good job.
I need open.
I started it open.
Two open, one close. Two open.
I'm looking open for a second. I'm just keeping it white.
I needed it.
Two of them. I got one. He's behind the hangman. Help me.
Let me see. Q closed.
He's one shot. He's dead. Nice go, guys. Okay. Bottom maps.
Bottom maps. Game.
I have this time.
I'll see bottom maps.
He's
top circle on map box.
Okay.
He's circle laying down. He's laying down. He's laying down top circle. Trust me. I spawned out. Go for
circle, guys. One shot.
Two circle.
And top map cage.
Two circle, boys. Two circle.
Cage box on me. Cage dead. Shotzzy's.
I know one on
You're by yourself, Carson. You're by yourself. I need help in time. You're by yourself, bro.
You're by yourself.
Okay.
Let this one come on.
Statue there. Ghosty's in the back of time. Okay.
Watch maps.
Bottom maps. Take your time. Take your time on this kill.
He's hitting you out there.
One match more. Yeah. No offense. He's really weak hate bells. Shotzzy. Time one shot. He's out of time. Nice. They're gonna be front.
Get time. Go for your map box. Go for maps.
One front Ghosty. Look your own front. Shoulder your front.
Oh, he's stable. That's one.
I'm getting up.
He fell down gate right now.
Nice, good job.
They might hit me from upstairs. Bottom maps. Go bottom maps, Dashy.
Open backed up.
Okay, Dashy's watching towers now.
I'll tell you what, these Florida Mutineers have come to play 220 to 108. I still don't even believe the scoreline that I'm looking at right now, Jay.
This is absurd. Like Florida Mutineers, they're playing lights out. You can hear the energy is definitely in the comms, so they know what kind of situation they are in. But what has been the success story has been the break. Florida Mutineers in stage 5, the best breaking team on Fortress HP. 71% of the time, they find the break, and that's why they are currently up by 100 points. OpTic Texas need a response. They have to get a full 60 hold in towards the cannon. Oh, but there's already pressure here. Fellow Capsule started off. Brack finds the 3rd. Fellow with the 4th. That's a clean 4 dead. Florida Mutineers can close it out now.
DJ Cap coming out and delivering a diss track right now here in game 1. And Brack continues to lock things down. 28 and 15 for him. Mr. Newberry having a statement here in our opener as Florida stun everybody in this opening HP. 1 more second to go, but they're already on the rotation. It would have to be perfection if you're Texas, but it will not be today. Florida, unreal stuff.
And I guess Tyler Fellow is correct. You don't want to play the Florida Mutineers on Fortress HP because they got the fundamentals down packed. SMG's winning some insane gunfights, but just the positionings that they're able to take and set up around, they know what they need to do to execute some much needed time. But they just absolutely dominated in that map number 1. DJ Cap puts on a show. Fellow was super energetic in his communication. He's usually a guy that's calm, cool, and collected. Right? But Florida Mutineers know this is their last tournament. We gotta go out with a bang, and they do it in that map number 1.
I'll tell you what, man. Like, we're talking about an OpTic team who, coming into this map, were 8-0 on this. They were beating teams by averages of like 150 points. Like, for Florida, who at times throughout the season has been the worst hardpoint team in the league, we very well may have just witnessed one of the biggest shocks of the season already here in this series. This feels like historic Florida stuff, where they come onto land, they deliver shocks, they deliver surprises. And it feels like, Jay, if you're Texas, I mean, you instantly have to regain moving into the search and destroy. The Mutineers smell blood right now.
Oh, yeah. The Mutineers know. All right, we take that first hard point. We weren't able to do that the last time around. So now we put ourselves in the advantage into the series. And if you are OpTic Texas, I don't know what it is, but whenever we come to majors, their very first game, every single time, is always the nail biter, or they're always starting slow. But one thing that OpTic Texas can rely on so far in this stage has been their search and destroy.
That's right.
They are still one of the best hardpoint teams in the game, but their S&D has been absolutely lights out. 6-0 during stage 5, and have the potential to make it 7-0, because the last 2 times that they match up, they were able to take that S&D.
Yeah, again, take a screenshot of it. Florida get the job done, 250 to 134, as we instantly have to get ready and focus up for this next Mercado search and destroy, which, as you said, man, has actually technically been the strongest mode for OpTic Texas throughout Major 5. I believe they are, what, like 6-0, 5-0 right now in that mode. Specifically, they've taken down some Titan-like rosters in that mode as well. Just one of the many reasons why we talk about, if you're moving into a major, while you want to try to be consistent across all modes, right now Texas have been doing their best at trying to accrue that, and thankfully they can rely on it now for this next game too.
Yeah, and it's going to be Mercado search and destroy. I don't know if you are OpTic Texas, you're feeling super confident in this one, because this was the team that ended that win streak for Atlanta FaZe, and they did it in dominant fashion. Yeah. They're the #1 team on defense. They're #2 in getting first bloods. And for a map like Mercado, where it's all about those attacking rounds, if you're not able to put a lot of pressure over towards Hedge, OpTic Texas would throw so many different looks at you to always keep you on your toes. So you got to make those mid-game adjustments.
Yeah, you absolutely have to. We know that, as you said, Shotzzy and Huke are going to be up in your face. How does Florida look to try to handle that? We know, right? Capsule, Vehicle, they've been great in search and destroy so far. We know that Brack obviously has his fair share of highlight plays, and, well, we're probably going to see Fellow more often than not with that sniper out. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be interesting. But as we said, for Texas, you got to rebound, you've got to regain, and get prepared for this next search and destroy. So much on the line for this team. Jay, they've talked about it, right? How moving into Major 5, right? This is their tournament to lose. They've talked about it. They're like, hey, we've been in back-to-back finals. This is our tournament to take. Already being delivered a shocking game 1 like that. Need to answer back here in the search and destroy. And I guess if there's one guy for Texas that you're looking out for, who would that be?
Oh, it's got to be Shotzzy, man. All throughout the stage, sitting at a 1.62. The last 2 times these guys matched up, Shotzzy had 5 first bloods, and they were all on Vehicle, the playmaker on the opposite side. So OpTic Texas, they make the adjustments in Search and Destroy. They make those mid-round adjustments to where they're able to throw so many different looks at you to catch you completely off guard. So on a Mercado Search and Destroy, where their defense is the best in the game, I'm more focused on what they're able to do on their attacking rounds, because Florida, you have to send players all over the map.
Yeah, absolutely. We know that this Texas team loves to adapt, and let's go and take a look at their Search and Destroy record so far here throughout Major 5. As we said, they have been flawless. For a team that's as talented as they are in hardpoint, to see their Search and Destroy record looking like this is absolutely terrifying, especially that offensive win rate, Jay. Nearly 65%.
They're just making plays, man. OpTic Texas are not afraid to move around the map, especially Shotzzy. You know that guy is flying left and right. But if you are OpTic Texas, gotta completely forget about that map number 1.
Yeah.
Search and Destroy has been your backbone in this stage. You gotta bring it back in this Search and Destroy. And I feel like a guy who can definitely set the tone early is obviously Shotzzy, but alongside him is also Huke. I feel like Huke's kind of taking the backseat throughout this stage because Shotzzy has been absolutely lights out.
Right.
But if Huke can turn up alongside Shotzzy, you saw in the opening victory keys, it was right 72% of the time.
Yeah, so far. I mean, Shotzzy has been the first blood master here in Major number 5, posting some unbelievable stats, 18-8. His attacking KD is a 2, so you'll be looking to see him try to improve upon that performance here into round number 1 we go. The Greenwald chants are out, and Texas looking to come away with an early round victory as Shotzzy from the Skyz puts in some shots there on the cap.
And the biggest thing that this map comes down to is that first blood, and Dashy's able to take down Fellow. So now OpTic Texas in a 3v4 situation. Vico tries to be super aggressive on the lane flank, tries to catch the timing, but OpTic set themselves up perfectly to watch every single angle. So now bomb's going to be planted, and Capsule's going to be the first one to engage.
Oh, Cap obviously knows exactly where Ghosty went. Does he check his right? You bet that he does. Vico at the same time finds one onto Dan Ghosty, and from there, we now enter into the 2v2. Vico and Brack now versus Shotzzy and Dashy. Time continues to tick.
Yeah, there's only 27 seconds on the clock. You got to at least get some information, and Vico does just that. Great shoulder now, now onto Dashy. It's all left up to Shotzzy. In a 1v2 with 20 seconds left, Eddie earned.
Oh, and he's able to find that now. 15 seconds. Vico, does he decide to hop on the defuse, or does he go hunting, watching for the OE? This is going to be a round for Texas. Shotzzy able to come away with it. A big 1v2 for him. Wins that head-on fight. And from there, Florida left to scramble. Vico, not a chance. OpTic answer in our first.
Yeah, Shotzzy makes that entire round happen. He hops up on a dumpster. He's able to take down that player towards Hedge. Once it turns into a 2v2, no hesitation to wrap back through Barbershop, win that first gunfight, and let the clock count down to eventually win the round. Huge 1v1 between him and Vico. Shotzzy got the better of him all last week, and he already does in this round number 1. OpTic take the first.
At the same time, though, I mean, Vico at least was able to find 3 kills, so he's still doing his thing. As in round number 2 we go. Utility tossed as Florida take their first whack at attack, and really it is 2 quick players already out of the picture. Dashy firing in some bullets over at that cantina. So far it has been great for Texas, but again, another 2v2 evened out.
Yeah, just a little bit too aggressive right there. When you have your numbers, you want to play the trades. But Fellow strikes as he knows the positioning of Ghosty, so now it's Dashy left in the 1v2. He does have the sniper, also has dead silence as well. But both players from Florida look like they're going to try to be the aggressors and push them out together.
He's going to be careful, watching toward his right. As you said, no gun picked up off the ground. Straight up X12 in hand, and Capsule is there to drop him. Excellent work again from Florida around the bomb site, around Cantina. Another situation where it looks like Texas is in full control, and Florida at least get the mid-round going their way.
Yeah, and I thought OpTic Texas had a great opportunity to win that round. You get your trophies on defense going into the round number 2. You find the first blood. You're already on top in the trade battle. But then Huke just tries to be the over-aggressive in towards top cantinas. Once he gets picked apart, you leave Ghosty with his pants down and then dash in a 1v2 with a snipe. Not an easy round to win, but Florida make those adjustments, tie the game up at 1, but OpTic back on the attack.
See if Dashy can put that sniper to good use. Unfortunately for him, it's really just a watch over Shotzzy. Excellent overwatch. In the meantime, Shotzzy not able to do the rest, but does deliver a stun. Also gives communication over to the squad mates as Vico delivers on another close range kill.
Now it's a 3v2, make it a 3v1. Capsule with the angle to take down Ghosty. Now it's Dashy again in another clutch. 1v3 this time around. Bomb's still going to be down over towards B. He has a lot of time to work with. You want to try to play for your first kill before you try to get this bomb down.
And he may just say, you know what? I'm not seeing anybody. I'm not seeing a soul. And Capsule tries to put him down again. Brought low, 50 HP. Here come Florida. And the timing, not so great for Bruce. Already tagged up in the back. So many things to think about. Meanwhile, somebody's already on the defuse. DJ Cap delivering another blow. And Florida grabbed their second round. And Jamie, we're talking about a 1v1 that ends up going Shotzzy's way. If that does it, this could be 3-0 for the Mutineers.
Exactly, Florida. They're just making the plays happen right there on their defensive round. They sent all 4 players through Cantinas. They know that OpTic Texas like to be the aggressors on that side of the map. And also, Shotzzy loves to push through tunnel. Even when Shotzzy found in that first blood, Vika was instantly there for the trade and then found a second kill to give them the advantage. Florida Mutineers definitely did their homework. Now they have the lead up 2-1.
Take a look at that quick replay. Just excellent work there for Vika in the midst of fire, in the midst of chaos. As he ends up finding a few, and that's just confidence at his finest. Knows the door is open, and from there, delivers another one. On to Huke. Into round number 4 we go. Florida back on the attacking side. Some great numbers coming in from your SMGs. Both Capsule and Vika have been electric as they'll pop dead silence coming into the Cantina now.
Oh, and they're trying to at least get that first blood. Player from OpTic is able to get out, but Brack lines it up with the SMG. Switches from that tack, and the trade is now in from Vika, so another 3v2 scenario. Both players from OpTic Texas regroup, but Capsule is the aggressor. He jumps out from the hedge, and he finds the final 2 kills on the round. Florida Mutineers, 3 in a row, now up 3-1.
I mean, they are just screaming confidence right now. Cap, no hesitation, able to deliver his 7th kill already. Here in the game, we saw Brack pulling out the SMG. How often have we ever seen that? Mutineers looking like a well-oiled machine. You've got Capsule now on his 6th spree. He'll have that cruise missile to work with throughout the remainder of the game.
And that's so crucial. This is Cap and Vika so far setting the tone in this search and destroy. Now back to the defensive side they go. Brack still with the SMG in hand. He's just making it happen. The trade comes down to 3v3.
Jay, we're in an alternate universe. Brack is frying right now with the SMG. This is not possible. This is not possible. What are we witnessing? 1v2. Brack, it's all on to you. You got to come away with something special.
Wait a minute.
And right now, he's brought it into the 1v1. Now versus Shotzzy. Popping dead silence.
Dead silence invested. Shotzzy has that trophy system, so he's going to be heard. Can Brack find the timing? Information now gained. Does he go for the one-on-one? He cannot win it. Shotzzy, even with the TAC 56, is able to hit the movement, hit the first couple of shots, and clutch up on the round for OpTic Texas. Like you said, man, it's like an alternate universe.
Yeah,
Brack almost just got an ace with an SMG.
Yeah, like we totally flipped here. Like Shotzy's running trophy tack, Brack's running dead silence Vaz. Like, I don't know what's going on right now. Clearly it is working for Florida, but these have been such narrow round victories here for Texas. And in both occasions, it's Shotzzy coming away with a crucial one. Everybody else has got to get involved and got to get involved quick.
And now this is a big round, though. If you are Florida Mutineers, you got to keep in mind they still have that cruise missile to work with. So OpTic Texas have to change the way they're going to play their defensive setup. You can already see the adjustments. You're going to have Dashy, the Soul Man playing towards back alley. The SMGs conga lining right through Barber as Shotzzy finds the first.
Brack at least able to even things up. Meanwhile, it is Huke still hanging out in barbershop. He's not got out of the chair, but the appointment's going to have to wait. Popping dead silence, roaming through middle. And thankfully has a little bit of smoke to aid him and getting back to the rest of the squad mates. A 3 versus 3, and right now for Florida, they could be eyeing up a bomb rotation. Looks like with player number 5, Capsule leading the way. Yeah, that bomb is moving right into the B site.
And should be able to take control of this B site for free. All of OpTic Texas playing for that aggressive push over towards A, watching the mid-map cross. There's already a couple players from Florida Mutineers in towards 10, so time's starting to tick. You don't want to continue to waste time trying to locate where they are and allow OpTic Texas to get that rotation. Let's just get this bomb down.
And that could come back to bite them. Texas already here, absolutely in ear's distance. Vika able to win a crucial one up close inside of dark. Numbers right now for the Mutineers. Can Vika get this plant down and escape with his life? Here comes Ghosty on the challenge, but it's a trade. Still for Florida, all on to Bruce as we've got ourselves a 1v1, but Brack takes it from the Skyz. Florida come away with a crucial one after it got dicey with that hesitant bomb plant.
Yeah, for both teams, it was just super aggressive over towards Cantinas. But when the ground started to slow down, you saw OpTic Texas, they were thinking that the pressure was still going to be over towards A. No one was going to be over towards 10 side. But Florida Mutineers hit that rotation. They find the initial kill. Eventually don't find the bomb plant because all teammates were near each other. So they just traded efficient. Now up 4-2. They still have that cruise missile to work with.
That's exactly right. Swing round inbound. A huge opportunity for Florida, and one that you feel like you have to have if you're OpTic. As crazy as that sounds, but already off the start, it is a team kill. Brack out of the picture, and Shotzzy looks to try to take advantage of it, but Vehicle gets gifted too.
So now it's Huke left in a 1v2, and the snipe comes out as Florida Mutineers clutch up on the round. Even after a team kill happens, Vehicle makes it happen from Hedge to find that initial two-piece, and then the fellow lines it up with the snipe. Right now, Florida Mutineers are making the adjustments, are just clutching up in these rounds, and now find themselves at game point. This is the round when you invest that cruise missile and try to attack over towards the B site.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's written in the stars right now for Florida. This is a team who is not going to be at COD champs, by the way. Currently 1 round away from being up 2-0 versus Texas. This team is motivated. Brack again with the SMG, not able to find the first blood. Huke thankfully answers early, but it's 2 instant replies from Florida, and now it's Huke left all by himself. What has happened? What has occurred as Florida take another commanding map over OpTic Texas? And right now, Texas are dazed. They look like they just got hit with a stunner. Jay, what is going on? What is happening?
I have no idea. We're talking about OpTic Texas, undefeated in Search and Destroy throughout Stage 5. One of the best hardpoint teams that we have in the game.
Undefeated on Fortress hardpoint with this team.
And they have been getting absolutely steamrolled the last 2 maps. You can just tell Florida Mutineers, they're playing with nothing to lose. They're playing knowing that this is our last tournament. We're going out with a bang. But just the aggression and the way they are setting the tone early into these maps, we're talking about trading efficient, getting multiple first bloods. And then even if they're not getting the first blood, they're still clutching up on the round because your SMGs are making it happen. Capsule didn't even have to invest his cruise missile in that final round for Florida to clutch up in the Search and Destroy. OpTic Texas are completely stunned. The heavy favorite going into this tournament, and now they find themselves down 0-2 to the AC. This is insane, man.
I'm running out of words.
Same.
I'm running out of words. We talked about how it would be great if Florida could just win 1 map, and now they're up 2-0 with an Expo Control up next, where they went to a round 5 versus. Okay, we got to talk about that in a moment. I need a commercial break just to figure out my life, because I would have bet my entire life savings that Texas is going to walk away with this series, and I would be a very poor man if that is the case. But ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, it is Expo Control. Make sure and stay with us as Texas look to start the reverse sweep.
Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
How's it going, friends, and welcome back to Major 5 here in Toronto. I've been told it's not Toronto, it is Toronto. Remove the second T. If not, you sound like an idiot, exactly like me last year. But we're learning. But right now, Jay, this has been, I don't know if we're actually playing COD right now. Apparently we are. Florida currently finds themselves up 2-0 versus OpTic Texas. We thought the OpTic boogeyman type of scenario was totally out of the picture. The spirit of Dave Patty, whatever it is. They managed to channel something special, and now they are one map away from sending the tournament favorites into the lower bracket.
That's insane to say, because Florida Mutineers right now, they are playing lights out. They're making no mistakes. Every mid-round, mid-game adjustment is working out to their favor. Everything is going right now for the Florida Mutineers. But the series is not done until you see that 3 in that scoreboard.
Yeah.
So now we got the control on Expo, where both of these teams did match up. OpTic Texas were able to take it all the way into a round number 5. It came down to every single team winning nothing but defenses. So key to victory for me, it's got to be whoever walks away with that attacking round, or at least earns himself 4 seconds.
Yeah, it feels like if you're Texas, like you got to hit the reset, like you got to have really a powerful team speech moving in
3 times
to this game number 3. And I mean, as you said, Karma is absolutely back there. He's got to support the boys, and we'll see if they can pull off something special. I mean, it is not, wouldn't be surprising at all if we see Texas start to earn some momentum. It's just been staggering the way that the few opening hard points, or rather the few opening maps have looked. Is into the round 1 we go. A few seconds have expired, but it has been OpTic slowly but surely making their way into B, and right now they've got 3 men inside of the zone.
Yeah, that's already first segment done. And if you are Florida Mutineers, no sweat off the round, because they are great on a 2-minute hold over towards the A point. They're not even going to contest it in towards the theater. Just going to play for the exit kills. As Shotzzy pops that dead silence, he's trying to make the maneuvers around the map, but Beagle sniffs him out.
Hello.
Tries to go for the chow onto the second, but OpTic take care of B point. Time extended now by a minute. Now it's all about fighting for that sauna control.
Let's see if they can manage to find it. A lot of players trying to make their way through the right side, top right side of your screen. Trying to make their way around glass, get into saunas, and from there, that could be your window of opportunity. Ghosty with some visuals. He's having the SMGs fry, and with that, fortunately for them, they don't really gain a whole lot more than that. Shotzzy in the meantime, tack in hand, starting to formulate a bit of a push as that time will be paused for the moment, and now it is on to Florida. How can they reply?
Yeah, how can they reply? And it's all on Brack, the guy who's slowly staying alive towards the back end, wins the one-on-one, eventually allowed his teammates to fly right back on in. Fella with the great frag to take down Ghosty, and now Shotzzy, who's been alive in the enemy lines for so long, pops that dead silence, finds another. And OpTic Texas, they're coming out on top in these trade fights. You just have to find the kills that are over towards the sauna side, because as long as Florida Mutineers stay pushed up on the left side of your mini-map, it's super difficult to try to capture A.
And I really like what Shotzzy does here. Obviously, he's getting visuals, but he's also able to act as a bit of a checkpoint. He's trying to get Huke involved with him in these fights and trying to basically single out Vehicle. They know somebody's going to be in the back of their base. Unfortunately for Shotzzy, he dives on forward on that spree. Would have loved to get him closer to that cruise missile, but time is ticking, and the Mutineers continue to win these trades.
Yeah, they're not stressing, man. You're holding down the power positions, and every time someone drops, you're winning some insane gunfights to retake that side of the map. Both of the ARs for OpTic Texas, they fall. Capsule with the Tax 56 in hand, just sitting towards the back bus, blocking that back spawn. And now there's only 25 seconds left. OpTic have to get a move on it, but they can't get past Cap.
And they also can't get past Vehicle. I mean, it just feels like layer after layer. Texas, they make a bit of progress. I feel like really the only shining moment so far of this round has obviously been capturing the point over at B, but also Shotzzy going on that force spree. From there, they have not really got a whole lot of anything. Brack now, he's going to find himself on 4 in a row, and this round is about to be done. One last-ditch effort. Shotzzy drops, and that is round 1 to Florida. I got to say, Jay, that's not really what you wanted to see from OpTic. Like, that was not all that convincing at all.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't convincing, but Florida Mutineers, what they do so well is their defensive rounds. They are second overall on Expo control, and that's on full display in this round number 1. They hold down that 8 point for 2 minutes. Every time somebody died up towards the bus side or towards sauna side, the trade was in, and they were retaking that position. And OpTic Texas just couldn't win a couple key gunfights to relieve all that pressure in the back of their base. As Florida take round number 1. But OpTic Texas, this is where they can respond. Last time they played, they put Florida Mutineers in that spawn trap nice and early. You got to try to replicate that again.
Yeah, this is the round that you're really holding on to, especially if you're a Texas fan, where you expect them to take it. This should be their opportunity to answer back in this game, get some positivity. Early on, it is Florida with some great trades, some great gunfights, and right now it is Brack currently sitting on 5 in a row. Sadly for him, he is the only one hanging out the stage. He's giving a press conference to absolutely nobody. But thankfully for him, he's managed to get that second segment in.
Yeah, second segment in, but you're more focused on finding that kill because the cruise missile is so impactful on a map like Expo. But Shotzzy shuts him down. They also take him off of that B point, so time's still ticking. They have players from Florida Mutineers going to try to contest on this side of the map. Dashy wins a huge one-on-one towards the top, but Fellow and Viku are going to try to close out this B point. They know where the last guy's coming in. They should be able to extend this time.
Oh, great awareness there from Fellow. That is IQ, not EQ. Ladies and gentlemen, Nili finds the third. This has been a great start for Fellow. He did not have a great performance and that Expo control that they had versus OpTic Texas in the Major 5 qualifiers, went double negative, already off to a great start as he looks to help lead the charge in the comms and the gunfights now in the remaining 1:45 that we have on the clock. It's a big one from Viku.
Yeah, Viku just sets himself up beautifully on the flank. Takes down that first player in Dashy. So now your teammates can slowly push up towards the bus side. Just got to clutch up on these next couple of gunfights, and they're finding all of them in the feed. All of OpTic now coming off spawn. You do have Huke going on that deep flank. He could potentially cause them some problems as he takes down Fellow, but Florida, they get on the point. They stop the time.
Yep, here comes Huke on the back. He eventually does fall, so now it's going to put more pressure onto the Texas's front line. What can they manage to accomplish? A current 2-for-2 trade. Capsule wins 1. Not able to look toward his right. Fellow will thankfully win the trade, so map positioning is still there for the Mutineers. As Tyler Fellow putting him down left and right, and now he'll make a play for the spawns. In through glass, he'll elect to go. Huke finally able to win that engagement as they duel again. No segments yet over at A, but still plenty of time to work with.
Still plenty of time to work with, and you have somewhat map control if you are Florida. OpTic Texas, they playing really slow over towards Sana side. Viku on the flank. He does take down one, but now you know where the spawns are coming in. How much more of an impact can he make from this position? Absolutely nothing. As Shotzzy takes him down, that's 3 dead in the feed. And with only 45 seconds left, OpTic just have to hold on for 1 to 2 more good pushes.
See if they can manage to do it. Comes down to just picks. As we know here, in control on certain maps. It's just a matter of finding a few in stride. Florida aiming to have that opportunity. Thankfully, they've got a few arrows starting to surround that A objective, but if Ghosty's able to find one that could turn the tide, now pressure falls on the Huke. By no means has had a great series, but this is the moment for him to have an impact, finding 2. That's 3 in a row as he is feasting inside of the diner. A few more left, and this round is going to go Texas's way.
You have a couple players from Florida setting up pinches. You have Viku who's trying to go on that deep flank, but he gets gunned down by Ghosty. So now you get the close ones if you are the Mutineers. You can still try to stop this clock. It's 6-6 in lives remaining.
Make it 6 versus 4. Ghosty trying to go big for the team. Thankfully, they are able to wipe most of the players off the point. Viku, last one close, and Texas hold on. Gets a little bit dicey there from time to time, but wasn't actually able to work out to any zone captures over at A, which is kind of surprising, Jake, because I feel like Florida had more than enough time, it looked like, to maybe grab at least one of those zones, but that's just a credit to OpTic's defense.
Yeah, OpTic just traded efficient, held down the power spots, and chowed when they was needed to not allow Florida Mutineers to get that one segment. Currently in the game, Florida are outslaying OpTic Texas. They're all tied up in segments, so if we do get to that round number 5, it's going to come down to the kills. Now OpTic Texas back on the attack. It's always easy to capture this B point, but now you got trophy systems to work with. Let's try to go get a segment over towards A.
This has been a mode that OpTic has talked a lot about, saying that this feels like their only weakness, control. A game mode that they've been working on, stressing on. Dashy in an interview recently said, hey, it feels like control is the mode that's really going to get us over the edge. If we want to stop having these second place finishes, it's going to come through this mode. And right now they're relying upon it to make something crazy happen. Here versus Florida, the expedition of what could be a reverse sweep starts in moments like these as they are halfway done to getting that B zone.
Yeah, they're taking their time, only having one player on it. so everyone can try to fight for those one-on-ones. Take some map control. It looks like Florida, they're not going to give this one up for free. Fellow takes him down, takes down Ghosty, and now Vikos is throwing a couple of shoulders. Can he get out with his life? No, he cannot. So now with that being 3 dead in the feet, OpTic Texas should be able to close out B, and now have 2 minutes to try to get at least 1 segment over towards A.
That's right, this one's guaranteed, and now the push elects to be what we've talked about so often, right? Trying to get through the flank, get into saunas the best way that you can. That will be Florida's primary mode of attack. So far for both teams, it has been really capturing the B zone, but no success on A. Can OpTic finally make the wrongs right? That pick from Dashy is going to mean a lot.
Yeah, Dashy starts it off, but you still have to worry about Capsule. Player in the back of your base. It's potentially setting up the rest of your teammates to get put in a spawn trap. Florida Mutineers controlling the right side of the map, trading efficient. Now just not going 2 to 3 dead. Shotzzy, he does take down Brack, so now you have somewhat sauna control. You have Dashy in a position towards top double windows, and he's also on a 5 spree, so just play for this 1 kill, earn that cruise.
Put some tags into Brack. Not able to find him yet. They can still play some spawn kills. Loses Ghosty, loses Shotzzy, so his ability to earn this streak becomes that much more important. He's able to do so. Massive W there for OpTic Texas, that you're going to have that cruise missile to use throughout the remainder of this game. And maybe even in the later stages of this round, depending on how dicey it can get, how much control that OpTic can get on the map. As here comes another flank now from the Ant-Man.
Yeah, Shotzzy can make something happen here, but Fellow right off spawn reads the play, takes down Shotzzy. They also find Huke, and they maintain the left side of the map. So time is still ticking. You get at least 1 player in Dashy on towards the point, but he should easily get cut down. Florida Mutineers, they're just holding strong on the mid-map setup.
Trying to build upon it. Fellow brought low. But manages to stay alive, stay intact. Shotzzy, does he get that extra tick? No, not yet. So close to getting that 1 segment over at A. However, that progress bar now begins to move toward the opposite direction. Fellow now on 5 in a row. Jay, he is 21 and 16. He is flying. This is vintage Tyler Fellow right now, ladies and gentlemen. T-Fel Enterprises start to invest in it. It's a wonderful venture. 4 lives left if you're OpTic. 10 seconds on the clock. This is a Hail Mary if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, it's got to be picture perfect. Got to find all the kills at the right moments. And at least try to stop the clock, but
he's
you
no
cannot
ammo.
Get past Fellow. He runs out of bullets, pulls out the knife, and eventually leads to Florida Mutineers now finding themselves at game point in the control. The potential to beat OpTic Texas in this series 3-0 is on the line. You have a cruise missile to work with. You have been able to outslay OpTic Texas the entirety of this map. Just try to do the easy work. Get that B captured and just simply don't get outslayed so you have defense in round 5.
If you're the Texas IGL, if you're Ghosty, really in this situation, Jay, what are you saying right now to the team to keep them composed and to try to help secure a defensive round just to see a round 5? What are you saying to the squad?
You got to put them in the trap. The initial gunfights are everything. You get a clean 3 to 4 dead. You block the back left spawns. You trap them towards Globe side. You put the kill heavily in your favor, and that's not the way you want to start it. As Florida send everyone over towards the B point, they get the first initial 2 kills, and now they're on it. OpTic Texas have to find an angle in.
Oh, Kappa's fire was different. You could just tell confidence elevated, speed, movement. The man has got everything. And currently, it is that time pause right now for Florida as they send Vikos pretty much as a scout. Try to earn some information, try to get over to that A zone. Unfortunately for him, he is forwarded. But in the process, the Mutineers, they're about to walk away with B, get another minute added onto the clock. So 2:15. Can OpTic hold?
Yeah, OpTic have to try to hold on because Florida are going to try to invest everything here, including the cruise missile. And Brack right now, he's not missing shots. SMG, AR in hand, does not matter. Now, right now, Florida, they found themselves in a great position. A lot of mid-map control. You did have 1 player on the point, but Dashy cuts them both down. So OpTic Texas take control of the mid-map, and now you're forcing Florida Mutineers to slow down their game and fight for the sauna side.
This has been the story throughout the entirety of this game. The offensive team captures B, but they've yet to capture anything at A. Fellow bringing in the cruise missile. It's only information. No kills will be consumed by it. And so with that, if you are Florida, you're relying on Brack to hopefully find a few kills, because if not, This could turn into a spawn trap. Big one from Brack. Fellow ends up finding one in the meantime. That is 3 down. Here come the Mutineers.
Here come the Mutineers. The only player up is Dashy. He does take down one, but you can at least earn that first segment complete if the stack is going to be in. They're more focused on maintaining the map. Cruise missile does get invested. Nothing is going to be able to connect, but OpTic Texas, they still have the bodies. They're going to fly right through the pool, and they're able to relieve that pressure. Clean 4 dead. All of Florida, all spawn.
All Florida off spawn, but at least they're able to earn a segment. That is one positive that you can take away. Obviously approaching that round 5. We'll see if it's even necessary, but good work just to at least put one through, doing something that nobody's been able to do so far throughout this game. A current 2-man down Florida, momentarily with numbers. However, a few of those Texas spawners in the bottom right side. So they'll be right back into this fight as Capsule right near that objective. This is basically setting up for essentially a search destroy type moment. First blood is going to be key in this team fight.
Yeah, first blood is everything right here. As Brack was the player going on that deep flank, but he's going to assist his teammates through the middle of the map. Capsule starts it off with the first kill onto Shotzzy. Even though OpTic Texas have sauna control, they're not winning any of these gunfights. Florida Mutineers, they're coming out on top. Ghosty and Shotzzy, they trade efficiently though, but not for much. The second segment is about to be in.
Oh, and thankfully Huke is there to save the day. Did they capture A? I'm trying to look extremely close. I'm not sure. It's a tight one. Regardless of it, it is Texas who just narrowly hold on to the second segment at A. 30 seconds to go. All I know is I need some glasses, just like Huke. Locking things down. 20 seconds to go as Florida begin what could be their last push, and it does not start off well.
Yeah, it doesn't start off well. You lose the initial 2 fights. Now OpTic Texas know where the pressure's coming from. Huke goes for the one-on-one. Shotzzy finds the final. And now with only 10 seconds left, Florida cannot get out of their base. But Huke saw us all on a 4 spree. If he could potentially earn himself a cruise missile going into this next round, that's going to be crucial. Because Florida Mutineers, they've been able to outslay the entirety of the map. They also have a 1 lead in the segment column, so they're going to have that defense going into the round number 5. So OpTic Texas just have to try to figure out how we're going to close out that 8 point.
See if they can come away with it into our final round here of game number 3. What very well could be the final round of this series. No team yet to crack the code here on attack. Can it be OpTic to finally walk away with one? Confidence would surely be at an all-time high, at least in this series, moving into the hard point. But can they do it? Huke on the 4 spree. Would love to have that cruise missile, as you said, Jay. 2 away from it. Trying to fry, trying to fly. Nade tossed out as OpTic eager for information, and they do not go over toward B. In fact, they make a play over at the A zone off the rip here.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. You just got to win the initial fights and at least earn yourself a segment to put the pressure on. But every player drops besides Ghosty. So now he has to put himself in a position to play his life, but he does get stiffed out. Florida Mutineers were ready for the push. Already 30 seconds knocked off of that clock. At least if you are OpTic Texas. With Dashy finding that kill, they get the close spawn over towards Bus, so you can still commit towards this 8 point.
Keep an eye to the top side of your map as well. Shotzzy actually just runs right through the B zone. Capsule finds him. So Shotzzy out of the fight, and now for the rest of the 3 here from Texas. They run right into A, but they line up. It is a shooting gallery here for Florida as they find all 4. Excellent job from Vehicle, as now we're down to just 35 seconds on the clock. Texas thankfully able to pause the time for the moment as they are eager to get that B zone out of the way.
And how aggressive is Florida Mutineers going to be in this situation? You're up a lot in the lives department. You're back on the defensive side where you want to be. But Vehicle's doing it with the SMG and the AR. Give him 3 in the feed. Last player is going to be Dashy. He's the sole man for OpTic Texas over towards the B point. I know his teammates are spawning close, but you're worried about where Brack is because he's just trying to find the timing to relieve some of that pressure.
Oh, Brack trying to play spoiler. This kill could mean everything. Throws a shoulder, not able to find it. Bruce remains intact, and from there, 1 minute and 30 on the clock. OpTic buy themselves some more time. But can they make the most of it? That'll be the question. Florida has been so solid in these crucial situations of not going 3-4 down. We know OpTic absolutely has the potential. They have the slaying prowess to make it happen. It's just a matter of the stars aligning.
Shotzzy right now at least puts himself in a position to take somewhat streak control, but Brack is able to fill that gap. So Florida Mutineers still holding strong over towards the Sana side. Only 55 seconds remaining on the round. Now currently Dashy is on a 4 spree. He's trying to earn himself a cruise missile. He picks up the 5th, but does get traded by Capsule. Now time is still continue to tick. OpTic only have 11 lives.
Starting to deplete. Huke trying to make some work happen. Cannot turn their onto fellow, but Shotzzy quickly off of spawn runs right into that age zone. We'll pause the time at 40 and some change. Can this be the moment here for Texas just to get a few segments on the board, just shy of walking away with a Florida come away with 3 kills as Brack hits the snapper.
And that's a clean 4 dead. With only 30 seconds left, Florida Mutineers know that we have to hold down one more good push. Vico's already in behind enemy lines. He does take down 1, but with only 5 lives remaining, OpTic Texas need a miracle.
They do indeed. They pause the time, but only for a moment. Fellow is there to take down Shotzzy. It's just 4 lives left. A miracle is what we need, but it's not one that we're gonna have. Huke and Ghosty, last players alive. Here comes Fellow, and there it is. A hot 3-0 for the Florida Mutineers. And the OpTic Boogeyman is alive and well here in Toronto.
I am at a loss for words, Lando. The way that Florida Mutineers just came on and played that entirety of the series was insane. You dominate OpTic Texas on a Fortress HP where they were undefeated on ever since Ghosty ends the lineup. You absolutely slammed them there. But on the Search and Destroy Mercado, they didn't really have a lot of reps. They just started off with the aggression. They were the team setting the tone early on in that S&D, and they closed it out 6-2. But when you get to this control, it's all about those defensive rounds. It came down to it the last time these two teams matched up. It was OpTic Texas who got defense round number 5, but Florida Mutineers do just enough in the segments column to earn themselves defense and eventually clutch up 3 defensive rounds in a row to take down the heavy favorites in the tournament, man. I know Florida Mutineers are not going to be at champs, but that is a sight I love to see out of such a young team.
And it's crazy, as you said, for a team that's not going to be at champs. And just to be totally honest, Jay, there are some teams who are like, hey, we know we're not going to be at champs. We know we're not going to be at the big one. You know, we'll just see how the rest of the season goes. This Florida team has not done that, right? We've gone to their listenings throughout Major 5. They're still, like, they were fighting. They got to winner's bracket in Major 5. And we talked to teams. They've said Florida, they look nasty right now. Yeah. This looks like the best Florida team that we've seen in recent memory when it comes down to scrimmages. And that made us ponder. That made us wonder, could there be an upset potentially here? But nobody, and I mean nobody, thought that we would see a 3-0, especially with some of these maps here.
And now the crazy thing is, OpTic Texas lose this series. They drop down to losers, and they have to play LA Thieves. They have to play the team who just won the most recent major to try to stay alive in the tournament. That's just an insane performance from Florida Mutineers from start to finish, man.
It absolutely is, and you can see it. OpTic's kryptonite. We talked about it, how it was going to start with that opening hard point. Could Florida come away with something special on the Fortress? And the Mutineers, by the way, when they won back at Major 1 in that crazy Game 5, they did it based off of just the 2-3-5 scenario. Florida had never beaten OpTic in a hard point. If they come out here, beat them on the Fortress, and that was a statement throughout the remainder of this game. One of the crazier series that we've seen in really the entirety of this title. That's going to do it for myself and Jay as we now hand it over to Clint, who's on the stage with Vico.
All right, let's get it. Vico, my guy. Come on, man, let's go. Listen, I don't think a lot of people saw that coming. Hot 3-0, how you feeling right off the win?
I'm feeling good. You know, Joe messaged me this morning. He was like, don't play like a pussy, Javi, and you got this. So, Joe, shout out.
So for Joe Merck, yeah, he wanted me to ask you how much playing with him in ranked helped prepare you for this. What did he teach you?
He got me ready for these big games. So I gotta thank him for playing rank with me. I gotta thank Teep as well. The GOATs, for sure.
No, listen, I grew a lot of respect for you and became a fan just listening to you BS with the old timers. It was awesome to watch. But what do you think gave you the edge over OpTic in this particular match?
I think we played them really close on Saturday on our online series. I just feel like maybe we were playing a bit scared. I was telling my teammates, like, hey, I don't even think like any of us individually played well, and we still made it close. Like, if we all come out firing today, we're winning for sure. And I think everyone fried, so...
Well, let's look forward a little bit, because listen, I know there's been many iterations of this Florida Mutineers team, but in the past there's been some of these big like round one upsets where you beat OpTic, you get to this high energy stand, but then like you lose the match after. How do you try to maintain that and make sure there's no fall off?
I think this is a different event for us because we come from winners. So I feel like in losers we always win round one, just lose round two, fall off short. But I think this event is different. We start in winners. It's like our champs in a sense, because we won't be able to play in Vegas, unfortunately.
True.
So we're just giving our all, and we're all proving that we deserve to be in the league.
Hey, listen, I know it's been a frustrating year at times, but it's been amazing to see you guys come together. Fantastic round one win, and best luck the rest of the way, buddy.
Please hold this 1 second.
Back to the desk.
So, baby, that's right. It's Vickle and the squad from Florida walking away with a 3-0. 9% of the chat thought this was possible. They picked the Mutineers. I don't think anyone saw a 3-0 coming other than the Mutineers themselves. Congratulations, Florida. You are still in the running for champs. Remember, mathematically in the running if they win it all.
No, I think Florida's straight up done. No,
well, keep in mind what's going to happen in the losers bracket. I might be wrong here, but all of our teams that are on the bubble are facing off against each other, and now you have OpTic facing off against LA Thieves in an opening round of elimination. Well, Florida, you play the winner of Breach or Røkkr tomorrow. Winnable series chance.
Yeah, winnable series. Like, they just won against the team that was supposed to be the best in the game in a 3-0 fashion. So I just think Florida are insanely tippable. So many of the teams, even on the online portion, have like laid down and died when champs got eliminated for them. These guys have turned up in the stage, turned up against OpTic in that winner's bracket run. There is so much potential there.
Oh no, that is the worst nightmare for OpTic fans. That is a losers round one matchup.
Oh, Kenny versus OpTic too.
And of course you got Vegas versus Surge. That is the battle for champs, which will be happening tomorrow. But we got to take a look back at this series. And Nameless, how did you not get the script? Not enough Monster Brother? Walk me through these.
I thought you were absolutely insane for picking the Florida Mutineers. Listen, all the data, everything when you dive deep into this series points to an OpTic domination. I just didn't take into account that Brack and Vickle were going to clamp up the stars on OpTic Texas. I mean, when you look at that map number one, OpTic was, 8-0 with Ghosty. They had a 100-point differential versus everybody that they played. I mean, we're losing P3 into P4 rotation back-to-back. They were frying them. This was a level I did not think we could see out of the Florida Mutineers. Then we get to the search and destroy. I mean, there's rounds where Vickle's nading his teammates, and then he's popping a two-piece trap behind the hedges, pulling off miracle plays time and time again throughout this. And then it's a highly contested control where it's going back and forth. You think OpTic started to gain some momentum? No, the heroic efforts on the retakes, putting them in the spawn traps. Like, Florida was fundamentally sound throughout the series, and the guns were also hot.
I completely agree with that sentiment. I think, especially when it came to that hard point on Fortress, Florida Mutineers was always a step ahead, especially when it came to the fundamentals and rotating, and that's where OpTic Texas has kind of struggled during this split. The reason why they were able to go perfect, though, is because of their breaking. Well, Florida Mutineers, they wouldn't allow it. Brack 30-16, map number one. And then you head into that Mercado. I mean, Vickle and Cap, we saw what could be possible if both of those players were on their game at the same time. It's been kind of a seesaw. Either Vickle's doing well or Cap is doing well. Well, both of those players, 10+ kills on the search and destroy. And then that Expo, last time these two teams played it, it went to around number 5, but it fell to OpTic Texas. Not this time around. Florida Mutineers secure that defense and they lock it down. I mean, it was written in the script and it's scripted just a little too hard.
Fellow told me before this tournament, don't let us win Fortress. That was the first map of the series. OpTic was perfect on that map all year and now handed their first loss at the hands of the Mutineers. Now, Allie, we're done with this segment, but I want to ask a special favor.
Yeah,
Chat's not happy right now. Can you look right into your camera here and give everyone at home a heartfelt apology?
I thought it was broken. I'm sorry. I thought the curse was over. I won't do it again. I'm sorry.
The curse is real. It continues live here in Toronto, as does the the show. When we come back, we have, of course, the Minnesota Røkkr taking on the Boston Breach. But first, it's your scuff play of the game, and it's the superstar SND duo running the SMGs. Capsule and Vic will walk me through this one, Chance.
I mean, these guys were just popping off the entire time, right? Nameless already called out of like Beagle's opening rounds team nading, and instead of breaking down, it's the instant bounce back. These guys were making plays all over top and bottom Cantina, and it's just if your SMGs can run the show, it makes everyone else so comfortable. So I don't know how they held OpTic in a chokehold, but I mean 6-2 wasn't even close.
6-2 as they cruise to a Game 2 victory, a 2-0 lead that became a 3-0 sweep for the Mutineers, shocking the fans as they pull off the first major upset here of Major 5. That is your Scuff play of the game. For more, make sure you check out scuffgaming.com. And of course, while you are waiting for this next match to kick off, get your bundles, get your packs right now. And I'm talking about a good one. You want to see this bad boy? So do I. It's called the Water Pack, the Deep Water Pack 2 nameless. Believe it or not, you can drown the competition with 2 blueprints for close-up fights and distance engagements, and core MP and operator skin for Luna. I know you wanted one of those.
I mean, and Luna, I think, is, well, Luca is Miles' dog, but hey, get a skin for a human, for a dog, ready for the map, do what you gotta do.
There you go, and Alex, you can read number 6 for me there, because we got some Warzone action kicking off as well.
Heck yeah, we got World Series of Warzone. Tune in June 7th and 8th to watch the Stage 1 finals on twitch.tv/Call of Duty as teams drop in for the right to move on and possibly land in the global final. I'm so glad World Series of Warzone is back.
Boston and Røkkr looking to lock up their spot at champs. One of them is moving forward in our bracket after this. Don't go anywhere. It's Major 5 live from Toronto. Welcome back in, everybody, to the friendliest city in all of North America. We're coming at you live from Toronto, Canada, host of Major 5, the final battle before COD Champs. And it has been a good one so far. Here on the opening day, our top 8 teams all competing on the stage. And with 3 matches done, we have the most important one saved for last. Boston Breach taking on the Minnesota Røkkr in a battle that should go the distance. Welcome in, everybody. It's fucking alongside Study, Alley Cat, and Nameless. Study, welcome to the desk, my friend. Mutineers just pulled off an upset, and now I need to get your thoughts. Who gets the last win of the night?
Oh, man, I'm absolutely draw-dropped still about that last series, but in the final one, I don't really know, bro. This is going to be a banger from start to finish. I'm thinking definitely Game 5, no doubt.
Well, we should remind everybody what's on the line. You are playing for COD Champs points, 20 points here in the winner's bracket for round 1. Let's talk about Boston. How do they lock up the 20 points here, Allie? What have you seen from the team so far? What do you want to see from them in this match?
It's been the ARs, right? It's been all about beans and big weight since putting Vivid back in this roster. They've been top 5 in almost every KD category across the board, and it's really been in that control. As you can see on your screen, their road to major number 5. They already have a win against Minnesota Røkkr. Remember, that was on local area network. No sound EQ today, though, and then their final matchup was a big win against the Subliners. So Boston Breach are feeling very comfortable heading into this series, but they could be caught in a trap in a Minnesota Røkkr who's been looking a lot better with attached back in the roster.
And when you take a look at the Monster Energy pregame for Boston Breach, the ARs, like you said, Ali, they have been in prime form all throughout this stage, being at a 1.26, Awakening 1.26 as well. These guys are unbelievable right now. What do you say, Ant? Giga. Yeah, he's frying it up. And then you take your advantage in your embassy HP. Boston are 6-3 versus Minnesota, who are 3-7. Boston also the #1 breaking team on that map throughout this season. So, and when you look at the last one, the controls, it's been like, what, 7 in a row for Boston Breach?
Yeah.
They basically have that map and mode locked up.
This team is rolling. The good news for Boston, though, you don't have to play your hearts out in this series. Based on everything else that has gone on so far in this tournament, Boston have officially locked in their spot at 190 points. They have the tiebreaker over Røkkr or Surge if it comes down to the tie. So Breach is in. Now it's Minnesota's turn to lock up.
Another one bites the dust, man.
Talking about the squad that needs to lock it up, though, they're rocking the horns. Røkkr comes into this one as the underdog once again, but they're excited because you're playing on LAN, and this time there's no sound EQ. Tell me about the Røkkr squad, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously that drama. We have to touch on it if you weren't there. They had a LAN, and Boston refused to take off sound EQ, which is a broken setting that allows you to hear everything on the map. So Minnesota Røkkr coming in with a chip on their shoulder. They finally have the roster that they feel is best suited to win a championship. They're 2-0, and Attach popped off in his second outing with the new roster. And for your Monster Energy pregame, Bance has been your best player this stage. That is an absolute fact. I mean, we could talk about the stats, but let's talk about impact. What he's done on the map. He's been making those plays, and that's the difference. You get these players, Fame out an SMG, can play more than objective alongside Attach. It's going to let Cammy get those kills on cuts. It's going to let Bance be a nuisance and play his life, and it's led to hardpoint success 4 in a row.
Let's take a look at our maps and mode study, starting with you. Who has the advantage as you take a look at all 5 maps? We're going to see 2 hard points, 2 search and destroys, and of course, Elisilo will be our control for game 3.
I think that Boston Breach set themselves up to win this series. The biggest one that I'm looking at is that Elisilo control. We know Minnesota, they are the #1 team on that map, but a lot of that success was with Attach. They just recently bring him back into the lineup, but Boston Breach, it's no sweat, man. They are unbelievable in control in that mode.
One-word answers real quick. Who wins?
Boston.
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 They're all going Boston, so the Røkkr got this one. Let's send it down to the stage with my guy Lando.
Yes, indeedy, Chris. Let us go ahead and end the day out with a banger. And this one is somewhat of a rivalry game, some would say. Last time that these teams met on LAN, let's just say there were some words that were exchanged after it ended up going down. But let's go ahead and meet our rosters. Let's go ahead and meet our teams. We're starting things off with the Boston Breach.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Boston Breach. Kremp, Beans, Owakening, and Vivid, the Boston Breach.
Everybody in the community is always talking crap about Boston. They're always on everyone's tongue. They want to shut everyone down with this performance right now. They've been called onliners. People have said they use EQ. Well, they have Gigawake and Beans, who have been #1 and 2 in KD throughout this stage. They're trying to dominate the hard point. Let's bring out their opposing squad.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. It is not going to be easy to take down this next team, but tell you what, Boston's a very, very difficult fight. But now it is time to meet the team on the other side of the stage. They have something to prove, and they're looking to take down the Breach Boys. Let's go ahead and meet now the Minnesota Røkkr. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Minnesota Røkkr! Bance, Cammy, Fame, and Attach, the Minnesota Røkkr.
The Minnesota Røkkr have been building a story all year, and now the final chapter is coming to a close. Champs on the line, they have to win this series to keep this story alive. And getting through the Boston Breach is a tall task. I'm ready for this last match of the day, Lando. Let's get it started.
Let's get it done, Allie. And like we said, it's a rivalry game. It's going to be a blast. I couldn't think of two better casters for it. Brycey, Ton, take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Lando. It is time. Final game of the day here at the Major. And these two teams, Ton, they really want this win, whether it be revenge or champs locking in.
Yeah, it's one of those games where there is definitely a little bit more on the line, but a good stage online for both these two teams. Heading into this one in the winners bracket, both of them had their struggles up and down across the year, but this one is going to be very, very interesting. We've already seen this one on land over this stage. It was Boston to take it away, but not without a small amount of controversy, of course. So the Minnesota Røkkr will be coming into this with probably a little bit of crowd support. You know, you're thinking about Bance and Cammy, previously on Ultra. They will have fans in Toronto, of course, as well. I'm very, very curious to how this one breaks down. The desk of all went Boston. There's maybe some bias on our side when it comes down to the British players, of course. But I think that Minnesota Røkkr are a team, when we talk about these kind of moments and how they've started to set things up with Attach a little bit more, they're the kind of team that do play around that teamwork quite a lot in terms of how they play the game, whereas this Boston side are slay. So it's very opposite sides of the coin, I want to say, for the team style and when we go into this matchup.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's something that we've kind of known for a while, roughly how we expect this to go in certain areas. Boston, the buzzsaw. They are going to win the gunfights. They are going to outslay in the majority of positions. But for Røkkr, the rotate, the right play at the right time. These two play styles will now go head to head. Boston have already logged champs, but Røkkr, if they win this one, will do so as well.
We believe so, at least anyway. I'll let the guys behind the stage figure that kind of things out.
Matt.
Bryce, I'm not very good at many things. Matt's been one of those. But we're not too bad at commentating Call of Duty, and I'm quite looking forward to this one. Røkkr against Boston, we've seen it on the schedule. Everyone was looking forward to this. Well, it's been a day of upsets, and well, I don't know if we get so much of an upset here. I think it's just going to be a banger. I think we may well go all the way. It's going to be aBeZy to kick things off between these two teams. I'm excited to get into this one, Bryce.
Me too. It's been a wild day already here at the Major. It can only get more exciting. Winners bracket, always a delight.
So we kick off between these two teams, of course, controversy aside. We are coming towards the end of our run for this year, and these two teams are starting to hit some serious form.
I'm curious how Minnesota Røkkr are going to play this up. Boston, we haven't seen it in quite some time. The last time we've seen it for them was in January, but the record sits pretty good. It's sitting at 6-3. A lot of it really is coming down to the holds and breaks not being very good for either one of these two teams. It's about the rotation when we talk about aBeZy. Attach and Fame kicking some decent kills off for the team, and for Minnesota Røkkr, of course, the new kind of old lineup, whatever which way we want to call it. Let's see how they do up against a very heavy slaying Boston Breach team. Cammy and Bance looking up to a couple of kills over towards P2. They'll be locking in that rotation for the Røkkr in 15 seconds.
And Boston right now, they know they're not in the position really to get into P2. They'll still fight for it, but P1 was where they were looking to get the time, and they will have just a little bit. For Røkkr on the other side, though, they've got it all locked in and ready to go, except for Beans.
Yeah, Beans could be a great equalizer here for the Boston Breach towards the back. Minnesota Røkkr, a lot of members turning towards them, and well punished for it. Bance will deal with them in the end, but Fame and Co gonna have to defend from the backside now. Kremp has slipped through over towards the PD side, and you can already see that Fame making the push over towards Car Park, trying to shut this down. We'll find 1 and 2, well played from Fame, but again, inside of PD is where Boston Breach are trying to get some control. Kremp's in there, causing an issue.
And Boston have done such a great job to get this a little bit contested. At one point, Røkkr had everything in the bag. Kremp keeping it alive, Beans getting the other one back towards the back. Will keep them off the point for a few seconds. But the points have not been rolling in this game so far.
And that's the first time that Røkkr have actually managed to clear out PD entirely. Bance with the 6 spree though. There you go. Immediately it will be that cruise missile in the back pocket. Looking over towards this rotation though with 15 seconds left to go. The scrap time firmly going over towards Minnesota Røkkr and a lead with it. Big kill coming in from Bance as well. They can start to clear them out of PD. It's the wrap through Car Park that may well come. But Boston Breach have had some time to set up here. How are they going to manage to hold it?
Easy kill there on the Bance, and this is a full lock now for Boston. All across the map, they have kept Røkkr away. This is the hard take, this is the hard push for them. Fame looking for Beans, an incoming cruise missile. Trying to get positioning for it. He's actually throwing it wide here, maybe to buy time for his team, but nothing coming.
Oh yeah, manages to get it through the door, and there you go. Beans will get taken down, but you need the rest of the team to be in position. As you said, you know, he's taking his time with it. Nobody from Røkkr in a position to do much with that cruise missile. That was well earned by Bance, sitting at 8 and 3, make it 9. Now the breakman stealth come from the backside. Cammy will find 1. Awakening to answer back. It's 3 dead momentarily. Minnesota Røkkr starting to find some kills, but a big one from Awakening. Bouncing back here for the Boston side. Vivid will clean it up. Well held from Boston Breach.
And they will now take the lead there with that scrap time. No more time for Røkkr to make an impact. But this is where it gets a little bit tricky. Boston going for the rotate. They're looking for it. They smell blood in the water, and Vivid finds 3. And they have managed to get this back-to-back hard points. This last kill, Cammy still alive! Oh, the 2-piece prevents the rotation.
Insane from Cammy, but insane from Boston at the same time. It was looking like P3 was going to get broken, and then all of a sudden it looked like they had P4 control as well. The momentum was firmly in their sails, but big kills coming in from Cammy. Singing 8 and 7 himself. Now can Minnesota Røkkr lock down their first decent time since P2. He'll start to be traded. Beans may well be on his way in, but needs some help from the rest of the team.
Got to wait too many corners to check. Doesn't matter. Beans calls it correctly. Has broken through. Røkkr ready to try and return the favor, but Beans finds a second one with a Bance. Not going to find it there in the end. Bance will take him down. Vivid will find Bance, and it's trades all over this point.
It's very, very scrappy, and it may well just suit the side of Boston, who have managed to find this breakthrough. Fame will be able to somehow find 1 and will get traded. That's for 20 seconds. It's been back and forth between these two teams so far. Seems as if the team who are first there are the ones picking up the majority of the time. We thought that would be the case when we looked at the statistics. This time around it's going to be Minnesota Røkkr, the first ones over towards the kitchen side. As the game slows down for just a moment, that mid-map control is there. Boston gonna have to find a way through. It's a slender lead. Minnesota Røkkr set up very, very nicely. Boston Breach have got to get through Bance over towards the tennis court as well. Nice setup from Røkkr.
And this first hit, this is what they want. Make it good, make it connecting, and getting a little bit of chaos in this point. Attached, still holding, still waiting, but nobody has flown through Laundry. His teammates are now going to be a little bit outnumbered until he comes to back them up, and Boston are finding it. Fortunately, Fame and Bance combining. Fame with the second and the third in the end, and they held the push.
And I love that actually from the Minnesota Røkkr. They see they get pushed out on the car park side, so then they just take the gunfights inside of Laundry, and then they can go back on themselves and not having to worry about the flank because we've already wiped them out. Minnesota Røkkr. It's been a good hold so far over towards Kitchen. Attack starting to fry as well. 1 HP in a dream. But that is a wonderful, wonderful hold from Minnesota Røkkr to end a really entertaining first rotation of hills between these two teams. 10 seconds to go. It's looking like every single one of those seconds has gone over towards the Minnesota side.
And
from this point. You still fight, you still push through Old Hell, because you know P1 is coming up next. Positioning is always king. And FaZe on a 5 streak will eventually fall. So sorry, it wasn't FaZe, it was Cammy, but still, they're looking for this one here. Both teams going to be a little bit hesitant to get on P1 until they feel secure.
Yeah, it's all about the position, as you point out. Cammy will get caught out, though. It's looking like Boston are the ones in that prime spot now, as FaZe will make it 6. There's the cruise missile. Hasn't died pretty much since we got over towards the kitchen side. We'll keep control of this area and we'll just keep on frying. That's 7 in a row now for FaZe. Looking to position over towards P2. Beans is going to be an issue. He'll clean up there. Boston are in probably the better position, but still 30 seconds to P1.
Looking for both teams still fighting. Intentions are going to be on Overwatch, but they've got a player up top PD as well. As Bance will find one in kitchen, but this is all about P2. Nobody committing to time on P1. They want to get in this position. Last time Røkkr had the rotation, but Boston kept beating them off of it. And it seems like it might be the same situation now, Tom.
Minnesota Røkkr eventually getting themselves in this position. But this time around, they don't have car park control. Beans Awakening finding those kills. Again, it's another one for Awakening in the mid-map. This is complete control from Boston Breach now. You can see immediately Awakening just wanting to watch that flank. Doesn't want anybody pushing over from the tennis court side. As the streak's starting to come in as well. Boston's still in a prime position. Is the cruise missile going to do anything? Absolutely not. Boston Breach holding on very, very easily so far.
Yeah, Boston didn't even blink when that was coming in. Held the position still, and this is a great opportunity for them. Røkkr swarming towards the back of P2 are looking for some sort of difference. Cammy will find the first, but Vivid holding up with Awakening, and they are just continually putting them in the bin.
Very nicely done. Minnesota Røkkr do find a couple of kills, though. Will get a small hold of the hill. Attached toward the back, just staying alive as long as he can, but it's Awakening on a 7 spree. It comes in. Awakening starting to heat up now in this series. Make it 9. He breaks it open. That's 13 seconds of scrap and a lead for Boston Breach. Rotation starting to come in here as well. Beans is already there. Minnesota Røkkr trying to get through from the tennis court side. This is not an easy break. And the scrap going over towards Boston.
Well, they call him Gigawake for a reason. There's 9 and he will fall eventually. Rotation can be in hand of them now, but Vivid walks up and takes down Bance in an easy kill. And Vivid looking for the second, snapping, clapping, and destroying Røkkr as they find no purchase at P3.
And Vivid just stays alive inside of Orange, waits for the rest of the Røkkr to come on through. He is there to very much pick up the pieces and then some. It's 4 in a row for Vivid on the rotation over towards P3. And this is where things may start to get a little bit out of hand. Røkkr did not have a good time here last time around. Can they find a break eventually? Vivid is dealt with. Minnesota Røkkr do find a break.
Boston Breach did not want to let that one go, but they might have the rotation and one last push. But let's find out how they are feeling in the comms with the Boston Breach. Listen in.
He's I run up. How many on yeah, they go in that pretty weak. Pretty one go up 3. P2 guy goes dead. Nice kill. Let's go. Push over. I run from top. Give me side. I pick your side. I'm one check out. Oh, yo, one is Xbox Bance. He's open from that. Yeah. I'll win it. Let's be back. I'll be on this one. That's one. One bullet. Absolutely. What's happening? What's happening? He's only aimed up. I think he's sitting there waiting. Can you shot him? Yeah, I can. No. What's happening? There's one. I don't know where
Come spinning, guns hitting both teams into the blender, onto the anvil of war as they keep fighting around kitchen. It is still all to play for both teams, so close as Kremp finds an incredible second.
He's done well, and Boston have done fantastic actually to get a hold of kitchen. And it's kind of been a bit of a flip in terms of what we've seen in the first rotation of hills. It was brilliant from Røkkr to find the break at P3. Boston found a full 60 on the first time around, but this time around, Røkkr found a break. That's why they still have that lead. They're starting to find kills inside. Are they going to be able to find a third? Beans is left all alone. It's a wonderful break from Minnesota Røkkr. They break the 200-point mark. It is about a 15-point lead.
It's still ever so close at this stage, 10 seconds to go, and we head into a third rotation. There is very little to split these two at this moment.
There isn't for Boston. This is all about P2 and getting a little bit of time on P1. They cannot afford to give Røkkr anything. Røkkr, though, have a little bit more of the options, but it will come down to the slaying and the playing on the day, as P1 lies empty as it has so many times in this game so far. Who wants it more?
Well, these two teams controlling crucial areas, but nobody able to get that total control they want for P2. Still a lot of time to go over towards P1. A flurry of kills will initiate a push onto it, no doubt. Beans trying to stay alive up towards the top side. Cammy and Co trying to deal with them as best they can. Attach will find a second, but looking over towards it is still going to be the spawn set for Minnesota Røkkr towards P2. Boston spawning towards the tennis court side. We'll know exactly where Røkkr are at this stage. And every single point that Røkkr get here with this 30-point lead or so is so crucial. Boston need to keep them off it, which is meaning that P2 rotation is just so much harder to fight for.
Cammy's the only player there. They've already got to get the spawn as well. You can see that Røkkr are in the better position now. 7 seconds of scrap doesn't mean anything because P2 is popping. Røkkr here first. It's Boston to break.
It's the first time that we've seen Røkkr get themselves a good setup onto this one. Can Boston find a break through the PD side? Minnesota Røkkr are going to be about 15 seconds away by the time that Boston get over here, but here comes the cruise missile. Trophies are there to lock this one down. Minnesota Røkkr can very easily win it here at P2. Boston must find a break.
And Vivid again through the middle. Cammy holding the back here, but Fame will find him as well. They've cleared the lines. It's 14 seconds here for Røkkr.
How can they find a way through? It's not looking like they will. 5 seconds to go, gotta go.
Last chance. Røkkr hold everything. Awakening towards the back. Cammy's going to try and take him on. You will not pass the day. And Boston lose the first map. Røkkr ascendant. Better at the time. A close game, but no cigar. Boston could not match the power. Benjamin Bance, by the way, 34 and 27.
We talked about the slaying ability, but when it's not there for Boston, things do get a little bit tough. And that time, it was the SMGs of Minnesota Røkkr that really locked things down. And honestly, I think, you know, that second rotation, you think about back to the first one, it was very close after P1 and P2, but Boston got a hellish hold over towards that P3 side. Nearly every single second went their way. Second rotation of Hills, though, things got a little bit more difficult. They didn't get that hold, and from there, Minnesota did exactly what they did on that previous rotation, and it was P4 and 5 where their money Hills. It was nearly out of sight by the time we headed back over towards P2, and it's the same old story. When we get into that third rotation, P1 is popping. The team in the lead don't even need to worry about that at all. It's hard for Boston at that stage to then try and keep them up it because Minnesota Røkkr are happy to just chip away at that lead. And then from then on out, the setup is there because it was so easy to get it. And Røkkr closed the door of map number 1. A very impressive performance, but this was the kind of thing that we were missing from Fame when he was on the AR. The SMG play, exquisite today.
Yeah, turns out putting a player in their role might be the way to go. It's almost like we've learned that in previous years, but it doesn't matter. First map done, first map dusted. Boston can still come back into this though. All is not lost. A long series to go, and you've got to say there were some highlights there for Boston. Just weren't able to convert some of the rotations they got there first on.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of moments here and there. You know, we were talking about it though for Minnesota Røkkr. Holding and breaking is kind of being the low end of things, but their rotations this time around were really good as well. Not bad breaks either. You got the Røkkr boys at Bance and Fame sending it towards him, and he's he's pumped up about that one. Not piped up about that one. Beans and Co. very much going to have to find a way back into this one in map number 2.
They certainly will. Mikado, S&D. Where will it go? What will happen? It isn't all over. That's the thing. These two teams, realistically, when we look at them from a benchmark perspective, very close. The difference is, of course, is that Røkkr have had a team change. A team change that, I'll be honest with you, I didn't think was going to work, but
yeah, it was hard to say, it really wasn't, because I think we didn't see much from Fame in terms of the SMG presence, but I think that's been the big win. Him and Bance are being able to kind of do what they want at this stage. Fame is facilitating Bance. Cammy is then be facilitated by Attach. It's kind of working. It's felt like Røkkr, for the majority of the season, have kind of had these pieces, just not known how to put them together. And now they have found the perfect picture, I want to say, of the teammates that they had to their disposal. And this has been looking good for them since they went with this change. Get a few reps underneath their belt online, coming into it against Boston, and I want to say relatively comfortably taking the win in map number 1. They'd be feeling confident for the rest of the series.
Yeah, there were a few issues, I think, for Røkkr. Boston certainly always
could turn it around. You've got to remember one of the big turns in that series was Awakening. And one of the things I've said before and again about Awakening, sometimes he does start slow, and he started slow that game, but then he started to turn up, and that's where it gets worrying. But for Røkkr, their usual game plan, and the SMGs were actually carrying him through that one a lot of the time. The one thing I did notice on the damage ton is while Bance was leading him with 34 kills, Attach was 23, only 40 points of damage difference.
Well, that is like really what the A's are there to do, aren't they? They're there to put that damage down, to cause the problems for the SMGs to then go in and pick up the pieces. But yeah, for Boston, you know, again, kind of reiterating back to what we've talked about at the top of the show, what we talked about throughout the season. If we were playing CDM, these guys are great. But when they don't find that slaying, which is just been allowing them to run through teams, when they get outslayed, they're going to struggle because their fundamentals are not there as much as teams like Røkkr, Cammy and Bance. Two of the, I want to say, titans of what we talk about when we think about teamwork. We think about that Ultra team back in Cold War. These boys were at the forefront of that, and Minnesota Røkkr are starting to get towards that kind of team, what we thought they would be at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, with Cammy and Bance, there's been a lot of disdain from the community towards the pair of them, and for Cammy in the first half of the season, maybe it was justified, but he has started to turn up. When Attach left the roster, Cammy got better. I was worried when Attach come back he wouldn't be as good, but he has been so far. Røkkr and Boston, one more time into the S&D. It's glory all round. Who walks away and wins round one with a win? We'll find out.
A big win at that as well. And looking towards this one, interesting statistics. You know, if you're a Boston fan, you look at Røkkr sitting at 2-5. Oh yeah, great. What's our stat? Yeah, no, 0-2. Boston haven't played this for quite some time and do not have a great record on it. Minnesota Røkkr, not a great record at all either, but they will be happy to play Boston on a map they have not won in this CDL season.
Already, Boston close. Could be a little bit of overwatch, and Bance is going to tickle the feet of Vivid. Will not get out of line though, and Beans will hit him with a sniper. Oh my goodness, Beans gets a second one as well. Fame sitting there impotent, not able to do a thing.
That's a bit of a curveball from Boston. Straight out of the gate, Beans may find a third. Attach will make his way over towards A and just trying to stay alive. I think the information was there. If Attach can find something, then maybe Røkkr can claw themselves back into this round. But heads up play from Boston. Think they've got the pressure over towards B. They switch it up, and now Fame. It's round number one. You'll be getting plenty of sound cues from this one. Are they going to be ready for this?
Well, Fame will find the first. We get the second, goes for a bit of a spray. Only has 8 health remaining. And there's Kremp right across from him, but the health will come back, and he gets the second as well. It's now Beans, who's found himself attack, and oh my goodness, Attach will fall. Fame versus Beans. Both bursting onto their rosters this season.
This would be the ace for Beans. If he can manage to find it. 12 seconds to go. He's the one that has to move. Fame. Which way does he hold? Which way does Beans go? It's going to come down to a gunfight. Or is it Beans? Does he check the right way? It's the ace for Beans in round number one to get Boston back underway.
Sniper, tack, doesn't matter. Everything going to Beans in this one. The boy from Colchester done good.
I knew you were like that, Cole. Big round from Beans. And I think, you know, Røkkr are probably thinking themselves, how the hell has he got a sniper over towards the B side? What's the play here? Well, the play is good. Beans. Someone drags Boston back into this one. It might just be the first round, but after what happened in the hard point, to find yourself an ace, and the round there as well will give you confidence heading into the rest of the rounds here now. Heading over towards the A side is what Minnesota Røkkr are going to do. It'll be a bit of a head, but Beans tagged up in the middle of the map. Won't be able to help his team out. Vivid stunned up as well. Røkkr in a good position.
Nothing more frustrating than being stunned in that position. You know, you're outside Cantina. It's a little bit dangerous, but Kremp finds the first. Vivid enters into Cantina as well. Attach will find a kill, but Vivid will get through, but gets stunned by Cammy. And now with all the kills flying down for both teams, it's going to be Minnesota in the better position for it as well. Awakening will fall to Bance. And Beans with a sniper will be looking for a clutch this time.
Very little Awakening can do with that. Knows he's going to get pushed, but the SMG just that much better up close. Now Beans, yeah, he did well with a sniper in the previous round, but now starting to get tagged up by Attach and nearly everybody else on Røkkr, who will answer back pretty much immediately. Very well played. And I think, you know, those stuns are so crucial when you see them come over the top. Just slows Boston down. They're not able to get Cantina control. Minnesota Røkkr just grab a hold of it as quickly as they can. Vivid did get himself inside, but couldn't find the kill. That maybe turns around in a different direction. Very, very evenly matched between these two teams after 2 rounds, 1 apiece.
Well, let's see how it continues. This time it will be Boston on the attack, Røkkr to defend. Will it be another A headbutt?
It looks like it might be. They're both teams rocking towards this one again.
Still there, but this time around Minnesota Røkkr have got it pretty cleanly, or not. Kremp is there to go through the mid-map, and then here comes the cavalry. Boston Breach will find 3, very easily done, and Bance playing Island over towards the B side is left all on his own. Will find a kill to make it a 1 versus 2. 1v3 on the cards here for Bance.
Already flying in, and he will be stun checked. They now know where he is. It's not an easy position for him. Has a dead silence, has a grenade, but can he find any of these players? Finds the first, looks for the second. The snap is not good. Kremp will take him down.
Very, very close. Just about slips into Cantina with that dead silence popped, so they have 0 information. He finds the first, Kremp just turns around and starts spraying immediately. Big kill to come on through. That would have been a 1 versus 3 for Bance. And that would have spelled danger for the side of Boston. Ebbing and flowing this search and destroy so far.
Now, where do the adjustments start to come in for these two teams? Things have worked, things have not worked. So the comms will be flowing between them. And already you can see a little bit of a push come straight down there here. Beans on Overwatch with a sniper. Nades going out. It takes a little bit of a tickle from him, but already kills flowing. Bance will get Vivid, Kremp will get Bance. Advantage now to Boston.
And it was almost just protect Beans in the middle. You're seeing a lot of utility going in over towards him, trying to get rid of that sniper threat. And plenty of people just trying to protect around that fair main challenge, and this surely is he. Oh, well, no, somebody else is. It's going to be a touch up towards the top side, but Kremp is surely going to do something about this. Around the corner he goes, easy kills. Kremp now on 5 in a row, and it's a 1v3 for Fame.
A little bit in no man's land, and they're going to find him before anything else comes through. Boston continue to rock these rounds over and over again.
And work clearly being done by Boston on this one. We're sitting at 0-2, was almost an auto veto. Get rid of those towards the end of the season. They really can impact you. Important that they're fighting in these rounds, basically off the back of Kremp and Beans, who have been running the show 7-2 and 4-2 respectively. Awakening yet to get a kill, but the rest of his team are absolutely frying. Boston 3-1 to the good. And a lot of that concentration from Røkkr is coming on to Beans, because I think, you know, they've seen the threat from it. They've respected that sniper play. Trying to get rid of him, they get caught out in the middle of the map. It's going to actually be a bit of a fake here from Boston. Plenty of utility over towards the A side, but Minnesota Røkkr, prime position to stop it.
Again, Boston, similar tactic. Incoming cruise missile. Beans with the sniper. Nades going out as well. Trying to thread it through, and they will find Cammy. Bance had a teammate. That teammate is now gone. And Boston swarm, and they get in as well. Vivid will find the second kill. And it's now a 2 versus 4. Boston have everything on lock.
Let's see if Minnesota could do this, but it was a bit of a second guess from them. It's now a 1 versus 4 from Attach. The streak comes in, and all of a sudden they start turning around thinking, oh yeah, okay, maybe we've just been duped here. Are they heading over towards A side? But no, it is very much a B hit from Boston. It's another round underneath their belt as well. 4-1 to the good. This has been very, very convincing from Boston at this stage. 8 in a row from Kremp, sitting at 9-2.
Huge plays for them. At the moment, Awakening 0-3. Could he be pulling an LA Thieves here? Have a player not drop a donut and win the S&D?
That was a while ago. That was a while ago. I trust in Gigawake to manage to find a kill. But yeah, I mean, look, Boston have just played that one perfectly. The streak comes in, you then start to manipulate. No trophy there for Cammy. Doesn't really want to move them from the position. They're not too sure which way it's going. Gets taken down, but Kremp, it is his show right now. He's going to get himself into Cantina, very much tagged up. Gets there as well, though. But Minnesota Røkkr through the middle of the map will break that spree. Fame finds him. Beans will answer back with a kill on the Bance. It's a 3v3. Cammy one on the flank. Awakening finds his first kill. Now a 2v2.
And they're all spread out all over the map. Cammy will take down Beans this time, but Awakening and Attach are going at it. And Awakening finds the kill and goes down to 1v1. Cammy's been spotted. This is a headbutt here, but it's actually better positioning for Awakening, and now he's chasing, and it's going to go down with this as well! Big Wake turns up in the end. 3 for him. And it's everything Boston.
And as soon as that trophy goes down, Cammy is in trouble. The stun check comes out. You got to get the hell out of dodge. You ain't winning this gunfight. Tries to use his teammate's dead body as cover, but nothing can hide from Awakening. 3 kills in that round, very much bouncing back. Boston Breach yet to find a win on Mercado Las Almas when it comes down to the search and destroy side of things. But Awakening trying to drag them over the line here.
Attach retaking that fight was probably not the right move, to be honest with you. Had the numbers advantage. Could have backed off, could have let Awakening sit.
But it's not going to matter. 5-1 at the moment, and another headbutt going down the middle. Being an Overwatch. Bance will find Vivid though, first blood. Kremp tries to get it back, but Bance will find the second. And is there enough time for a resurgence here from Røkkr? Beans will find attached regardless.
We haven't seen that many bombs being planted, to be honest with you. I was going to talk about Minnesota Røkkr and struggling. Oh my god, struggling to find anything on the Awakening. How on earth has he found that second kill? Coming now in a 1v1, he'll win this one. But that got scary for a second. Awakening with 2. And Minnesota Røkkr still breathing some life into this search and destroy.
What are these rounds?
Oh, honestly, it's just been headbutt after headbutt. Teams going at each other. As I said, there's really been no plans to talk about. I want to say, yeah, there's been 2 over the 7 rounds that we've played so far.
Yeah, it has been a bit crazy. But Boston just need one more round to tie this series up completely. Kremp's been hitting the first bloods. 4 for him so far. The difference maker, this time Røkkr on the attack. Not that successful in it.
And there's the query we had. Nero, such a great search and destroy player, gets dropped from the roster. Are you going to have somebody to find those first bloods, those first engagements? Kremp usually has been the one. He won't be this round. Tatch and Co will find a big push over towards the A side. Boston with no answer. Bance on the very slow flank. The vice will start to tighten very, very quickly. Boston breach will need to try and find a retake here, and it's going to have to be Beans in a 1v4.
And that's it. It sucks to have a sniper last alive. You know they're going to be just playing the shoulders, playing the angles. And while it has worked out for Boston so far, not that round, not that time. Røkkr still need 3. It's not a full sale if they do this, but it is still a mountain.
Things can get a little bit scary if you leak another one. Boston, as mentioned, yet to find a win on this map this year. So do things get a little bit tense? Kremp 2 rounds in a row without finding anything. He really has been the catalyst for them. Those first bloods been ever so important. Now pushing over towards, well, it looks like the A side for Boston. Happy to go for the headbutt themselves. The stun's going to be there on Fame. He has to get inside. He has to get himself in a position to slow down what Boston are doing here.
Already got it, and there will be a little bit of a tease from Awakening. He's been found attached. Will get his trade. Down to 3 versus 3. Awakening gets away with his life again. Cammy a little bit worried. Oh my goodness! Cammy takes down Kremp. Bance will get the nail of the last one. And that was almost a disaster for Røkkr. Beans left alive again on this point and dives into death. 5-4.
It's getting scary. And that's a big kill coming through from Cammy, because if that goes the other way, it's a very different story to the end of the round. Beans at this stage in the final kill cam can do very, very little. It hasn't, honestly, since the first round. He was sitting at 4-0, still only going to find 2 within the next, however many rounds have been. We've talked about my maths, it's not that great. But my maths tells me that Minnesota Røkkr are 1 round away from tying this up. It was 5-1 to Boston. Getting these towards these scary rounds of Minnesota Røkkr. If you're Boston, you're lucky that Røkkr do not have any streaks yet.
Well, here it goes already for Boston. A little bit of sweat down the back of the spine for Røkkr. Only glory awaits if they can make this, but it is still an uphill battle. Anything could go wrong at any time.
Bance is playing the island. He's waiting over towards that A side, but not making any sound. The sound is very much being made over towards the B side, but Bance will find one over towards A. Now it has to be respected from Vivid. He will find that, but Beans one under Cammy. It's a 2v3 for Røkkr to stay in the S&D.
This is what I said. It can all fall apart easily. It can all go wrong at the drop of a kill. Røkkr find themselves locked in.
Attach has hit the dead silence bit.
Oh no! That's the Gig Awake! That's the shake and bake, and that may be the end of this S&D. Fame will have to go for a 1 versus 3.
He does have dead silence. He does have the bomb down. But just in a possible scenario, there you go. The grenades hit. They know exactly where he is. Boston yet to hit it. Fame will have time to regenerate this health. It's still doable here.
We're looking for him. There's too many players, too many guns, and that'll be it. It does not end with the reversal. It ends with Boston. And the only kill they find that entire round is Bance's on the flank. They try to play it tricky. They try to play it cool. And in the end, it's Boston that tie the series up.
And honestly, Bance does his job. He finds the one, and then all of a sudden, Vivid kind of has to respect that, has to look over towards that side. But it is Beans with the sniper over towards B. That is really something that Boston worked around very, very well. couple of these rounds really depended on what he was doing over there, and he did it very well. Not something we see too often, but Beans making it work for Boston. They will tie the series in their first win on Mikado Search and Destroy of the CDL season.
And it was beautiful from them. Obviously, the playbook has been written. Beans, get your sniper out. We're going to play around it the entire game. And even when he doesn't find kills in rounds, it's difficult for Røkkr to do anything. They know where that part of the map is going to be closed off. And in the end, Boston get it done.
Setting herself up very, very nicely, heading into an LSC control from two teams notoriously very, very good at this game mode. It sets us up very nicely for the rest of the series. This one could still go either way.
It certainly could, but don't worry. More action here at the Major. We're going to a quick break, but when we return, everything that's going to happen with these two teams will continue after the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The CDL is brought to you by your favorite Orange Bandicoot. Pre-order Crash Team Rumble today. Available June 20th.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Major. It is time for this game to continue. We're here in beautiful Toronto. Haven't got to see as much of it as I would like to, but that's a story for another time. Now, it is Røkkr versus Boston. These two teams have had it out on LAN once already this stage, but now it matters more. The Major is always magic, and one of these two teams can walk away the victor. Which one's it going to be, Ton?
I mean, it's whichever team does walk away has got themselves a nice little matchup next. They'll be looking at a game against Florida. Like, well, I mean, yeah. I mean, look, Florida looked fantastic, but I definitely would believe that Boston, Minnesota would rather play Florida than OpTic, and that's no disrespect towards the Florida side. That would be a very interesting matchup. It's a huge game for these two teams. Of course, more so for the Røkkr side. They win this, they clarify, they just about secure their spot in towards champs. We think. Hey, look, I don't like to delve into these things too much, Brycey, but it's a big game nonetheless.
It certainly is. It's an interesting matchup, actually, for Røkkr versus Boston on this map. The truth is, I actually feel like this is a bad matchup for Røkkr, and the reason for that is Owakening and Beans. They lock down these sites, they cause issues for the other team, and then the SMGs have to try and get it done. It is always difficult to play against Boston when they've got the opportunity to stretch those ARs out.
Yeah. Of course, the control streak is, well, been quite significant from the Boston side. Since Vivid came in, they have been undefeated. And a lot of it, you know, you look towards this map specifically, a lot of people will remember that Minnesota Røkkr are very, very good at this map. 11-3 they are setting up, but Boston are no bad team when it does come down to control. We know this. The #1 offensive team in Boston up against the #1 defensive team in Minnesota Røkkr. Røkkr having a little dabble over towards the B side, as teams often do so, but they have been, well, very much deterred from that. Kremp on a 5 spree to kick things off.
And like I said, it is difficult. I feel like Boston recently, their recent form has caused issues for every team that they've played against. Beans now looking to lock it down, but Fame will get him eventually. The A point now for Røkkr. But with Kremp doing some serious work, 5-1, they'll be looking to retake this.
Boston Breach in no hurry to get over here. Covering all their bases, don't want to give anything up over towards that B side, but slowly and surely making their way over towards this side now. Awakening on the flank will be the one to maybe try and break something open here. Needs the rest of his teammates to maybe just stay alive whilst he tries to cause issue. He's going to get dealt with, but the rest of the team have had to turn around, and that allows Boston Breach to come on through. Cammy last one alive. He will be dealt with. Very well played from Boston.
Now this is the position Røkkr do not want to be in. Off spawn. Guns up from Boston everywhere. The SMGs will hold the inside. It is horrible for Røkkr to do anything in this scenario. And they are trying to make a move. Bance is going for the long flank. You can see him moving through the mini-map, but unless he finds a way for his team to get forward, it's not going to mean much.
Even if he gets on here, that Boston need to then answer to him. That maybe gives Røkkr just a slight opening, but nothing going their way so far. Kremp has been dominant, sitting at 8-1. It may well have been 9, but Cammy with 2, Bance with 1, and there's the one break you need. How often have we seen that in control, not just today, but over this season? A team can be dominating, a team can be in prime position, it's 1-4 down. And the point is then gone. Boston very much in the lead in terms of the lives department. It may only be 3, and not a great deal of time for Røkkr to get something going over towards the B side either.
Now, is there a possibility? Is there an opportunity? This is where they've set up. Already keep an eye. There's Awakening and Beans. They're taking those long angles. And you have to get past them, but also keep an eye for Vivid and Kremp running through the inside. Bance again trying to make the right play, and it's not going to work out for them. 42 seconds left to go. Røkkr back off the spawn.
Yeah, he got some really good timing initially, gets by 1. And a lot of respect onto Beans. They've really been playing into trying to deal with Beans so many times in Minnesota Røkkr, especially over the last 2 maps. Haven't been able to do so far. Sitting in 4 and 5, but just chilling because the rest of the team are doing the business. Kremp sitting at 11-3. Minnesota Røkkr have not had much to talk about in this round, and that may well be it. 15 seconds to go, 8 lives remaining. Take something now.
They cannot find a way forward. You go field, you got Awakening and Beans on Overwatch. You go inside, you got Kremp and Vivid. They're making one last hurrah, one last chance for it, diving onto the point. Awakening up top AC, Beans back truck as well. It all comes down to these next few kills, 3 seconds left. Tats has to get onto the point, but there are guns firing all over him.
These kills are so crucial, but Kremp will find one that will surely be the straw that breaks the camel's back. It will. Boston Breach find a way through eventually in the end because Kremp is 14-5. Half of those lives that Minnesota Røkkr had, well, have pretty much gone to the rookie. I mean, yeah, you were saying we talk about Awakening Beans, but they didn't have to do anything there. They're chilling. Kremp is slaying everybody inside the middle of the map.
Well, it forces Røkkr inside. That's the problem. And then Kremp and Vivid just went to work. Just absolutely destroyed any pushes. We saw Bance kept trying to make that solo play, kept trying to get through to allow his teammates a little bit of pressure off because he didn't want his ARs to run into those two. Just didn't work. Just couldn't find the opening. Well, we've spoken about this. Technically, Boston are great on the attack, Røkkr on the defense. Is that going to play out?
Very, very crucial round. You can see both teams at their strengths. Thatch will find one on Awakening. Is there going to be a small break for Boston over towards the B side? That's what you try and have to concentrate on the break. Shots into a Thatch are absurd from Vivid. He's still going. The pressure still being put on over towards B. Minnesota Røkkr just about dealing with it, but can they deal with Vivid? Causing absolute havoc in the middle of the map. Not going to happen. Fame will eventually break him down, but still, mid-map presence is here for Boston Breach, or was until Kremp died.
And now this is a crucial point for Boston. They want to get just forward enough that they can get this clock stopped. Awakening diving out towards the Thatch. Thatch should be able to play his life here, and he gets Awakening in the end regardless. Vivid will have to get on the point as he does find a Thatch himself. Clock is stopped.
Oh, Beans has just wiped out the flank that was coming in from Minnesota Røkkr. Fame and Bance, both on the flank, both get wiped out by Beans, and this should probably be gone. Boston Breach looking good. It's actually now in a position to do something about it, but the rest of your teammates are way, way far away at this stage. Boston Breach should be locking in now.
I think Røkkr are going to swing at this. The rest of these players going towards green just in case. But they will give this one chance. One opportunity, and that is the wrong corner, and Beans takes down Fame. A has gone.
That's all on Beans. Finds the 2 kills on the flank. Finds the last one to lock it in as well. But Minnesota Røkkr still have to squeeze here. A couple of kills to fall their way will not be anything too bad. But Kremp, an awkward little position now. Minnesota Røkkr, do they have a read on it? You can see Fame's checking. Yeah, he's checking around for it. It's a big kill to come through. Now the rest of Boston can start to filter over towards that field side. Minnesota Røkkr with mid-map control, though, in a position to do something about it, but Beans kill the flanker again.
And this is where it gets dangerous for Røkkr. They've lost a little bit of map control. They lose the next trade. This may very well be gone. Awakening on Overwatch. Players getting into this point now as well. Røkkr looking for it. Fame will find one. Beans gets it back on the Cammy. And Fame will find all 3 in the end as well. And Awakening now left alone in a sea of Røkkr. Finds his first kill, but no more as Fame finds all 4. That's a 5 streak for him. And they hold on.
Even the 1 kill from Awakening is not too bad, though. It did well. I thought it would relent the pressure, but Thatch and co find the kills over towards the field side. 43 seconds to go. Lives in the favor of Minnesota Røkkr right now. Map position in the favor of Minnesota Røkkr. In a really good spot, but it takes 1-4 down. Boston Breach is the #1 attacking team in the game on LSELO control. I've got some work to do here in round number 2.
Fame still playing this position, just keeping them off. And now finds another kill. He has been lights out. That's a 6 streak for him. Still looking, still cooking. Will fall to Vivid. This is not over.
This is bad. At worst here for Boston, you're going to have to get this streak invested from Fame coming in off the respawn. More kills starting to come through. Attach trying to stay alive. Oh, it's a double beat down. The quick 1-2. Attach finds 2. The streak having to come in. Still an opportunity for Boston.
Oh, Bance will find 2 himself, and that'll go into the spawn. Røkkr hold on. It could have been disaster, but not at that point. Tied up.
Attach coming in with the kills when needed. Things got really, really scary, and that's what I mean when it comes down to control. You can be in complete control of the game. Things can be looking perfect. It's 1-4 down, but this is the moment that Attach pretty much got them back into the round. Beans is like, yeah, I've been beaming all day. You can't do much when Dylan Price is up in your face. Beats him down, finds the kills. 2 outliers for both the 2 teams. Everybody else really having a good game. But you look at Cammy, you look at Awakening. Cammy sitting at 5-50 and Awakening sitting at 4-8. Interesting stat lines across the board. A 1 apiece with these 2 teams. Finding their defenses so far. Can a team find an attack?
Oh, Bance already. Find a stun check on someone mid. He'll be calling that one out as well. And Fame checks the right corner. Every single time we see him do it, he's checking the corners he needs to. And Røkkr now looking to make a move. They get a few kills, but the spawn for Boston is Cliff. So B is out.
Get the indication, so Fame will say, let's go nice and safe. And I'll just keep farming where I can.
Good hold here from Røkkr so far. Boston yet to really make any sort of inroads towards the mid-map, but Kremp, no right to win that. Gunfighting does so. Boston may have a chance.
Here for the retake as well. Cammy finds the kill eventually on the Kremp, but he is weak, trying to get out of it at the same time. It is a quick attack here for Røkkr. They've got A locked in. The long road, the 2 minutes to be.
Bance is on a little bit of a run here if he found that second. The opening just finds its way there for Minnesota Røkkr. Now Cammy just trying to clear out the bases. You can see Røkkr over on the wrong side of the map that they want to be on right now. Boston defended this from such a deep position in that previous defensive round for themselves, and will happily do that again. A lot of respect put on to Beans, because so many times you've seen players looking for him. You can see attach all the way over towards the cliff side. Wants to try and find that kill. They need to get rid of Beans from this position because it's such a power spot for the Boston side. So many things to worry about when you're going to try and deal with Boston and LSL or Minnesota Røkkr, yet to make any sort of inroad over towards B.
They're still looking for Beans. You can tell they were looking for him for so long. Cammy finds a kill on Awakening, but Beans will find attach, and this is a big kill for them as well. Fane will find it, puts him on the back foot just for a few seconds. Røkkr will look to capitalize. They find Beans as well. One player left. Oh my goodness, Fane is cracked. He's shooting his own teammates. Finds Vivid at the same time. Røkkr are in.
They managed to find a way through, but still some work to be done. A minute and 10 to go. Boston are going to have to find this from the back foot here. Beans finds one, Awakening another. It's too easy for Boston to break the defenses of Minnesota Røkkr over towards B. One tick in, 3 kills for Boston. And for all the good work that Minnesota did, they just crumble at the wrong moment.
They were desperate for that, but not a single kill to be found. Bance eventually left alone, had to get off the point. A minute has gone, lives are equal. And Røkkr had an opportunity, it has been squandered.
Kremp trying to find a way inside as Cammy. Now just trying to find some sort of presence for this Minnesota side in the middle of the map. It's a big hit over towards the east side, but you're running into the raid boss. That was Kremp, I want to say. You know, he was sitting at 14 and 5 after the first round. He's 18 and 20 now. That middle of the map battle is clearly being won by Røkkr after that first round. Beans now's trying to stay alive in a bit of a different position. They won't be expecting him here. He's usually top cliff, but here I am inside the field. Cammy finds one back, 22 seconds.
And over again, they're having to deal with him. He's playing the angles, he's playing the time. And speaking of time, Røkkr will have one last opportunity, but they are not close in numbers. Cammy will have to get onto the point, but he is alone, and he is down. Boston look to lock in this defense. There's nobody here from Røkkr, and surely they cannot run through the teeth and find all the kills. They will not. Cammy will find one. The time will be paused, but not for long enough, surely.
Cammy can't find a way through. Bance is the last lamb to the slaughter. Boston breach. So resolute down that B side. Just can't get rid of them. So many times you see Beans playing towards the cliff side, he's playing top 10, and then you find a couple of kills in the mid-map and he's sitting over towards the wall in the corner. It's like, you can't get a read on it. 22 and 14 from Ben Beans. He's having a hell of a game, leading the lobby in damage. Oh no, sorry, he's not. Actually, it's Fame sitting there at 2,500. Awakening. And Beans not too far away. Awakening definitely stepping things up, playing the slow and steady role for his team, as has Cammy in that round as well. But Boston now the ones in prime position. They're over towards their more favored side on the attacking side. Can they find the attack to find themselves a lead in a series and find themselves leading and heading into a fortress outpoint?
And they're going for a B hit. It's a huge B hit. There are going to be flankers looking to shut this down very, very quickly, but they don't find the kills. It could be a disaster. Vivid will have to get out of there. Knows what's coming. Boss is still playing around there. That's another kill. Vivid says, all right, I'm back to the point. We're back into it. Cammy has to be the savior here for Røkkr, and he'll fall.
This is bad. It's really bad for Minnesota Røkkr. Vivid just trying to keep this pressure on. He may well get caught out from behind. Attach finds a crucial kill for Minnesota Røkkr now. But here come the utility. The trophy systems are down. Boston are inside the point. Boston are holding. The kill starting to come through, but it's going to be Fame to find 2. This is on the 1v1. Oh, and Cammy just about picks up the pieces there for Røkkr. But Boston breach are within touching distance of B. That might be it.
That's it. There's no way for Røkkr to get back into that one. B is gone. The long hold on A now for Røkkr. They've got some of the best defense on this map, but not usually from this position.
How many times have we seen teams lose out on B early doors, but A is not an easy break when there is a full team dealing with it? It's very, very hard to find these moments, especially when you're looking over towards Attach at the radio tower. He is going to be the main catalyst for this Minnesota Røkkr side to find this round. Shots coming in from Beans. They will be looking for attach at every single moment that they can. Minnesota Røkkr don't have anybody over towards this bar side. The pressure will start to come through. Boston just holding, waiting for that inevitable push that may come from Røkkr, but waiting for this to come in. Attach is dead. Here we go for Boston.
They're now in a great position. Fame going to try and hold it close as well, but Vivid on the flank finds the first, looks for a few more, and Bance is going to fall as well. Boston are in A, almost uncontested. It's only going to be Fame who can do anything. He finds the first. Can he hold off Boston?
It's a slow and steady push from the side of Boston. They're quite happy to keep a hold of this map control. Vivid to find another. Minnesota Røkkr, one tick has already gone over towards the A side. You're going to have to start kicking in the gear very, very quickly. Cammy inside the point, will find one of the Beans. The retake is incoming, and it has managed to be successful for Røkkr. Looking towards the kill side of things, they are all falling the way from Minnesota Røkkr, but right now they don't have radio control. Now they do. Well retaken from Minnesota Røkkr, and kills that just needed to be found.
Vivid though, flanking again. Refusing to relinquish this point at any time. And this is forcing Røkkr to spread across the map, try and hold so many angles for them. See Bance up top radio. Not a position you'd expect him to take, but it does have attack he found up there. Boston ready to stack this one more time.
Oh, look at this over towards the sheds. It's a big, big stack from Boston. And Vivid may just be the one that kicks them into gear here. Now Viv will find one. Vivid inside the point now. Everybody turn around. But then everybody from Boston can fill it down that side. Bance staying alive, but the rest of the team from Røkkr needs to be here to pick up the pieces. This is going in fast.
And Bance is going to have to move. He's going to have to get off radio. The rest of the team have to swarm in as well, because that point is going. Third tick on the precipice. Attach will find one, but I don't think it's going to be enough time. It's a contest. It's in by the tiniest of margins. Attach finds it. Kremp flies wide. Attach staying alive. Cammy comes to back him up. And somehow Røkkr have held for a second. The last killer has to be Bance. No! Boston breach. Take the control away from them. And they now lead the series 2-1.
Beans was an absolute enigma on the map there. So many times he's holding down the defenses on his own for Boston and then breaking them open on the attack for them as well. 29-19 from that young man is the difference maker in this one. The SMGs on the side of Røkkr tried their hardest, but the ARs could not get things going whatsoever. Beans and Kremp really the ones running the show for Boston Breach there.
And after a great map one from Røkkr, they have not found what they would like. They've been close, but close doesn't really matter on LAN. You have to get the win away from them. You got to remember here as well, what is up for grabs in this game. For Boston, champs already technically locked in, but for Røkkr, they won this one, they would guarantee themselves there.
It's a scary prospect. It's a scary prospect. It's a worrying one, though, for the side of Minnesota Røkkr, but the scum play of the game is going to be the end there for Boston Breach. On the attack, the best team in the game, and we got a good example of it here. I love the stack over towards the shed side, and then Vivid is already from behind. He then finds a kill. Røkkr have to turn around and respect it, and it's a big push from Boston. So there, okay, you're in control. That second tick is coming in. Røkkr have to do something. Attach tries to go into hero mode, but too little too late.
Attach does find one. They do get into the point. Attach finds a second. And somehow the kills do not flow. Kremp being in this position with Beans overlooking. They find the kills. Beans finds his second. The third will line up for him.
Oh.
And not even Bance can do anything as Awakening gets that last one. Beans went to work and never stopped. He was playing off angles. He was playing passive on the defense. On the attack, he was just being a problem. And I said this before the series started. We have seen this from them over and over again. Awakening not having a good time, but it doesn't matter because Beans did.
And both those ARs can have their moments to go off, can't they? How many times, I mean, have we spoken about Awakening over the CDL, the CW era? I think, you know, when we casted him way back, we knew this guy was going to be a problem for teams. Doesn't have a good game there, but it doesn't matter when Beans can pick up the pieces. Just a brilliant main AR performance from Beans in that map in particular. Boston Breach now in a really good spot for this series because, as I mentioned, in the middle of that control there, we're heading to a fortress hardpoint. And for me, Boston have looked pretty good on this map, but so have Røkkr.
Yeah, and that's kind of the difference here between these two. Do you really expect Røkkr to win the second hard point as well, especially with how Boston have been looking? It is now an uphill battle for them. They came back in the S&D. It was a close control at points, but Boston looked better. For Røkkr, a daunting prospect in this next hard point.
It's a hard one to deal with. We'll delve into the stats when we do get there, but when I think about Fortress and I think about Boston, I think about them challenging OpTic on it, feeling that confidence, challenging teams like Seattle on it, happy to go up against some of the big boys on this map. but it's really going to be about these rotations. Minnesota typically had struggled with those, but have got significantly better since Attach came back into this team. It's a hard one to call, but I think we might be having a map 5 because, well, why not?
What a way to end day number 1. A map 5 would be glorious, but who knows? We will find out as these teams stare down the barrel of going into the lower bracket. Awaiting them, the London Royal Ravens, but also in that lower bracket at the moment, and probably the biggest name in this tournament so far, OpTic and Thieves will face off. It is kind of a crazy prospect for those two teams.
I mean, look, we sometimes look at Friday like, okay, let's weed out some of the maybe more negative teams in here who are not going to do anything. A hellish amount of really solid teams down that lower bracket. Get my words out here, but looking over towards that first hop on, it was the SMGs for Minnesota Røkkr that got the job done. Boston Breach, the AR department, has been theirs for the majority of the game. But heading into Fortress now, it's a hard one to call. Both these two teams with not too bad records on this one, but Boston Breach will be feeling the more confident. Boston sitting at 6-8, Minnesota 8-8. Minnesota last in rotation overall, but it has got better. They will need to be better here if they want to force a map number 5.
Well, one more time onto the breach. Onto the anvil of war, these two teams will go. We start off with Boston on the slightly better side when it comes to P1, and, well, the nades rain and Vivid clears up.
Nicely done from Boston. The double nade over the top works perfectly over towards that side, and then all of a sudden you've got a perfect hold set up. A wonderful, wonderful break from Boston Breach now. Kremp, Awakening just running the show. The confidence is very clearly flowing. Minnesota Røkkr licking their wounds, just trying to get some P2 control. It's a big kill from Fame. Will relieve some of that pressure that Boston are putting on.
And this is it. After those first 2 kills have gone through, Boston are now locking the door. They have put the bolts upon them, and with already a lot of time going through, Bance will finally get into this point, get some time back, but they've already lost P2 control as well, Tom.
Yeah, you take 30 seconds off P1 and you take P2 control every single day of the week. Røkkr will get themselves into a decent enough position to try and break here. Attach will cause some issues. The rest of Røkkr now on their way over. For all that, Boston had that dominance towards the beginning. It's only 10-point or so lead as we head over towards the gallows.
And Awakening coming under serious fire, but he hasn't fallen yet. Eventually, Attach will get him. Beans calls Kremp as well. And for Røkkr, an opportunity has found itself into this one. Unfortunately, the kill's not flowing to them as they would like. Bance on the flank, because that's where he does his best work. But still, it's not going the way of Røkkr.
And now it's flipped around the spawns because the rest of Røkkr do die. They probably want to keep a hold of those stables point and then have Bance on the flank. But because they all die at the same time, look where Boston Breach are now sitting in the moment. 30 seconds left to go over towards the P2 side. You're holding down the time. You've got the rotation over towards P3. It's a momentary disaster for Røkkr's. Awakening is absolutely frying them. They couldn't be further away from the next half point.
Gigawake has awoken. Wow! And it is just decimation on this point as well. Røkkr will have to get scrap time once again. But P2 to P3, it is the dagger, it is the despair and the nightmare for Minnesota.
And that first attack, that first break from Minnesota Røkkr was their downfall ultimately. Find themselves about 30 points behind, and well, it could be very much 60 by the end of this hill. But is the break going to start to come on through? Bance will find one. Beans can answer back with a kill of his own, but the pressure unrelenting from Røkkr. Beans shuts it down, Kremp alongside of him. And it's a good haul from Boston so far.
Looking for it again, trying to get through here. Bance will go around the corner, but down he falls. Nothing here at the time for them, and as they shoot every single direction, they manage to get on the point. Fame has been absolutely lights out for them so far, holding them off at every single angle. He's been their star player in these respawns and finds another one we don't expect him to get.
A toe hold inside the point. Attach on the Beans as well, but Awakening may well just try to clean up here. 15 seconds to go, can find one. Surely he doesn't find the second. Fame is like, I do not want this gunfight right now. The ARs of Boston taking their turns of going up, but that's a minor win for Minnesota Røkkr there. You don't have rotation. All of a sudden you find a break. But once again, you do not have rotation here. As far as it goes for the Minnesota Røkkr, the worst team at rotating, we'll get a good example of this so far. It's 3 out of 3 hills. You have not found those first points.
Bance trying to hold them off here at this point for as long as he can, but his teammates not being able to back him up. Boston have the control, they have the positioning. And Awakening is having a game so far.
Staying alive towards this backside. Minnesota Røkkr, what is the plan? Things have been not working in your favor so far. What can you change? The SMGs maybe just haven't been able to get going. The ARs not having a good time either. Cammy sitting at 3 and 11 is the glaring one. But the break has started to come through. Cammy with 2 kills to maybe awaken Minnesota Røkkr. And for 20 seconds of scrap time that Røkkr will get a hold of here now. This game is going to be pretty much tied by the time we get over towards Blacksmith, which is crazy in consideration that Boston Breach have had rotation over towards 2, 3, and 4, and yet do not have themselves a healthy lead.
That's been the crazy thing. We've seen the slaying go all the way of Boston. We've seen the rotations go the way of Boston, but yet 12 points is all that separates them. And now as they look to lock this one down as well, Blacksmith is calling attack. He'll take down Fame. Bance spraying with attack, trying to get the players. He knows it's here, but he'll fall as well. Beans finds 2 points in the end, and Fame, it's like, where have my teammates gone?
He's like, where are we spawning? Where are we sitting? In this one, as Boston Breach will get themselves the spawns over towards the P3 side, but crucially, with some sort of control. Send Kremp up towards top window. It's a nice setup from Boston once again, but is the break potentially going to come through from Røkkr, who are somehow holding on in this game? It shouldn't be dead and buried by any stretch of the imagination, but they've kept it relatively close, considering where their positions have kind of been lying up the break. Thatcher's done well to find a breakthrough himself, but he's the only one who can find a kill. And this is the first time we've seen Boston really flex that rotation on Røkkr this time. It's a solid 40-point lead now, when it was only sitting at 10 before we headed over towards Blacksmith.
It certainly is. But let's see. All right. Well, I believe that is what is known as a remake. No, I don't know what happened. No, I don't know why either.
Why did you do that?
I don't know, honestly. I've not had great luck in the last 24 hours, as you know, and apparently I've caused this, but all right, we'll let you know what's happening as soon as we know what's happening, because I was enjoying that hard point, but it doesn't matter. We move.
Well, let's think about it, though, because, like, for me, Boston Breach will be disappointed because they... Well, it started brilliantly. They were kind of doing everything right in terms of these rotations. We're doing some really good work over towards the Blacksmith side. But the rotations weren't really resulting in the points we would have expected. P1, beautiful break off the rip. You know, we love those grenades that go over towards the top side. Find themselves 30 seconds uncontested at P1. P2, perfect rotation. You don't really let anything happen. Really good hold comes through. You pick up some decent time. Yeah, okay, you lose the break eventually, but you start spawning towards P3. That's 3 hills in a row. You're either the first one there or the rotation comes through. You head over towards P4 after being broken. So many times the breaks have come through from Røkkr for some scrappy time, but some scrappy time that kept them in the game until we went to Blacksmith. Boston are very much there on the rotation. Minnesota need to do something, and when we do head back in, we'll try and find out what's going on. But Boston will be feeling still confident if we go back in very, very shortly.
All right, here's all the information I can give to you now. There is an investigation going on. We are going to go to a break. When we return, answers, gameplay, glory, and more. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the major here in Toronto. There has been some hijinks and shenanigans flying about in the arena, but here's what's going on. There was lag during the game. It's always unfortunate, but it does happen. So we'll be having a full replay of the hard point. That is the ruling. That is what has been done. Let's get it over with and move on.
They won't be happy. You can see Beans, yeah.
He's saying, oh, I cannot believe this has happened. That is very unfortunate, teammates.
My goodness gracious me. How come we have to replay this? Yeah, unfortunate.
Oh, dearie me.
I mean, Boston will be not too happy with that. And, you know, rightfully so. They were in a good position there. But at the same time, they will look at how they played this one out. Rotations were no problem for them. They were outplaying Minnesota Røkkr. Minnesota Røkkr were keeping things scrappy there. Very much so. They were keeping themselves in it by pretty much just being punchy throughout. But rotations were not coming through, which has been a huge problem for Minnesota Røkkr on this map and continues to be. But they're sitting at 2-0 with this man on your screen in the team on this map. So they obviously feel some confidence from it. Was the lag affecting them maybe in a certain kind of way? I don't know. But Boston Breach rotations were looking good. If they can do that again, they should be in the same spot.
Okay, there's something I'm going to point out here while we get this game locked, loaded, and ready to go.
Come on, then.
And it made me remember it when I looked at Attach just now in the player cams. He has to wear Looney's jersey. Do you know why?
Why?
I believe he got rid of his jersey once he was dropped. Wasn't really expecting back in the roster this season at least, so has to borrow a different jersey in the end. But interesting story, kind of like the rise for like a phoenix back into this roster. Let's see if Attach has it in him though. Maybe he earns himself a new one for champs.
Maybe they can hook him up with something different. If they, of course, do qualify for champs, which they will do so with a win against Boston. I believe we are loading in again. I feel like the issue has been fixed, or at least that's what the teams think, so let's see. As we head into, well, Vision 2 of Fortress Hardpoint. Last time around, it was all about these rotations from Boston Breach. They were very much there at every single stage. If they could do it again, they'll be in a really good spot. As we load in once again, very, very shortly. Just testing a few things out still. I thought we were loading in the game production. You've sold me down the river here.
It's a test. Let's find out though. Let's talk about the players in this series. The beautiful, brilliant Beans. This is Beans' player profile.
Lando, and today I am joined by Boston's finest Beans from the Boston Breach. Buddy, how you doing today?
I'm good, you know, just working every day, getting better, all that.
Well, you just finished up your first major with the squad. You get a top 4 placement. It's also your first time on the main stage. For you and for the team, what were some of your biggest takeaways, you'd say, from the Texas major?
Probably just getting comfortable on the main stage together. Obviously, for me, it was my first time on the actual main stage, so it's a way different atmosphere to anything I'm used to. And so sometimes you tend to play situations differently. You're like, it's not really nerves, but it's just different. So when you get put in a different situation, you play differently.
It feels like you've kind of been in a situation where you've had to adapt quick really throughout your entire life. Like I watched a few interviews that you've done. You've traveled around the world growing up. Many don't even know that you actually lived in Dubai for a while. How has like that lifestyle impacted both who you are in game and out of game in the situation that, like we said, you've been in for the last month?
I think it's like I can like adapt to new people very quickly, so I can like make friendships and relationships really quick. So obviously moving countries, moving continents at such a young age really helped with that when I was like 12 or 13, and throughout that time I was obviously still playing COD, so I was meeting loads of new friends and stuff, and through that went to a couple of LAN events out in Dubai, and then going to the main team, it's yeah, just new faces completely never spoke to before, and just getting to know them quick and creating that bond as quick as you can. The more comfortable you can get, the quicker it's easy, because then you can pick apart plays and stuff, because when it's early doors sometimes you're like hesitant to say stuff, or you can't really get comfortable with the team. So the faster you can do that, obviously the better.
Well, I will say, aBeZy, I feel like you've had a great impact so far on this team already. You helped get this team their first Game 5 victory of the season. You helped give Breach their first franchise win over the LA Thieves. You helped deliver Breach their second ever finish above a top 4 or at a top 4. But I'm sure for you, right, the goal is something that is much greater than this. If you could pinpoint one thing that the squad needs to do in order to deliver the Boston Breach their first championship in franchise history, what do you feel like that is?
The main thing is good habits. So like, practice what you play. Don't, you know, it is fun sometimes to have some fun times in scrims and do some random stuff, but getting in good habits all the time is probably the main thing. You know, we made some mistakes at Major 3 that we just never would make in practice, you know, but that's just the way it is. That's just, sometimes the moment can get to you. There's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of external factors, you just won't make the right play all the time. That's just the way it is sometimes.
One of my favorite parts about your addition to the other 3 beans is the passion that you provide. It feels like you were always one to get up, get loud, yell across the stage. Where does that fire as a competitor stem from?
I create these like mental battles in my head with every team I play against, as if, you know, they're the ultimate enemy. Right. I don't know, this comes within. It's nothing like you plan on doing, really. It just happens. A little bit different from the main stage, because in the pit, in challenges, there was actually a bit of mental game to it. You know, like roaring, shouting at people. To some people, would actually get in their heads. Whereas on the main stage, they can't hear you. You can't hear a thing, obviously, with the soundproof headphones. So it's not really the same. But you know, it's for the team. It's just passion. It's, you know, even when you're losing, you don't stop that passion. You keep going.
Anything you want to say to the CDL, maybe to the Boston Breach fans out there?
Thank you for all the support. Obviously at the major, even at Major 2 when I wasn't in the main team yet, it was really good seeing all the fans. Major 3, it was really good taking pictures of this one. It was awesome. I really appreciate it, and keep supporting. We'll be here all year.
I'll tell you what, Beans, you've earned a fan here. I got my Breach mask. I'm excited for you guys.
Good.
Excited for you, man, for the rest of the year. Thanks so much for taking the time to talk with us today.
Appreciate it. No good one.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. I know you have been patient, so have we, but finally, I believe the issues are sorted. The gremlins in the machine have been put to bed. There is no Ghost in the Shell, there is only Call of Duty. We will find out in this replay which of these 2 teams can walk away victorious. Hopefully nobody's chalked.
I thought we were blaming Maven.
We're always blaming Maven. That man's actually got claw-like hands right now. He's been playing so much recently. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Here we go then. Back in again. Just to reiterate, as we head back in, it was Boston Breach in the commanding position. But how is that going to affect them mentally? Are they still going to be locked in? Rotations were very much there. And pretty much every single hill, they were looking great. Røkkr, where I said, keeping it kind of punchy. They were keeping themselves within touching distance through thick and thin. Can they manage to do it again here, though? They need to work on these rotations. They have not been in their favor whatsoever so far. They will need to find a couple here if they want to have a good game, because Boston Breach were pretty much in commanding position the entire time.
Well, you want to bet this is a different break from Røkkr. There's no way they're running into a double nade again. Look, same nade's going to fly out. Røkkr, they do. They don't go through gate. They go through top mats. Well, lessons learned. Paying out already.
Yeah, honestly, I probably wouldn't even throw that if I was Boston, because you just presume, right? And they're not going to make that push. But punish them if they do. Fool me once, shame on you, but yeah, you're not the same. Anyway, Manasova Røkkr with a significantly better break here after rip on P1 because you haven't been double naded. And there's the rotation from you already as well. The spawns for Boston Breach. Couldn't have went worse to kick things off. 30 seconds to go on P1. Manasova Røkkr in prime position here for a PT rotation.
Kremp going for the reach out. 3 players against Spain. Spain does manage to get one before he falls down. They're still locking them in here. Got to make sure you have that P2 spawn locked as well. For Minnesota Røkkr, all the points on the board, P1 and P2 ready.
Can they find the breakthrough though? Touch just concentrating on what's happening over towards P1, but Bust and Breach not worried about that now. Bance is now starting to force a little bit away out of over towards the open side. Try and keep that pressure on, but you've got to be careful of this street. Bust and Breach now in a good position to try and break something here, but Minnesota Røkkr not too badly set up either. Stable spawn's going to start coming through, so Boston's going to have to find something from the back.
Fame waiting. He knows players are there from Boston as well. They're now going to try and hold this down. See all of Røkkr stacking for it. They're wondering, where is the Boston pressure? Boston playing it slow and pulling Røkkr out of position. Just now, who wins the trades?
Fame is just trying to lock down inside the mount. He's running to the nade as well. And there is the break from Boston. Minnesota Røkkr, what they did have was that mid-map control, but look at Beans. He gets the spawn over towards the street side, goes for the fight, finds the rotation. So now all of a sudden Røkkr, for what was maybe going to be a break, have to now find a rotation. You have to find these kills. Kremp is on his way. Did Kremp get through? He got through.
The timing.
Did he get through unscathed? Did they know he's there? They haven't got a clue.
Not able to find the second kill. Cammy starting off way better than they did last time around. 6 and 3 for them as well. 7 and 3 now, but Beans again for them. And while Røkkr will get that scrap time, it is now a knife fight for them. Attach, the only player here that can do anything is Bance takes down Fime. Attach falls as well. Boston in P3.
Yeah, they managed to find a way through. It was actually Røkkr the first ones here, but somehow Bance can find one. Boston managed to hold. Last time around though, Boston did have this rotation. Røkkr broke with around 30 seconds to go. It's all about the force through this towards the gate side and trying to get some sort of maps control. Here come the kills. Cammy attach working well, but as are Awakening and Vivid. They hold it down. 35 seconds remaining here. Boston will have a healthy lead heading over towards P4, but it's just a big hit over towards the gate side.
They cannot find their way in at all, and eventually Attach will take care of Vivid. Awakening, pressure now falling upon him. Finds the first Attach versus Awakening, and Kremp will get it at the same time. It's better for Boston.
Nicely done so far. Minnesota Røkkr have had a couple of instances of nearly getting a hold of it, but Boston holding very resolutely. Kremp now up top, trying to find some break over towards P4. Minnesota Røkkr will have this rotation in, as they did it over towards P2. They are here at P4. So already a bit of a split when it comes down to these rotations, but Boston Breach are the ones with the lead after a great hold towards P3. And Beans is making it work for himself again. A bit of a slow stop, starting to warm into map number 4 here now.
Well, it's critical kills rather than number of kills, and right now Boston have found a little bit of a way forward. Cammy will take down Vivid before he gets to convert anything else, and Kremp versus Fame. Fame will find the kill as Røkkr hold on.
Now what's the plan now for Boston? How do you find a breakthrough here? You haven't found many kills, you haven't really found much of a foothold. One towards Gallows though may well help things out. Faye and Bance starting to run the show though, as they did in the first half point. It was all about the SMGs in Minnesota Røkkr, and they are starting to get into this one. But Beans with an SMG in his hand, and Fame will deal with him. No problem whatsoever, and Røkkr will have this final 20 seconds heading towards Blacksmith though. This time around, when we did play that first round of Fortress Hardpoint, Boston Breach got some ridiculous time over towards Blacksmith. Can they do it again here to retake the lead?
And that was all Beans. He just would not die on Blacksmith at all. Fame trying to stay alive. The player's going to be up top as well. Vivid is all right. I'm taking that away from you. And Bance now left alone, waiting for the respawn to come in. Before he makes a move, he's going to have to look for it, but Kremp takes him down.
He's waiting, sitting tight. The rest of the team to come to help him out. And you can see the squad now just pushing back towards that P2 side. They're going to try and find a break from this side if they can, but Beans and Awakening managing to find the crucial kills. Beans in maps is just such an issue. And Boston Breach at this hill just seem to do it better than anybody else. But here comes the cruise missile that Fame earned over towards P4. Can he manage to find a break at P5 with it?
Every tag, every nade must flow towards these trophy systems. It doesn't find anything from them. Does put Boston just off Killer a little bit. They've had to move from the positioning as well, but they're still finding the kills. Røkkr, no luck, nothing so far in Blacksmith.
Yeah, it really hasn't worked out for them. They'd probably like to have another lead when we get over here once again, which we will do so. That's being pretty much nearly 45, 50 seconds from Boston, no problem whatsoever, and a lead for them as well. Flip side of the coin there for Minnesota Røkkr though, they can start to set up over towards P2, and of course P1, that is now just about to pop. But Beans inside of maps has been such a big issue for Røkkr to try and deal with. AR department, Boston are winning. SNG department though, feels like Minnesota Røkkr are kind of winning that battle for the most part, but Kremp in this sort of position, someone who can cause some issue.
And they're waiting patiently, Kremp.
to get the positioning, but not able to find it already. Awakening now looking for anybody to push it towards mid-map as well, as Boston look to try and get something going on P1, as Beans finds the way through, finds Cammy as well. And now they have a bit of control. They can start moving around and looking for P2, Ton.
It's all really about these rotations that have been ongoing. Both these two teams have locked in some decent time. Minnesota Røkkr do sit at 4th in actually the breaking percentage, and they're going to need to have it again here by the looks of things. Oh, are they? They can get rid of Vivid. They can find this rotation with 15 seconds left to go. It's a very close map number 4, but it's one that Minnesota Røkkr absolutely need. They find the important kills. P2 is going to be theirs. Can they find some good time and retake the lead?
If Boston can break now, it will break the spirits of Røkkr. P2 locked in for them. 20 points to Boston, but the rotation is what matters. And Cammy desperately trying to stay alive already. Røkkr are being compressed, being moved back across this map as Boston look for them in positioning, but they are not finding the kills. Only Vivid finds anything. Cammy will get 2 as well. Beans alone going towards open. And Røkkr know they need to hold this. P3 was not good for them last time.
They may well have a breakthrough though. Finn has found a small crack in the defenses of Boston Breach, but Boston Breach have found absolutely everything else. Spawn over towards the gate side, it's for risk to P3.
And it's Bance versus Awakening. He knows players are going to be here. He doesn't know where. He is outnumbered, but is he outgunned? Bance will find nothing as Awakening and Beans shut it down towards gate. It is chaos. It is Gigawake. And that is the rotation again. Røkkr have not found it for the second time.
P3 is just being nightmare fuel for Minnesota Røkkr over and over again. Bance manages to find a breakthrough, but the rest of the team are just not there quick enough. Big kills coming in from Beans, who's on the stair side. Attach is trying to find a way through. He's shut down, and Boston Breach are starting to flex their muscles just a little bit, but maybe there's a break here from Røkkr.
They're looking for it. They've got numbers. It's Awakening holding it though as well, and he takes a little bit of a tag and won't get it in the end. 40 seconds left to go, and Røkkr have found their way through. Will it be a break back once again as Beans tries to find his way into this point? Nothing but a trophy system so far. They are stacked and ready. Fame and Cammy combining. Awakening will get attached, and it's a scramble for the point.
And they're going to now get a push over towards the point. So is that maybe the opportunity for Boston? The answer is no. It's a 5 spree from Cammy that finds Røkkr back into this game. They will have a lead when we go over towards cannons in 15 seconds time. And Attach is starting to find some kills on the outbreak to try and get themselves some sort of control over towards the middle of the map. Fame is the one who can maybe cause some issue here for Røkkr, sitting at 20 and 15. Him and Bance need to get themselves into bottom out and just try and cause absolute havoc.
Oh, this is it. They're trying to lock them in already. Fame gets the first kill out. 3 seconds, and Boston will take the lead once again for Røkkr. It's P2. It's moving fast. This game is coming down to the wire.
Need to get rid of Vivid over towards the backside. Attach is the only one for Røkkr who can find a kill. Good hold from Boston so far. They may be cursing themselves for not a better hold over towards P3, but P4 so far so good. Attach cannot find anything. Vivid down the banister. Finds the kills, and Røkkr just feel a little 1-by-1 right now. Boston with a great hold. 25 seconds remaining at P4. It's looking like all Boston so far.
They are not letting this slide at all. Every single time they can. Fame, though, will find his way in. They want this scrap time. He's looking for the last player. He's called it perfectly. A player behind him. He's firing everything he's got in towards this. Bance looking for that last player. They have got them off here. But while this game is close, we are over to Blacksmith. Boston last time held this for numbers.
They were phenomenal last time we found our way here. And if they can do what they did last time around here again, I mean, Vivid's just killing everyone off the respawn. That's 3 in a row from him off screen. That was slow down Røkkr in a push that they must find. Boston Breach are 30 seconds away. They locked down nearly every single second that was on offer at Blacksmith on this first rotation. They've done so far so good. Kremp staying alive. I haven't seen many kills in the kill feed for Røkkr, who will find the break. Boy, Beans needs to stay alive. It gets broken. The first time we've seen Røkkr get a foothold inside of Blacksmith.
And Røkkr have to play perfect. It's 228 to 208. This is the time where champions are made. Vivid looking to break back into Blacksmith, looking for some egress onto P1 as Vivid finds the second, not the third. Fame will shut him down, Fame will find the second. And Boston are locked back in that P3 spawn as P1 is just cresting the horizon.
Minnesota Røkkr now in a good spot to maybe force this map number 5. Kremp though trying to go up over towards the final few seconds. He will get them, but who's at P1? It's Minnesota Røkkr. They've got Boston locked back in. It is a 20-point game for both these two teams. It may well end at P1.
And now Boston have to get out. Vivid looking for it as well, but he's going to fall. One last roll of the dice for Boston.
Can they find it? 9 seconds to go. Boston off of the respawn. One hit, one chance, one opportunity. Kremp finds the first. They're pouring out of the gate. They're not finding anything. It's just kill feed. It's just Røkkr who take us to a map number 5 in the end. And they were down. They were broken. But they did not bow out of the stage, and they are not going to the losers bracket yet.
We said map 5 was maybe beckoning. And we get what we wanted. Minnesota Røkkr so much better in the replay. Look, whatever issue was happening, clearly something was fixed for them, but that was fixed in their gameplay. Phenomenal rotations coming through and some better breaks as well. Breaking has been their strong point, rotating has not. And we got a good example of all the statistics for Minnesota Røkkr there. I feel like it's the break over towards Blacksmith towards the end that makes the huge difference. You're pointing at something on the screen, Brycey, tell me what it is.
So, replays aside, they happened. The difference may have been Cammy. Started off in that first game, I think it was 0-7, 1-8, whatever the number was, it was terrible. But on the reset, 30 and 24, huge amount of damage, 22 untraded kills in the end. Fame also had his day. And I think maybe Boston just lost a little bit of ice there on Blacksmith. They got broken and they got locked into the spawn.
And honestly, they played the beginning of Blacksmith like they did in the previous iteration in the first rotation absolutely perfectly. But it just takes one good break. That's all it takes when it comes down. Doesn't matter you're talking S&D, hardpoint control. It takes one good break. In Minnesota Røkkr, they found that break and they find themselves in a map number 5.
They certainly do. Well, a map 5 awaits us on day 1 of the major. It's always got to be this way between these two teams. Find out how it ends and how it all comes down to the wire right after this break. It's going to be glorious ton. I cannot wait for it. Don't go anywhere. More action here on the Call of Duty League. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The major is happening right here in Toronto. It's a beautiful city. I have not seen an awful lot of it yet, but that doesn't matter. What does matter is we are going to a map number 5, Boston Breach versus Minnesota Røkkr. They have fought tooth and nail to get to this point, the longest series of the day, but it will all end here regardless. Map 5, S&D.
I think we may have taken, well, the so-called curse off Jay and Lando at this stage. We've had quite a few game fights. They have passed the torch on, and we are not too bothered about that. Tatch and Co forcing this S&D. 2 hardpoint wins for them, but it was the search and the control for Boston that has found them this far. Now, in my mind, how are Boston feeling? After how things have transpired, we can talk about it in that sense. It was difficult for maybe them to get themselves locked back in. They were in a really good spot. We had to go for a replay because of a technical issue. These things do happen. But how does it work for Boston? Where is the mental at with this team? It's a young team. The experience may not be there. Have they found the mental capacity to put themselves back into that zone for game number 5, which will be a hotel search and destroy?
Well, the winner of this continues on through the winner's bracket. They will play Florida in the next round in one of the upsets that happened earlier on today. The loser will go down and fight the London Royal Ravens. Both teams want this. They want to continue on. They want to be the winners. But only one can be. And as we move on to this map, the teams have had victories, but they've also had struggles, Ton.
They have to. They have to. I think, you know, looking at Minnesota Røkkr, the first bloods has been a really big issue. You're going to look towards Beans with the sniper for Boston, as that is going to be a really great equalizer for this side. Are they going to be able to find much with it? A lot of traffic over towards this B side. But look at this from Boston, Minnesota Røkkr. They've not bit. They've not taken the bait. Now Boston going to be a wet.
Well, only Bance can do anything about it, but it has gone a little bit quiet here as well. Attached looking for it as well, and he sees Kremp hugging that wall for life. We'll get out with it. But it is a 2-2 split. Boston have opportunity to go anywhere here.
I'm curious. Minnesota Røkkr now going to take the bait, just maybe a little bit too late. Yes, they are. Crucial that Fame finds something here, but Vivid finds one on the Bance. Do they understand what's happening? Boston may well just rotate this one around.
Well, Vivid can just get an extra kill here. There's no one really contesting as well, but Røkkr have called for reinforcements. It has been a bamboozling.
And Vivid has just done so much work. All this utility, all this time, all this effort from Røkkr, and the bomb is down at A. Wonderful from Boston Breach there to find just maybe a little bit of an ingress in Vivid. Well, he is eventually going to be stopped in his tracks. It's now a 3v3 retake for Røkkr to try and pull off.
This is a horrible retake to do as well. Røkkr, but to time it correctly, Fame will get beans. Down to 3 versus 2, Awakening, sitting on Marble Heady. It is always a position that you see players do so well on, but Fame for the last one. Now Kremp last alive. He's tagged up, he's down. And Røkkr, with an incredible retake, they were bamboozled, they were led astray, but eventually find their way back into the point and get the first round.
Led down the garden path there, Bryce. You're very, very right. Røkkr, I think it's all happening over towards B. I want to give so much credit to Vivid. Finds the kill, and he's in kitchen. He's just like, boys, I am sitting tight. I am causing some problems. But ultimately, for Boston Breach, you got to hold that down. You've got to hold that down. And what we didn't really see from them, okay, we've seen one player push up towards the bedroom side, but as soon as they lose that, no bedroom control, no SMG to slow down the retake from Røkkr, they just grab a hold of it and run. Find the kills. Awakening gets forced back, has to force back. You've lost bedroom control, you have to sit back and maybe try and find an angle. You can't do so. It's a really nice retake from Røkkr, but almost a little bit of a fumble from Boston.
And now, as we're going to this next round as well, pretty familiar, Beans with a sniper rifle in the S&D. If he starts hitting with it, it causes problems for Minnesota. They won't want to channel it into the entire approach from where they want to go. Right now, both teams, though, being a little passive, waiting for that information.
Nobody really wanting to give anything away here. Bance has found himself in a useful position, but is he going to be aware of where Kremp is sitting? The answer is no. First blood over towards Boston again. Now Minnesota Røkkr, after wasting all that time, after trying to find a pick. 45 seconds remaining in the round is all you have to play with, and you are a man down.
Oh, and they find him as well. Fame will get him. It goes back down to a 3 versus 3. Boston had the advantage. Kremp still sitting in a good position, though. Had dead silence, has an opportunity. Bomb will go down for Røkkr, and he doesn't get it before they get out of there.
Didn't even see him. Went for the check with Deddy, and Deddy is being wasted.
So now all of a sudden Minnesota Røkkr, they haven't had the luxury of being able to push up towards the bedroom side. They've had to drop back. The angle will be good for a player inside a reception, you would like to think. You have to try and find a retake. It's all on Vivid to find something. Dead Silence being popped by him, but they're just going for a big hit over towards the bomb site. They need to try and find some control. They're hitting each other here as well. Awakening on the Cammy, though, this is still doable.
And they're left alone. This is all the control taken away from them. Minnesota Røkkr left Cammy into the island, and he finds the first kill. That's how to get the second and the third. Røkkr don't need bomb site control. They just win the gunfights.
Starting to play that angle from reception. We're seeing it more and more in the CDL now. Teams default towards that bedroom control, but this one is just as effective. You invite that defensive team who are trying to retake, they have to come to you. And well held from Minnesota Røkkr. Playing themselves 2 to the good. Boston have not been able to get a lot of luck over towards this A side. Røkkr running the show. It's Fame and Attach on their side of things. 4 kills apiece. Nothing to be spoken about from Bance and Cammy so far, but they will care very little. Røkkr in the driving seat now.
Well, let's see. Can Boston find something on their own attack? This is a heavy hit for them this time around. They put the players in the position. Minnesota Røkkr looking for something back as well. Cammy trying to deflect it at the same time, but already players have got through.
Is anybody there to answer Kremp if he does something about this? The push may well come through from that top bedroom side. Cammy now just trying to stay alive. Here comes the push, but Fame is there to back him up as well. Shots into Beans will back him down. But Kremp, surely he's going to make the move very, very shortly. Goes one into attachment. Now they know he's here. Kremp is going to be the one that maybe wins the round for Boston. Røkkr have to back down. Boston can get some control. 3v3, this is anyone's game.
Cammy will find Beans, but Kremp's still alive. Røkkr do not want to engage. There's too many corners, too many opportunities to take it down. And Fame versus Kremp, both injured, both weak. He wants to reach out, he's desperate for it. It's 2 versus 3, but he decides discretion is the better part of Valor as he moves and shakes one more time. That bomb is down for Boston, but it is not good. 2 versus 2.
Big win from Awakening, needed to take down Bance there, or the round is chalked. Bomb not in a good spot, Røkkr in a great one. And what's the play going to be? Oh, Cammy's towards the back. The shot's starting to ring through. He gets out as well. 12 seconds. But is the opening being there for Kremp? It is not. Fame's going to find him, and all of a sudden Awakening has got it all to do. No time to plan. Plenty of time for Røkkr to waste. Minnesota Røkkr, 3 rounds to the gut.
And Fame playing with them there. And it was just too many bodies, too many angles. Cammy for the reach out, by the way. Gets that final kill down, you'll see him, he gets out of there with his life somehow. Awakening cannot convert. And then jumps back across. It was Fame got the last kill, but they were looking for both angles.
It was Fame who found the kill when Kremp was trying to find that push. The time had been whittled down so well from Røkkr. And what I really liked about it is that Kremp, honestly, finds himself in a phenomenal position for Boston Breach. He's up top in bedroom, you're just thinking, when's he going to try and make the snap? When's he going to try and make the play? Røkkr just do not give him an inch. They know he's there, they do not fall into the trap. They sit tight, they sit patient, they find themselves 3 rounds to the good. Fame on a full spree himself, sitting at 6-1. And it's that slow push from Røkkr that, well, somehow worked out in the previous attacking round. They're trying to make it work here once again.
Now they check the angles. They're worried. They know Beans has been up here before. Dead Silence has been popped. This is not an easy push to make, though. Oh, he does the Awakening. Will he get it in time? No. Has the advantage of cover, and Bance will go down. 0-4 so far. First blood to Boston.
It's another first blood to Boston. That's now 3 out of the 4. And yet they find themselves behind. It has been a problem for Røkkr, these first bloods, but, well, they're getting the rounds. Can Cammy find something onto Awakening now as this push over towards B seems more and more likely? Boston Breach are going to start making maybe some inroads over towards this side. Vivitro's trying to stay alive. He's a slippery little snake inside of Kitchen. Is he going to get caught though? Yes, he is. No information over towards the pantry side. Awakening and Boston going to have to go for the retake in a 3v3.
This bomb goes down in time as well, though. Awakening towards the back, looking for attach. Attach, been tickled up and taken down. Kremp will get one onto Cammy as well, and only Fame left alive. A 1v3 potential as he flies out of the back. And Boston lock it in, and a lot of that's on the back of Awakening.
Yeah, really good play from Awakening, but I love what Beans does there. They know that Fame, you can't just sit in Kitchen. He's going to push out some way or another, and Beans is there holding the pre. And they will find a round. Boston Breach eventually making use of these first bloods that they found. 3 out of the 4 rounds so far, but it's the first round on the board for Boston. The first time they can make it.
The pile of eggplants or aubergines.
Aubergines, yes.
Only in the UK.
Weird observation. A weird observation. I think it always has been there, but it's usually been taken down by plenty of shots ringing
I've just
around
never
it.
noticed it before.
Well, okay.
They might have added it in for Major 5. You don't know.
You know, I was going for observations of First Bloods, but if you want to talk about the vegetables on top of the counters, you can go ahead.
Hey, they look good. Anyway, you are right. First Bloods are making the difference into this one. But now we have Boston on the attack.
Fame sitting at 8 and 2. He's up close quarter battles between him and Kremp. Being well fought, but this time around it's a bit more shocking off on Boston Breach over towards the B side. Plenty more control this time. It's Vivid. The tip of the spear for Boston. He has a little bit of backup from Kremp this time. And I think Boston are just maybe waiting to see if these players can make something work. But no, they're waiting because there's a cruise missile in the sky. Bend it like, well, I was about to say it back. It doesn't work out for Fame this time around, but it has slowed down Boston.
It has, but Boston have all the control here. If we win a gunfight, this bomb will go down. Fame playing patient. He knows he's already lost control of the back. Bance trying to hit his own flank as well, but he's been seen. Boston will put this down with no contest. However, 2 kills fly towards them. And that bomb was taken off as well. Røkkr swing into action at the exact time they needed to.
That's a single point of health for Cammy that he survives on. Kremp can't find the gunfight, and now they're searching for him as well. Awakening, he's already been butted up, but now Vivid is he the one that can maybe find something for the team. He gets taken down. Fame is being on an absolute tear. Stops the bomb going down and just stops Boston dead in their tracks. He's 10 and 2 in map number 5.
Unbelievable. Røkkr have full control of this over and over again. Boston had the map control. They had the positioning. They had players into a top and bottom bed, and it looked like that bomb was going down. And then you flip a coin, the entire game changes. 2 kills from Røkkr.
Now, Minnesota Røkkr actually played this twice since the roster change did come through, since Attach came into the roster. Fame has struggled hugely in those 2 maps. He's sitting at 0.4. The guy's 10 and 2 now. Whatever change up, whatever role they made Fame tried to take up in those last 2 maps. Hey, I don't know if it's the same one, but this time around it's working out quite beautifully. Big hit over towards the A side. Fame will find another kill before getting taken down. This is a big fight over towards the A side. Bance just surviving behind the box, and Kremp can do very little about it. Minnesota Røkkr now just taking down to 2. It's now 2 versus 2.
Beans with that sniper made a difference, but Kremp has been spotted him. Attach will fall. Bance left alone in a 1 versus 2. No bomb. Can he make the plays his team need at this moment?
He knows that Beans has a sniper. He's just going to head towards him. It's easy pickings for Bance. And now in a 1v1 versus Kremp. It's experience against speed. Bance doesn't have the bomb though. Can Kremp do anything about this? Dead silence has been popped. No information for Bance. Is he going to check the right-hand side? Ships in the night springs to mind. This bomb's going to go down, but Kremp's going to be there in time. Boston with a round back.
And he finds it perfectly. Just no cover, no opportunities, no idea where Kremp has actually gone. So he goes for the fastest plant he can, and Kremp calls it. Must have known that bomb was down there as well, knew what was going to happen. But that's another round on the board for Boston, one they desperately needed.
I think when they find Fame, he's typically been the bomb planter so far in this game. Boston Breach will have done their research. He falls. They know that bomb's probably going to be going down over towards that A site. Kremp can then play around that. Presumes that Bance, well, he's probably pushed through the main map to find the kill on the Beans. He deduces that he won't have it. Has to then wrap back around, but now what's this going to be this time around? Boston Breach preparing for what would be the mid-map push from Røkkr. That does not come. But Boston can get some control of couches, try to start to dictate and slow down Røkkr's approach towards this A side. Can maybe make things a little bit easier for themselves, but they can also go in any which way direction they want to go in. B is relatively open. Bance will be there to maybe slow things down, but A seems to be the option now for Boston.
So much control here from Boston again on this point. Kremp trying to hold it off. He has to back off because of Beans. Kremp looking for the same kill as well.
It's an opportunity to get the bomb down. They haven't went for it.
That's because Boston are just trying to lock this in before they get anything done. Cammy, it's been hurt, but somehow wins that. And another fight towards the bottom. Kremp will get it back to a 3 versus 3. Boston still in control of this point, but Cammy will find Vivid as well. They cannot kill that man in luggage.
Humongous kill from Cammy, and it's another one from Attach. Awakening trying to make something work. Boston Breach trying to dot all the I's and cross all the T's to get the round done, and Kremp's not going to do this one. It's a 5-2 lead to Røkkr. And I think it's easy for us to say when we can see where the players are on the map. But as soon as they force Fame away from bottom lights, I think that's the moment to try and get something done. You've got couches control. You've moved them out of bottom lines. Yeah, okay, you maybe don't have luggage, but you have a good opportunity behind the bomb to get it down. They don't go for it. And Minnesota Røkkr find themselves in match point. 5-2 up.
Cammy's only 4-4, but he's been such a problem for them. Just won't die in luggage. But this is it. Røkkr, 1 round to victory. Cammy and FaZe, damage not that far apart either.
Yeah, and that's the discrepancy. Cammy, as you said, he's just been an issue over towards the luggage side. Issue for Røkkr, they don't have a hold of the bomb. They're just trying to slowly, methodically find a route that works for them. Boston have fully committed over towards this A side. It may well be a foot race over towards the kitchen. Minnesota Røkkr will not hit this quickly. They will not presume it's completely empty. Kremp has now found his way over. The bomb has found its way into FaZe's hands as well. And now Røkkr with control of kitchen. This bomb may well be going down very, very quickly. Kremp could do with finding something. He will find nothing but hit markers. Will have to back down, but it will be a 4v4 retake that Boston must fight.
And now they are all in. Everywhere onto it. Tash has already been seen. That nade is going to hit him. Managed to get out of there as well. Røkkr actually giving up a little bit of control here. Boston will have to spring in. Oh, action and Barnes will find Cammy in the first. Kremp finds Bance. And it has not worked out. Nothing here for Røkkr. Only attached for a 1 versus 4. But he's running scared. He does not have the positioning, the teammates, or anything else. And that's it. It's going to be done, surely, as he backs off in the end. And Boston, a beautiful retake.
Yeah, very, very well played from Boston. And I want to give most of the props there to Kremp. Senses the danger and doesn't get too involved. No need to try and slow things down if you've got everybody there for the retake. And the first kill in that retake is so crucial. Beans is yet to really arrive on this map, but arrives there with a wonderful snipe inside of kitchen. And that opens things up very, very nicely for Boston to then pick apart Minnesota Røkkr, which they did so very, very effectively. Now Røkkr back onto the defensive side, still 1 round away from themselves. Boston still need 3 in a row.
And again, positioning, playing. Tash looking for something here, but he could fall foul of the Boston players lurking. Also double nade for him and attach. Stunned up, but not done, and he tries to get out of there, and he will fall. Attached, too much movement.
Brilliant. Brilliant for Boston. They put the utility into it, and the call will be his top catwalk, and Kremp just peeks his little head out and will happily take that kill. And now things do they get nervy here for Minnesota. Bance is holding the angle. He just has to win this gunfight. Straight off the rip, Kremp will give him the shoulder, and Boston will just put the pressure on. Vivid will find the kill. Cammy can find 1, cannot find a second. And it's looking like Boston with another round. FaZe now with a 1v3.
They are turning back up in this S&D. And FaZe left alone, trying to find the kills. Owakening chatting. Owakening a little bit weak as well. It's Beans and Owakening versus FaZe.
13 rounds left in the Vaz. Go for the reload. It's the 1v2, but they're kind of going 1 by 1. They're playing with them just a little bit. Has to go for a chow. Has to try and find a kill. Time whittling down, but it's still 24 seconds. This is still doable.
He has to find something, but he won't. Awakening brings another point back for Boston. The S&D is never over until it's over. And nothing Røkkr is doing is working.
Over towards the A side, it's been pretty dominant for Minnesota Røkkr. And yet, we aren't going over there and they're starting to lose rounds. Look, B seems to be in the control of Boston every single time, whether that be on attack or defense. They are working around that kitchen just that little bit better. Røkkr now, that lead was 5-2. It's now 5-4. Boston's starting to get themselves back into this one. No streaks to really worry about, even though that these rounds have started to go in their favor. And headed back towards the tried and trusty, the Minnesota Røkkr over towards the A side. Beans, no snipe in hand, but he's got the angle he needs. He can slow them down, he can get information, just needs to stay alive.
Bance already gone across, and that dead silence was popped for him as he tries to make the move at the same time. Awakening's going to be here as Bance versus Awakening. It's a big gunfight. Bance has to just leave. Cannot afford to be there anymore. And more nades right down onto the point as they try to stop this as well, but Bance eventually does find a kill. First blood for Røkkr.
They got off the bomb though, they were planning it, and now FaZe isn't in a position to do so because of Bance's positioning. Beans had to reposition himself, which allowed Røkkr a small window to get that bomb down. That window may well have reopened. It's now a 3v4 retake. This bomb will go down. Boston have to find all 4 of Røkkr and a bomb defuse to stay in the winner's bracket.
They're looking for it now. Bance is going to fall. Vivid finds that first blood they need. 3 versus 3. 35 seconds on the clock.
It's all about staying alive. If you're attached, he's going to get taken down. That's 2 out of 4 done.
And they're challenging FaZe. They've got the numbers. He finds the first, though. Will he find the second? No! It's a retake! Boston do it again! It's back down to a 5-5. They cannot hold the line.
Sound the gong. It's a map 5, round 11 between Boston and Røkkr. They were 5-2 up if you're Minnesota Røkkr. How on earth has it got to this? They've just been so scrappy over towards the A side, but they fall apart when it matters. The wind is truly in the sails of Boston Breach now. They will start this round on the attack. Minnesota Røkkr will try and hold tight. And there was been a hellish resurgence from Boston Breach, but here we go, round 11, map 5, to end your first day of CDL Major 5.
And Røkkr are sweating. The nerves are frayed. Only one team can find it now. One round of S&D. And it has been beautiful so far.
And look at this brave play coming in from Røkkr. The talisman from them has been Fame. Gets himself into a very, very advanced position. Boston Breach with not very much map control here. It's been tentative. It's been nervous. And that's what you get in around 11 map 5. Who's going to be the team that breaks first? Boston's still yet to have any sort of inroad over towards any site. So he is looking the more likely, but the information that Fame will be picking up right now is so crucial for Røkkr.
And he has bomb as well here, Beans. Looking to see if he goes through, and he will find the kill as well. That's bomb down. Minnesota Røkkr have the advantage in this last round. The rest of the team are now going over as well. There's going to be some hip fire, but stays alive, Fame, and there we Vivid again. Brings it back to a 3 versus 3. 20 seconds left to go. Boston have control.
But they've got to find Fame. They've got to find Fame.
It's over! It's done! Røkkr are going to champs! They take down Boston in a revenge game! It goes the distance! But as a wise man once said, it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning.
Fame is the one who gets the job done. He was just so influential for the team throughout the S&D, and he's ultimately the one that wins it for them. Gets himself into such a good position, and the bravery, the confidence to put themselves, to find themselves in his rookie season on this new roster, to send you to champs in a map 5 round 11, to walk through it, put yourself in that position, which ultimately wins them around the game in their place in champs in this wonderful, wonderful season. What a game between these two.
And there wasn't a player in the house that wasn't fully clenched up during that last round. Boston, they played it patient. They left Beans on an island. They were not expecting Fame to have cojones the size of beach balls. Pushed through in a double desk by himself, by the way. An untradeable position. Finds the bomb. Stays alive against Awakening. And then it was ridden into Destiny.
The last 2 times that Minnesota Røkkr have played this map with this roster, Fame has dropped to 0.4. Yeah, have a 2.1 or something on your forehead in a map 5 round 11 win for Minnesota Røkkr to end Thursday. And what has been a crazy, crazy Thursday. Let's not get it twisted. Here at Major number 5, Toronto has not disappointed so far. A hell of a game to close out the first day.
It certainly is, and well, we're now going to throw it over to 2 of my very favorite people on the main stage. It's Bance and Lando.
Thank you, Bryce. Well, I'm being put in the same conversation with Bance. That is high praise, but buddy, what a game. What a series that was. Goes all the way down to the final moment. What, you guys were up 5-2. How did it feel to come away with the win and finally see that 6th round go your guys' way?
Yeah, it feels great. Obviously, we were 5-2 up. I thought it was going to be a 5-2 curse like other events for us, but we were able to ice up. We just kept messing up a few things, yeah, but it's all learning curve and one step closer.
Absolutely, one step closer, and I got to ask you too, man. I feel like everybody was waiting for this series, given the drama, the rivalry, whatever you want to say. Does it feel a little sweeter to beat the Boston Breach than maybe another team out there?
Yeah, it feels nice beating them, but there's no bad blood, obviously. Everything happened, it's in the past. They're a great team. Yeah, it just feels good.
Got to feel good. Now you guys are, what, 3-0 with Attach, now back in the lineup. Like,
I know you guys obviously received a lot of criticism, right? I mean, all throughout the season, but specifically with this move, how good does it feel to obviously continue the winning spree, to kind of silence the doubters, I would say, when it comes down to this match?
Yeah, it feels good, man. Obviously, the team's clicking very well. I think we're now 6-0 in hardpoint. We've gone on a little spree, and obviously, the Røkkr have been known to not be good hardpoint teams. So yeah, we just need to get our S&D on point, and then our controls kind of slipping off. As long as we get up to par, I think we'll be a real contender.
I want to ask you too, like in relation to the hardpoint point, like what is it about this team that's allowed for that? Like, is it communication? Is it anything in particular? Like, what do you cater that hardpoint streak to, you would say?
Vibes. Honestly, we haven't really gone too in depth on like what to do. We just trust each other. We're all very experienced, and just say, fuck it, if you want my bad.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good, Bance.
We basically just say, if you're confident in the play, go do it, and just let us know what you're doing so we can pick up the pieces.
Absolutely. Well, I know what you guys, with this victory, I believe now have 30 points of separation over Vegas. I think you have the head-to-head over Seattle. So, oh yeah, with that. So you got to feel very good. You got to feel very good. How does it feel to secure champs officially now?
The pressure's off of securing champs. You know, Vegas, they weren't going down without a fight. They were on our tail the whole time. Yeah, it feels so good. I was stressed for a while thinking I'm not making champs, but it feels good. It feels so good.
Absolutely, man. Well, I got to ask you, thoughts on your matchup versus Florida? How do you feel like you guys square up against them?
Yeah, we're feeling confident. Obviously, they are a very good team. They've looked very good in scrims. We've said it for a while. They look very good in scrims, but so have we. So, yeah, I'm excited to match up.
Definitely. And anything you want to say to some fans? You got some prior Toronto fans out here. You got some Minnesota supporters as well. Anything?
Toronto fans, I love you guys. Even though I'm a part of the Minnesota, you guys have a very special place in my heart. I appreciate you all. Thank you.
That's going to do it from us here on the main stage. Bance, the boys get it done. Desk, take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, and make some noise for Bance one more time. Big shout out to the fans who are here bright and early, lining up around the block. We had 4 series today and a lot of unexpected results here. Let's start with you, Jay. The whoopee cushion comes out in game 4. We do a quick reset.
Yeah.
You never win the reset if you're Boston, and that forced that game 5.
Yeah, that was the scary part because the flawless start to that Fortress HP, they hit the frags over the top. They were great on the P1 to P2.
Yeah.
But like you said, when you play the reset, it never goes in that same way. But then when you get to the game 5, like Boston Breach, they used to be great at search and destroy.
Yeah.
It's just like their decision making is so damn slow. Like, put the bomb down, make the play come to you.
Unacceptable.
So, that match is done. We'll talk about it in a little bit, but we want to revisit the start of the day. Everyone knew Vegas Legion was the team chasing the front 8. Could they catch up? Well, they had to match up against Atlanta to start the day. And once again, Ant, you covered it. 12-2 overall leading up to this matchup. It's now 15-2. That's pretty easy for Atlanta again.
They absolutely cooked them, right? You think about that series and you're like, all right, Vegas, they have some potential here. When you get into that map, it's aBeZy. And they did. They took the lead after the second rotation on P2. What happens? The improvements from FaZe. 3 hills in a row where they win the rotation.
Yep.
The skill comes out from players like Cellium and aBeZy. And Slasher had an incredible series. I mean, the guy went 10-1 in the game 2, gets the streaks in the search and destroy. TJ nades himself, and then at that point, you're completely checked. There's nothing you can do if you're Vegas at that point. Down 0-2, losing some of your better maps.
Ali, FaZe is consistently top 3.
Yes.
Are they now the favorite to win this winners bracket? I'm looking through. A lot of the top dogs got knocked out.
I mean, yeah, I'm right there with you. I definitely put them in that conversation at this point simply because I've been one of the, you know, haters when it comes to Atlanta FaZe and their respawn, and certainly I saw in that map number 1 that they were focusing on the fundamentals, and that's all they simply needed to do. They have the talent. Slasher has shown up to play in our final majors. I mean, top 10 in KDs heading into it, showing once again today as well he is a Lanimal. So Atlanta FaZe, I mean, looking disgusting after this first matchup.
So that means Atlanta plays Toronto tomorrow. Las Vegas will play actually in our losers bracket tomorrow. Atlanta and Toronto will play on Saturday.
Yeah.
Back to the original thought here. The Friday matchup is going to be between Vegas and, of course, the Surge. Who's making it into champs? Tune in tomorrow to find out. You'll also get a chance to see your Toronto squad taking the stage a second time, but you have to wait till Saturday. It's the Subliners coming out on the losing end of this one.
Yeah, This was a banger. The best matchup of day number 1, in my opinion. It came down to that hotel control. 2 of the best hotel control teams that we have in the game, and New York had the advantage. You know, they should have won that one. They threw too many bodies at A at the very end, ends up biting them in the butt. Now they find themselves in a loser's bracket. How many times are we going to be saying the same thing about New York, though? You have the advantage and you throw it away. I'm expecting them to tighten some things up when they get to the loser's bracket.
It's insane to say, because New York, they already won a major. They've been one of the most consistent teams that we had all year long. 4th in every single category. But the only thing that they're missing is simply ice, bro. Again, 1v4 to get eliminated at the last tournament. You're up 25-12 in lives remaining with only about 30 seconds left. You only should allow Ultra to get 1 push, and that 1 push is all they needed. Subliners, once again, let this one get away from them.
Alleycat, is there a leader on this team who can step up and avoid those issues before champs? You only got a month to perfect your game.
Perfect your game, I mean, I don't know how much you can teach ice to somebody, especially at this part of the year, especially when they're so aware of it. At that point, it's a mentality block. But what I really want to talk about is the 3-0 we saw on the day that I don't think anybody expected the name about to come out of my mouth. Fuck it.
The Florida Mutineers, the hottest of 3-0s, came out today. I saw it coming, and only because I talked to Felony. He said, you know what? The online match, we felt good, but no one played great. If we play individually well, we're going to be OpTic. Today, they showed everyone that Florida is here to play for some serious money with $500,000 on the line. This is their chance.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw OpTic face a little bit of adversity. You lose a map that you've been dominant on, that you feel like is a lock in a series, and then what happens? Now you're going up against an underdog that has confidence, who traditionally has been good at search and destroy. You're now down 0-2. So for OpTic, I think it just got away from them a little bit on that map number 1. The guns are very hot on the side of the Florida Mutineers, and like we said, there's no pressure. They know they can't make it into champs. This is their champs. So potentially a top 3 placing here. They could keep on going. It's not like their next match is very difficult, Jay.
Yeah, they got Røkkr next, Jay. What do you think about this? You have just Røkkr in your way of a top 3 finish.
That you got to be feeling fantastic if you're Florida Mutineers. When you beat a team like OpTic Texas, everyone had them as the heavy favorite walking into the tournament. When you beat a team like that, it does the utmost confidence for your entire organization, for your entire roster, to put you in a position where you know in your mind, I can beat anyone that's across the stage. So such a big win for Florida Mutineers to get that 3-0.
Florida fans are used to their team starting in the losers bracket. They're used to watching them on Friday. Well, guess what? Your team is going to be watching VOD tomorrow. Instead, they will be preparing for their Saturday battle against Minnesota. FaZe versus Ultra also happening on Saturday. But you look at the bottom of that screen. OpTic LA Thieves, Breach Ravens, Legion Surge, Subliners Guerrillas. We got storylines galore.
I mean, whoever wins versus CL Surge and Vegas Legion, I think, is going to champs. That's kind of where I'm at right now with how crazy this day has been so far. The fact that Florida Mutineers, Minnesota Røkkr moved on from that top side of the bracket. We talked about OpTic Texas having the easiest bracket heading into that final, and they get 3-0'd, and now they have to go up against LA Thieves. I mean,
that's a good reward, huh?
4 matches in your elimination round 1, and we will play a bonus elimination round 2 to close out the day. Here's a look at the schedule for all of the action. Your Monster Energy matchup coming up at 7:30. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be playing in it. I want to see LA Thieves versus OpTic, though, go the distance. Give us a little preview 100%. Of what we could be getting at champs. Also, that Surge Legion game, you're playing for a spot at champs. We may see the best Call of Duty happening at 6 p.m.
That's literally everything. For Las Vegas Legion, you're currently sitting at 160. Seattle are at 190. So even if you beat them, Seattle is still technically in. You have to win another 2 matches and get a top 4 in order to qualify for champs. That's insane.
All right, well, I am told they are shutting down the venue. Thank you all for coming in. Say goodbye on your way out and join us live 1 p.m. Eastern as we kick off day 2. It's the 5th and final major of the 2023 Call of Duty League season. See you then.
Pedal to the metal when I hit the gas, running through the competition like a running back. I don't ever get tired, I don't take naps. Looking back at you when I'm running laps. I'm the realest in the place, you should know that. Oh yeah, here's another L, you can hold that. All alone at the top with a throne at. It can get a little cold just like snow caps. No cap, if I fall, I'ma be back like a relapse. Never relax, hit you in the chin strap with a kneecap to your neck snap. Throw it on live, make sure everybody see that. I have my aspirations, I know my destination. I go no hesitation, you can't break my concentration. 40 love, no love to my enemies. Waiting on my downfall, never see that enemy. Running like I got more legs than a centipede. Gold medal on my chest for the centerpiece. Slow me down, something you can never do. Hold me down, it's impossible, I never lose. One way or another, win is what I do. This is my game and I play by my rules. I have my aspirations, I know my destination. I go no hesitation, you can't break my concentration. Put me in the game, I'm running it. Lose every day, I'm running it. You know I don't play, I'm running it. I'm running it, I'm running it. Anytime, any place, I'm running it. On down for the chase, I'm running it. You can see it in my face, I'm running it. I'm running it.
Weak. One shot low. Nice. Røkkr was weak. He was weak. I'm just holding the iron. I couldn't get him. He's one off a streak teach. He's working bomb quick. He's playing confident.
You saw him. You can't get on until 8. Oh, I got a frag. Wait, what?
Alright, we gotta regain. Bro. He's one off a streak. Come on, teach. Let's go.
All good.
He's one off a streak.
Ain't no other frag on, bro.